their white privilege to speak up for the least of
Hey, good
these. And by the
people.
least of these, I don't mean worthiness. I mean how they are perceived by this administration. And so while they are celebrating, saying when life gives you lemons and putting chains up, understand the significance of something like that. This is not just about Don. This is not just about Georgia. This is not just about Treyon. This is not just about Jamel. This is about everybody else who they will come after this. We saw the warning signs in Los Angeles, and people did not move for David Huerta the way they should have. When we saw Senator Alex Padilla tossed on the ground when he was exercising his constitutional duty, the oath he swore to ensure that he looked after his constituents and upheld the law, when we saw all of that, we didn't do anything.
Don
When we
Lemon
saw LaMonica
arrested
McIver getting indicted
for
for
reporting
doing congressional oversight, where since then multiple immigrants have been hurt, harmed, and killed,
Minnesota
we should have
protest.
woken up. So if you ever needed another wake up call, it's today. What are you going to do? What are you going to find within your toolbox to do? Now is the time to open the toolbox to pick up what is in your hands to do. It's not, if we're going to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, be clear about what it said. It wasn't just about we hold these truths. No, you have to live these truths. You have to exercise your full responsibility toward these truths. And after you do that in life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, there's a way you're supposed to go about it to protect it. That is what we are. That's where we are. We have to take it back from them. This ain't about MAGA. This is about making it be true to what it said it was going to be about anyway.
And I've got one more question for you, Angela. Hold tight 1 second if you can. I want to let Rick go. Rick, thank you so much for taking the time to be
You're
with
very
us.
welcome, and I just want to say that was brilliant. That was like, just want to stand up and salute on that just now, because I don't want to see modern day Bull Connor in camo on the streets of any goddamn American city. I don't want to see.
We need to operate. There's not much time.
Okay,
Don
okay.
Lemon
Just give me a moment.
and
Hey, Chat GPT, do I need to be careful operating on the brain?
a couple of other few
And the
people
10th and
were
the 14th
arrested
Amendments
today.
when they choose to, like it's some sort of menu in a restaurant. Um, y'all
They are
keep
trying
up
to
the
take our
pressure.
freedom of
Um,
speech
I
by
hope that we will see Don out
any means
today.
necessary.
These people are abusing power in a way that we've never seen before. But I
Hmm.
appreciate you guys having me on today. Free Don Lemon. Stay strong, everybody. Remember the words of the Clash: when they kick in your front door, how you gonna come? With your hands on your head or on the trigger of your gun? Let's go. These people have absolutely no right to do this to Don. They will do it to more people if we let them get away with it. All right, folks.
Thank
Thanks
you,
again.
Rick. Thank you, Rick Wilson. We appreciate you. Angela, you have been in not just in politics, but in the movement, in the civil rights movement in this country for years and years, and frankly on front lines and in leadership positions. And we played a little bit ago a bit from Leader Jeffrey's press conference. We put on the screen the statement from Mayor Bass. I am wondering, just in terms of getting in the concerns of our people, that their leaders are not doing enough. What, when we have days like today where unthinkable, unacceptable things happen, what should we be demanding from our leadership, and what do you expect to see from our leaders in Congress and across this country?
Well, I know my good sister Reese has this too, but I'll say this is one of those times where it's not just about calling your elected officials, it's also about going to see them, right? This is not just about making sure that your name is counted in the number of people who said abolish ICE. This is not a tally day. This is a day that says, I need to
Get out
actually
and be
hear back from
active
you.
day.
Like, say it with me. This is what you're going to do. That you will actually hold the line. That you're not holding the line until it gets uncomfortable. That you're worried about your approval ratings or whether or not you'll get that the one or two other seats in the midterms. This is not a midterm strategy. This is a right now strategy. This is not even a Black History Month strategy. It's still January 30th. So this is your January 30th marching order. Do what needs to be done to ensure the people in this country are protected. That is the requirement. You have to get creative. If you have to sit down and have a conversation with the House or Senate parliamentarian, so be it. But figure out what your tools are.
Hey,
Again, this goes right
game.
back to the
The
heart of
game.
we have to all use the tools within our
Pocket.
toolboxes. All of them are different. We the people have to apply pressure. We the people have to stand together. My argument actually is Joy's on live right now. Mo, you all are on live right now. We're about to do a live right now. We need to have one big live. We need all eyeballs drawn to the same thing on the same message, the way these white boys do with their conservative talking points every day. Where do you think anti-woke came from? Yeah. This dangerous rhetoric began on the podcast bros, right? This began on Fox News. This began in all of these places where they were disciplined enough to say the thing, even if the thing was a bald-faced lie. And so in this moment, if you speak,
it's always a lie.
If you write, write. If you are an elected official and you have the power of the law on your side, pass one. If you are a sitting judge, make sure that you uphold the law. Not as Donald Trump wants it, but the truth of the law. If you are a law firm who has pro bono services to give, hours to give them.
If you are commenting,
has a really good idea that
make sure you hit the like button.
Moment, which, by the way, I disagree with Rick on.
So the game prophet hit the like button.
In this country, in every single era, there's a reason there was a Reconstruction period. This country was built
hit the like button. Hey, Mimi.
Right now, the reason why they could reference a KKK act, even errantly, of 1871 is because it was needed in 1871, which is after slavery allegedly ended. But then there was sharecropping, but I'll save that for y'all till February 1st, the 100th anniversary, by the way. But I'm just saying, now is the time for all of us to lay ego aside, to lay our fears aside, to come together to do what is necessary to preserve and protect the little bit of freedom we have. And perhaps we make a gain. But I am not going to surrender quietly, I'll tell you that. I'm going to cover this press conference. I'm going to make sure we have this girl's back. Georgia is just as significant as Don. Yes. These other two activists are just as important as Don. And every single one of them deserve to be protected because they were doing the right thing.
Thank you.
And one of the things I said before you came on, Angela, because we watched that video of Georgia inside her home and speaking about how her children were in there and the kind of fear she lives in. And she came on my show a couple of days ago and was saying she wanted to go and cover something, but the way that they were putting their sights on journalists, putting their weapons in journalists' faces, she didn't even feel safe to do it. And that's the intimidation that they're aiming for. But even my point, Angela, and you and the law know this, plenty of people have committed crimes, first of all, because these people didn't commit any, but have committed heinous crimes and have been allowed to self-present with their attorneys. This is a show. This is an intimidation show.
We got a president who have played with kids, so I think he's lost more than these ladies are. I think if they can arrest Don Lemon, then they should.
And I will just say this too.
Put President Trump in prison for his 34 convictions.
And we had a live town hall. And when I'm telling y'all, it was up against the recommendation of all of our family members, some of our show members. Like, don't
I see the likes.
You know, when you just feel called. And so you go where you feel called. You do what you have to do. Georgia joined us. And you hear the conviction of her. Georgia said her greatest inspiration is Ida B. Wells. And you can see Ida B. Wells just like dwelling within and around her. And what I would say to every single one of us is that there's an obligation to protect Ida B. Wells in ways that she wasn't protected then. And we have a modern day one now. And we should protect her at all costs. I'm saying to you all that I don't know what tomorrow is going to bring, but I know that we are and should be prepared. I know that with the strength, even with these three sitting right here, we can move mountains, y'all. We just have to believe just a little bit that it's possible. There are folks who are counting on us.
Hello.
Folks in Minneapolis, they're tired. In Minnesota, because the Twin Cities, St. Paul too, right? They're tired. They have been working hard. We have to lift their arms up in this moment. The way we do that is speaking truth to power, is platforming what they're doing. I'm going to get off in just a moment to go live for their press conference. There are people who we need to hear from, y'all. We've got to lean in and support them. What would you want for the folks sitting at home? What would you want someone to do for you in this hour when you were just doing your job? And that is the obligation that we have to do right now.
And I thank you. I appreciate you. I know you have to bounce. We want to be able to put up the press conference. We don't have a secure stable on it, so we're going to keep on working on that. But everybody, Angela, please tell them where they can find you, because you're about to hop off of here. And at the same time, I'm bringing on Adam Mockler, political commentator. But
Oh, I
please
love
tell us
Adam.
where we can
Adam.
find you for all the things.
Yes, at Native Land Pod for right now, at Angela Rye on
Independent
Instagram.
journalist
Thank you
Don
to
Lemon
my
was
sisters,
arrested
fellow attorneys, Lonnie
for
Presley, Reese
reporting
Colbert. I
on
love y'all.
the
Thank you so much for all you do every
church
day, because I don't get
protest
to
in
say it enough. I
Minnesota.
love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye,
Angela.
y'all.
Reese, Adam is joining us. Hi, welcome, Adam Mockler. But I just wanted
I
to,
love
before
Adam.
we get comment from Adam, Reese, if you had any thoughts about the things we just heard in the past 10 minutes. And by the way, welcome everybody who is still here, everybody who is joining to the Don Lemon Show, or Don Lemon YouTube channel, and wherever you're watching, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, I don't know all the places we are right now. Please like this video, please subscribe. We're here in this elongated marathon of a show because our host, Don Lemon, was
former
arrested,
CNN
was taken into
reporter.
federal custody around midnight in Los Angeles. He's currently being detained at a federal detention facility, and we are waiting for his release. That is what we are doing. We are waiting for his release, and we are talking to people who are out here in these journalism and political and commentating streets about their thoughts. Reese.
Well, I want to go back to a little bit before Angela came on, and Angela's brilliant as always. But you were talking about what everyday Americans are experiencing. And I want to point out that what Americans are experiencing is the result of Donald Trump's policy. It's not a happenstance.
Selective
people
policy.
Still cannot afford groceries, that people still cannot afford to buy new homes, and people can't even afford to sell their homes. The Donald Trump policy, the Republican policies have been to undercut the safety net, to deconstruct the administrative state. They have declared war on the federal government, which is a major workforce in this country. They have declared war on the services that these agencies provide to the public, and they have cut funding. Billions of dollars have been diverted from agencies that do things like they support research, which is an economic stimulant. They support all kinds of services. All of that money, billions of dollars, has been diverted to ICE. So it does not happen by coincidence that this administration has prioritized terrorizing communities, building up this militia, this armed militia, at the expense of cancer research, at the expense of education, at the expense of a number of things that we were making progress on. Even when you're looking at infrastructure, they rolled back projects that were greenlit by the Biden-Harris administration. And so what we're seeing in terms of the carnage in our communities, in our economy, in our healthcare system, is the policy of the Donald Trump administration. What they've done in terms of last year, over 1 million jobs were lost. That is a direct result of Donald Trump's erratic economic policy. His unhinged tariffs and his unreliability is the reason why corporations and businesses and small businesses were like, well, we don't know what is going on. We'll try to wait this out. Maybe he'll, they try to say taco, Trump always chickens out. Maybe he'll reverse on these tariffs. And so that created so much instability in people's decisions to expand their capital expenditures, expand their workforce.
You're not an honest person.
We cannot sell our goods around the world because people, these countries are rightfully retaliating against Americans because of Donald Trump's tariff policy. And by the way, tariffs are a tax on Americans. So all of this stuff is happening while our taxes are going up.
Please come in hitting the like button.
We pay the tariffs. China doesn't pay the tariffs. India,
they
don't pay the tariffs.
HU, hit the like button.
We have paid record tariff revenue.
Double tap or hit those 3 dots at the top.
And the prices are going up. So this is a policy choice.
Absolutely.
And so it's, we use the word distraction, and I think that's appropriate because obviously they really understand.
Release the Epstein files.
And getting our attention here versus there. And they also understand that when you target Black journalists and when you target Black activists, that's going to be a little bit less of an attention economy grab, as opposed to when you murder Alex Preddy, an
Hi,
ICU
Gloria.
nurse who was protecting another woman from the abuses of ICE agents. And so they're strategic in this way, but all of it, everything that we're seeing is deliberate strategy and it's policy being implemented. And I think it's very important that people understand how this is all policy. And policy can change. I don't think that they're going to want to change it.
Right.
But policy can change. And so that's where, to thread everything we've been saying throughout the show, that's where we have to be more forceful about our local and state policy. And I want to see all these don't tread on me. Don't tread on. What happened to all the don't tread on me people? What happened to all limited government? Freedom of speech. Don't tread on me. What happened to all y'all motherfuckers?
We're finding out what it really means and who it's really for. I want to bring on Glenn Kirshner.
Well, I love
Welcome,
Glenn
Kirshner,
too.
to the Don Lemon Show. Thank you for joining. And Adam, what are your thoughts? What say you this day?
Yeah, really quickly, thank you all for having me on such an intense day. I want to build on what you guys were saying about policy choice, because that was so spot on. Every single authoritarian policy coming from this administration is an expression of the fact that they are scared. They are scared of what happens when the American people can speak their voices and go through the democratic process. They're attacking colleges because they don't want critical thinking people to be able to go out there and expose them. They're attacking the press because they don't want the press to be able to expose them. Now they're attacking independent journalists. They're attacking law firms. They're attacking any sort of guardrails. And this is just an extension of that. So now they're asking us to believe the same administration that called Alex Preddy an assassin, a domestic terrorist, same thing with Renee Nicole Good. This administration wants us to believe their narrative on this when multiple judges, when a magistrate judge, Glenn Kirshner, you'll know way more about this than me, but he rejected even bringing this. Then an appeals court, I think it was the 8th Circuit, rejected even bringing this. Multiple times, they said there is not sufficient evidence of any crime being committed. At the same time, I mean, the First Amendment does say that journalists are able to observe, are able to film, are able to interview, document, and report. Now, if the journalist begins to coordinate or go over and commit crimes, and that's different, but that's not what happened. We have all of the video footage on camera. They were interviewing, they were filming, they were observing. And of course, Don Lemon isn't the only one being unfairly targeted here. So we need to point out that democracy is important and Trump hates democracy. That's all this is.
Glenn?
I now see this as a hat trick of vindictive prosecutions brought by Donald Trump's dirty DOJ leadership. And I say that with no satisfaction. DOJ was my professional home for decades, and I can't believe it has fallen so far, so fast. Listen, this, based on everything we know, and we don't quite know what the charges will be, I suspect it will be an indictment because, as Adam mentioned, it was a magistrate judge who refused to sign off on the criminal complaint. I believe Judge Schiltz was also involved at some point, and a court of appeals refused to intervene. Why? Because now multiple judges assessed what DOJ was trying to do, bringing these charges against Don, and the judges said, you don't even have probable cause, which is somewhere between 42 and 44% of the evidence tending to show a crime was committed. Never mind building that case to proof beyond a reasonable doubt, which I would put at about 95 or 96% of the incriminating evidence. Not that any precedent or any court has ever been willing to put a fraction or a number on those different burdens of proof. But it is just effing laughable when multiple judges, including a court of appeals, has said, you don't even have probable cause. You may not bring these charges. That leads me to conclude that they must have found some Lindsay Halligan, twin somewhere to go into a Minnesota federal grand jury and come out with an indictment. But let me tell you, indictments are only as good as the honor and ethics and integrity of the prosecutor presenting the case to the grand jury. I see this as now the third vindictive prosecution, and Monique, I believe it will go the same way of the last two. The vindictive prosecution against James Comey.
How basketball? Biden had 4 years. No, Biden prosecuted. Do your research, Basketball Jones. Stop just repeating.
that his dirty
Stop just
DOJ
repeating. He
leadership
prosecuted
is willing to do
Ghislaine
dear
Maxwell.
leaders' bidding. But
And at
when
that
I look
time,
at the publicly available evidence, and I see
what's
Don
the other
acting
guy?
as a journalist, a
Epstein
responsible
was
journalist.
supposed
Are
to have
we
been
to believe he
unalive.
live streamed his own crimes? I mean,
Donald
how
Trump,
foolish do they think we are? When you
he needs
see
to be
Don
prosecuted,
saying
and
things
you
like,
know this.
I'm not with the group.
And Biden didn't run on to get elected. That's the only reason why he got elected. And that's going to be the
Actually,
reason why he
right
goes to
there,
prison.
that is definitive evidence
Him and
that he is
his
not
buddies.
part of whatever the group of protesters
Release the
might
Epstein
have done
files.
that might have stepped a toe over a legal line. And I'm not suggesting.
Oh, well,
there is
that's okay.
evidence
So
that they
it's a
did,
big deal.
but clearly
That's fine. I don't want to
Don was
debate with you.
exercising his
That
own
is when
First
she was
Amendment
arrested,
right,
and then
freedom of the
Trump
press
got in
to
office
do
and
what
moved
we
her.
need the press
Yeah,
to do.
because he's a
Cover these
predator.
things. And this to me is mind-blowing.
Let him play with your
I
kids.
watch him interviewing aggrieved
But you may like it,
parishioners,
though. I don't know.
people who were upset.
But I don't want to debate
that the
with you. So
protest
have a
was
good day.
unfolding
Bye-bye.
in their church. What is he doing? He's responsibly bringing to our attention, as a journalist, both sides of an unfolding issue and circumstance, which is, and to suggest that he was involved in a conspiracy against rights, that he literally conspired with others in advance of this protest to commit crimes in violation of the Constitution, and then one of the co-conspirators did an affirmative act, an overt act toward the commission of that crime. I'll tell you, there better be a hell of a lot more evidence that contradicts the best evidence, which is Don's lie.
Let's be clear. If you're going to comment, hit the like button. And if you don't want to hit the like button, please don't comment. Respectfully. So Tracy, baby, please hit the like button. Hi, Anthony. Please hit the like button. Please don't come in commenting Trump and all that crap. Pedo lover, all of that, PDFer, unless you hit the like button. Or I will suspend your right to comment. Okay? Respectfully. Thank you.
Extreme
You
of
better
his
know
own
where you at.
conduct. This is some trumped up bullshit based on what we know thus far.
Absolutely. Well, Trump is bullshit. That's all he is. And the people who love him. Let's be clear.
Katie Miller tweeted, or whatever you call it, on X now earlier today.
Trumped
that it
up
was
bullshit.
a grand jury indictment, which we, all of us suspected, because obviously the appellate court, that was the reason they refused. They said, this isn't an emergency. You have other ways of getting done what you want to get done. Go get it done.
Keep playing with people's minors. Don Trump.
And 248. That's underlined.
That's all you
for
good
them.
at.
And so,
Stealing and playing with
for those of us who
minors.
use Law Street a lot,
Allegedly.
it's absurd. And it's shameful. It's shameful for any of us who have been working in the field of civil rights, in Attorney General's office like me, or DOJ like you, for statutes that were supposed to protect the freedoms of people in this country to be used in order to criminalize and prosecute someone for exercising that freedom. Means yes, down is up and up is down. Adam, I know you wanted to say something, but I think we have a video from a statement from Don's friends over at TNT.
So the Trump administration wonders why people are saying that they are trying to form a dictatorship. Well, look at the landscape. Arresting
That's all he knows how to do.
Don Lemon,
That's all he know how to do.
covered a
Is steal
protest
and
in
dictate.
Minneapolis, is
He broke, busted, and
just
disgusted. And he's a
insane,
PDFer.
ridiculous, dictator-like. This is the playbook that dictators use to destroy democracies and take the will of the people away. It is as simple as that. The First Amendment is the First Amendment for a reason. It is considered the preferred amendment when you have to start balancing what's more important. The
He's
framers of the
scared. He's scared of the Epstein
Constitution knew
files.
that a free press was essential to a democracy. Without a free press, you don't have a democracy. And it's real clear that Donald Trump and company doesn't want a free press. The idea that a journalist, which Don Lemon has been for 30 years, would walk into a church and film a demonstration which is of national interest, and then to say somehow, when you watch the video, they say he's part of the protest. Watch that video. He is covering the protest. He is covering it. That's what journalists do. I covered riots. I was a local reporter in Los Angeles for 15 years, and I covered riots and floods.
Somebody
and
speaking the
earthquakes
truth
and all
instead
sorts
of
things
lying and going
where I
along.
had to step into areas where there were police, where there was activity, private property. When you're covering an event like this, like a protest, which I've covered many, you step into it. And that's what journalists do. And that's what Don Lemon did. The idea that the Justice Department is saying he walked onto private property, that is insane. A church invites everybody in. Have you ever seen a church with a no trespassing sign saying no journalists allowed? Have you ever seen any house of worship that says that? It is insane that they're making this stupid argument transparent. And yet, a grand...
You know, I respect the fact that he is a Donald Trump friend, a Donald Trump supporter, and he can be truthful. What's disgusting is Trump friends and Trump supporters who just go along with whatever he says, knowing full and dang well what he's saying is not the truth, but they go along with it anyway. That's a follower. That's a cult follower. So shout out to Levin Harvey for at least standing solid on the truth and not just being a blind follower. Shout out to him. Shout out to him. He is not drinking the Kool-Aid. Damn.
Grand jury indicted Don Lemon after a magistrate said there is insufficient evidence. Well, a grand jury will indict anybody because Don Lemon doesn't appear before the grand jury. Abby Lowell, his lawyer, doesn't appear before the grand jury. The Justice Department says what the Justice Department wants the grand jury to believe, and almost every time
it's a lie.
It's all the way it's skewed. This is a ridiculous assault, and I don't want to say just on the First Amendment. It's a ridiculous assault on democracy. Trump administration should be ashamed of itself, but they're not. And they will continue to do this. And they are going after journalists. They're getting search warrants for their homes. It is obvious what's happening in this country, people. Look at what is happening.
Right.
You're going to look back.
And these dumb people are thinking that it won't affect them because they support him. Oh, okay, you keep thinking that dumb shit.
Say, wow, we didn't see that coming. Well, Neville Chamberlain should have saw it coming, and he didn't. And we don't want to be in that position. So wise up, everybody, because it's obvious what's happening here.
Thank you,
This
Harvey,
is an outrage.
for telling the slow people the truth.
Oh, you're muted, but I can't hear you. But
I was coming to you anyway.
you're just testing us to see if we... Yeah, so unfortunately I have to go in a few minutes, but one final thing that I want to say is that it's just important to pay attention to the sleight of hand that the administration is pulling. So Judge Schultz out of Minnesota said that ICE has violated, the DHS has violated 96 court orders. And then he said, ICE has likely violated more court orders in January of 2026 than some federal agencies have violated in their entire existence. This was a Bush-appointed judge saying...
Hi, Samuel. Please hit the like button. Everybody who comments need to hit the like button.
Exercising his First Amendment right. While the word distraction kind of applies because this is very, very important, but I feel like there's a sleight of hand here where they're trying to pull your attention away from the fact that ICE
released the
is
Epstein
quite
files.
literally violating a massive amount of court orders and they're not upholding the law whatsoever. So we need to make sure that we're to have a holistic view here, because this administration is absolutely lawless.
Well, thank you so much, Adam. We appreciate you taking the time out to join us. I know for anybody who is in these independent journalism, podcasting, commentating, advocacy, civil rights, legal streets, today is one for the books. So thank you for taking the time. Anybody else who is just joining the channel, please like, please subscribe, please, hey, go get some Don Lemon merch if you're looking for ways you can support. Reese, the thing that Adam just said, and Glenn, you can weigh in on this too, because we, in the legal circles, we would talk about red herrings, but I often describe this administration and their tactics where it's like shiny object over here, so you don't see what's right here in front of your face. I mean, they do it over and over and over again.
No one needs to go to prison until Trump goes to prison for
also important.
his 34 sex crimes.
Something way more nefarious that's going on someplace.
Let's be clear.
Oh, and I'm
he needs to lead by example.
Before you comment, Reese, you have to tell I'm a guest host, right? We're onboarding Jay.
Why would we call out anybody about racism when
Well, I just want to
Trump
say that
is a
this
racist?
clearly
What are we doing here?
They're relentless about everything. But
Donald Trump broke the law. He breaks the law every day.
Real Housewives
and he's stealing.
Who gonna check me,
boo? He has 34 felonies.
They violated 96 plus court
Hit the
orders
like button.
over here. They violated in Chicago. They violated.
Yeah.
Who gonna check them? Okay.
Are y'all serious?
Okay.
I can't leave these lies up here.
What you gonna do? Do judges?
Trump is a convicted
do judges
felon.
not have their
What are y'all
authority?
talking about?
So
Do y'all not know that?
I thought they did. That's what
He's losing his properties right now.
This is why I said we cannot rely on judges giving the people who are on the side of humanity, on the side of decency, on the side of citizenship, permission to do the thing that they need to do to stop this.
Please hit the like button.
Because they too busy dilly-dallying about what this regime is doing. So we have two experts on here that can correct me. What can they not do something? I thought holding in contempt. I watch a lot of Law and Order and other movies. I thought you could put people in jail if you violate rulings from judges. But please correct me if I'm wrong.
And no, and
you asking me, the legal expert?
Because I'm sitting as host. No, you're not going to be the legal expert today. We have Glenn Kirshner, but we're going to come to you for these jokes and for some political commentary. But Glenn, first, Reese's right. Many people think like Reese, if what they're doing is so wrong, why can't somebody do something about it? What I have been saying, hurtfully saying, since Trump won, is that we are seeing the holes in the system because we have people who are doing things that people never tried to do. But to Reese's point, what can these judges do about this lawlessness that we're seeing?
3 words: contempt, contempt, and contempt. When we saw Judge Schultz lay out how DHS has violated upwards of 100 court orders and I think 76 or 79
right,
cases,
that's breaking the law.
Said that's probably more than some agencies have violated in their entire existence. I expected the next thing to be, therefore, I am ordering DHS to show cause why they shouldn't be held in contempt. And we need to move past civil contempt and get right to criminal contempt. But I will tell you, I was a federal prosecutor for 30 years. Courts are extraordinarily reluctant to the point of timidity of holding folk in contempt, particularly the federal government, which as far as I'm concerned,
can you hit the like
this
button?
DOJ and its dirty leadership has lost the right to have the presumption of regularity applied to them. There should be a presumption of nefariousness at this point. And I don't say that just cavalierly or as a throwaway line. I believe they should have a presumption of nefariousness applied to them, and we need to get our contempt on, because it's not enough to just say, y'all are violating a shit ton of court orders, you know. You got to hold them accountable, or they will continue to violate.
And they want to hold other people accountable for nothing when they're the ones that's breaking the law.
I was talking with Don on his show about this very thing before the first.
And then they got these slow bunnies
Comey and Letitia James,
who believe
I have been saying
any and everything he says.
That Donald Trump has forever been threatening to prosecute his perceived enemies. You got Hillary Clinton as the OG of Donald Trump's wrath. Lock her up, lock her up, lock her up. 10 years ago, he was saying that. And he went running his big fat orange mouth for 10 years, threatening his perceived enemies with jail.
And then he had the nerve to be sucking on
blowing
bubble.
Charge somebody.
But
before
yes.
he did, I was saying,
right, Peter.
I don't wish a vindictive prosecution on anybody. I don't want people.
And he's the one who was blowing on her husband's pickle. How dare you lock her up, lock her up? You wanted to lock her up because you wanted to keep blowing on bubble. Let's be clear.
Have to drain their bank accounts to get defense lawyers just to get their cases thrown out because
I
they're
love
bullshit
Glenn.
cases. However, I almost look forward to the first vindictive prosecution he tries to bring because the federal judiciary will cram it down DOJ's throat, figuratively speaking, and they did in the Letitia James case, in the James Comey case, and they're going to do it. I suspect we have to see
on
what
the
the
Don
indictment
Lemon
looks like, but they're going to do it in Don's case as well. And what that does is it exposes Donald Trump for the paper tiger he is. He's weak, he's flaccid, he can threaten prosecution, but
all he can do is attack small people and dogs, puppies.
He can make your life real unpleasant and uncomfortable for a couple of months while you're kicking the crap out of these hapless DOJ lawyers in court and getting your case dismissed. But it makes him weaker, not stronger.
Absolutely.
Because he can't follow through on his
Agreed.
threats.
Jay, I want to come to you first. I want to bring on to the stage of the Don Lemon Show, the Charles Blow. Charles, welcome. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. I know you have a limited amount of time. I just want to hear some introductory comments quickly from Jay, and then we'll come back to you. But Jay, what are your thoughts before we hear from Charles?
Well, I'm currently in New Orleans, so the city of New Orleans is with Don. I know a lot of people here have already posted about it. I'm doing shows here, just coincidentally, I guess, in a very serendipitous kind of way. This is connected to
hit the like button.
Comedy. Nick Shirley was a YouTuber posing as a journalist. Now we have real journalists getting arrested. You have all these comedians, Andrew Schultz, Tim Dillon, Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn, who pose as journalists. And now we have actual journalists who should be protected by the First Amendment.
Until you hit the like button, I'm going to remove that.
It's all connected. That's
hit the like button.
This is all connected
and
to
then comment.
Culture. It's all connected to the death of expertise. Everyone thinks they can do what journalists
respectfully.
do. Everyone thinks they have the amount of knowledge and the amount of resources and the amount of experience that people like Don have honed over years. That's the first thing. The second thing is they have continued to play their hand. We shouldn't have known that this was coming. But Don said they're going to keep coming after him. All of the people who are aware of this from the jump kind of knew this was going to keep coming.
Yeah, it wasn't a surprise.
They've given the audience and the American public enough time to go, wait a second.
So they shocking awe didn't work.
And his cohorts, Trump and his
cohorts, just content.
They always do this. He's done this since Atlantic City. He always tries to ruin people in court. Ineffectively, but he always tries. So this is nothing new, but it is connected to this larger content culture, YouTube, faux journalists, Joe Rogan. That's weird. Because think about it. Nick Shirley went to Minneapolis and was mad. And are we good?
Mm-hmm.
Nick Shirley
he did that fake protest that was staged.
Thought we're scamming the government, and now we have multiple people dead. We have multiple children separated from their parents, and we have multiple people arrested. Actual journalists. So Sydney Sweeney says she don't do politics. Well, if you're black and queer, politics is gonna do you in this country, and we're seeing that right now. So it's sad.
Did you not hear me, Rob? In order for that, you need to hit the like button.
But this is American. This is the legacy.
Hit the like button, and then you can comment.
The most marginalized and the people who can show people who you really are. So it's very sad, but we stand with Don. I talked to Don.
I stand with Don.
So I got the news right before I got on the flight down here. So it was unsettling, but I'm glad that we're doing this and making sure people understand that everything that's happening has been accounted.
And let's be clear, it's not going to stick. But his 34 convictions did. Donald Trump's 34 convictions is stuck. Yeah, it's there for life. Don Lemon, it'll drop just like the other fake convictions, indictments. Yeah, it ain't gonna go nowhere. But Donald Trump's 34 convictions is there, baby. He's a convicted felon, and he should be on the register list. Yeah.
For sure.
Look
We're
forward
going to have
and
Don's back the
will
way we've
be
been having Don's
handled.
back since it's just started. I know Glenn has to
And
leave.
Donald
Glenn, thank you so
Trump
much for
like blowing
joining us.
pickles.
You're welcome back anytime while I'm playing in Don's chair.
Thanks. We stand with Don. We
appreciate-
stand with Don.
Yes, we stand with Don and with all those who are out there. For those who are just now joining, I'm Monique Presley. I am guest hosting because our host, the person who hosts the Don Lemon Show and this channel, founder of Don Lemon Media Network, has been was arrested in the middle of the night in Los Angeles by federal agents. He's being held at a federal detention facility, and we'll have a hearing later today. We are demanding his release and the dropping of these ridiculous charges. Charles, your thoughts?
Release the Epstein files.
Well, thanks for having me on. My first thought is just how big of a step this is.
Your job is demanding.
Release
So
the
choose a
Epstein
partner
files.
who delivers more. At Murphy Tractor and Equipment, we provide
Bottom line.
Person, journalism and news media is the only industry in America that has a constitutional protection. But it is also one of the only professions that has no certification. So you are a journalist because you say you are, because you do that work. Don was in the commission of doing that work. Now there's a
Put all questions on the super chat or super sticker.
And I'm not a lawyer
Please.
about the laws that regulate.
Put all questions on the super chat or super sticker, please.
But the extraordinary step that is being taken by arresting journalists and putting them in jail for doing their work is just extraordinary. I mean, I thought that when the reporter at the Post had her house invaded, whatever the word we want to use, the verb we want to use there, a couple of months ago, it was also like a giant step to me. And now you have the actual imprisonment of a journalist in America. This is not someone you can argue that they live on the margins of journalism. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. No, Don Lemon, you cannot argue, is not a journalist in America, has a long track record of doing that work. So now we are in a different uncharted territory. I think it was Glenn before talking about, they never win. But part of the strategy here is that you don't care if you win. The point is to demoralize and deplete.
Yeah.
What will be interesting to me is to see whether the big journalistic organizations with the giant law firms and legal infrastructures will step in, because they see this as a first step down a very dangerous road. You have to help to defray this cost that these journalists are about to incur, because it's not just about them.
Well, that's absolutely true. And we saw CNN released a statement earlier, just a little bit ago, Charles. We had Aaron Haynes on from National Association of Black Journalists calling on every journalistic organization to fall in line and be in support. But I take your comment especially to be important where someone like Georgia Fort, who was also arrested, who they showed up with all these cars and all these masked agents outside her home in the middle of the night, where she was inside with her children and, bang on doors there. She will need support, all kinds of support. And so any stand that we take now, we're standing for all. What is it that you think we should be doing in this hour, Charles? I know you have to go soon, so I just want to give you the mic a little longer, because as I've tried to ask almost every guest who comes on here today, it's one thing for us to know it's wrong. It's another thing they shouldn't. But then the what do we do part is, I think, where we are.
Well, I mean, there's so many fronts on which we should be active in doing things. I guess I'll keep my answer to the journalistic front. As we
Follow my guidelines, my rules, my guidelines for over here leave. You understand? I sent you, whatever your name is. thou shalt follow my rules over here, or I will remove you, or the comment. I put you in timeout until you decide that you want to follow my rules, my request. You will not spam my chat. Okay?
Move into an arena where more and more people become independent journalists.
Oh, please, Peter.
It's really,
Yeah.
really important what happens in this
Yeah,
country.
34 convicted
I have
felons.
spent the last 2 years
That should
working
be
with Press
life
Forward,
plus
trying
a
to
lifetime
stop
on the
the proliferation of news deserts in
triple
this
X
country. And a
registry.
lot of the ways that happens is by independent journalists figuring out they want to do something, they figure
And
out a way
then
to do
it'll
it
be
in
more than
locally
that
and
once they release
very
the Epstein
small.
files.
They're not making a lot of money. If they were ever to be attacked in this way, they would have no way of defending themselves. They have no
Sasha
access to
Riley.
legal representation.
Justice for Sasha Riley
So
and
what
John Benet
happens
Ramsey
in this particular
and
case
all the rest of
is
them that's in
so
the Epstein
incredibly
files.
ominous for the fourth estate writ large. It is Don, and we want to see him free, but it is bigger than Don because Don becomes a test case. I think Don, how this plays out may become a chapter in a journalism book about ethics and history, because it portends, something really important for the rest of the country and the rest of journalism, and the way it is trending away from big institutions and into smaller and smaller buckets where people just have something to say, have a passion, get together, raise a little bit of money, enough to get started, get a foothold. They provide a service for communities that feel like they need it. That is really worrisome to me. I want people to understand that local journalists, who are very often independent journalists, who we call journalistic entrepreneurs, they are the ones who are doing this work because legacy media has dried up in those spaces, and so we need to protect them. And Don and Mrs. Ford become test case for that. How will we protect them? And because all the other local journalists and independent journalists are looking at this and say, if that were me, what would happen?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you so much.
And Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley should speak out. If Nick Shirley wants to be a journalist so bad.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for
Thank
joining
you so
us,
much.
Charles. I appreciate you being here. I know you will continue to speak out as you always have. And as you exit, I want to welcome Ben Mysalis. Ben, what a day.
Yes, they do.
You know,
It's
do this
peaceful
nonstop.
protest.
I know that we all have so much respect for your work and for your commentary. But this could be you, this could be me, this could be Reese, and I'm just wondering what your thoughts are as we sit here as the host of this show. Don Lemon is in a federal detention facility for doing his job.
It's deeply personal for me, not just because of what I do every day as an independent journalist, but I know Don very well. He was at my wedding when Don stepped into
Hey,
the lane
Ben.
of being an independent journalist. He and I would speak every day for hours on hours.
There's nothing
each day,
peaceful
picking
about
each
running
other's
into people's
brains,
houses.
because this
Yeah.
whole world of
You
independent
can pray at
reporting
home.
and journalism is a brave new world.
Yeah.
Fly to California. He and I would
I'm sorry, 1 second, Ben. You're going to keep your thought, but I don't want to keep this person waiting to come on. Can we please welcome friend of the show, friend of Don, DL Hughley?
Hey, now.
Good morning, DL.
Hey, now, how y'all?
Go ahead, Ben.
So I knew Don very well. We would meet together out here in California and Los Angeles frequently, talk about independent reporting. And here's my view: I'm someone who loves Don Lemon. Love the guy. He's a great friend of mine. But whether you love Don Lemon or don't like Don Lemon, you should look at what happened as being a very wrong thing, no matter what side of the political aisle you are from. If you care about our Constitution, if you care about the First Amendment, if you care about reporting, and as we were just hearing before, whether you are Nick Shirley, who's out there, reporting on whatever the hell he's even doing out there. Regardless, you should be saying we have a First Amendment right in this country to report on the events that are unfolding. And what
Trump and his regime are trying to do right here is chill First Amendment speech, chill reporting, and it's exactly what you see in authoritarian regimes abroad. It's exactly what you see in Putin's Russia, and it's exactly what we thought that can never happen here in the United States. Well, it's happening, and we need to show solidarity with each other, and to see also the way Georgia Fort's home was invaded there, especially with the history of Minneapolis, where there was the murder over the summer, the political assassination by one of the kind of MAGA attacker of the politicians out there, dressed in the same way. You have people in DEA outfits. That's not the way something like this would normally happen. The way this would normally go down in a legal sense is, if you're even going to serve a warrant, it's coordinated. You reach out, you figure it out in advance. You don't send masked people like that. So this is about causing fear and terror.
Right.
That's what they want.
And ain't nobody scared of Trump.
That's absolutely
Ain't nobody
right.
scared of Trump.
DL, obviously,
But his cult
you've
followers.
been on this show a million times, but you do lots of other things with Don. And personally, you've been speaking out about this issue. Now our brother is in lockup, and we are waiting for his hearing where they will have to argue for his release. And his crime, other than being a black man, which they try to make a crime every day, is doing his job as an independent journalist. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think getting mad at a journalist for reporting a protest is like getting mad at a weatherman for reporting there's a hurricane.
Right.
I think it's crazy, and I think that, I think a guy named Harry Shannon, I saw his quote that said, "The road to authoritarianism is paved with people saying you're overreacting." Everything we're seeing right now, it was foretold. And we're not psychic. No one's psychic, but there's not
He's
one
just
thing
predictable.
that we are seeing right now. And it's all happened with the American people pretending like they didn't see it. Like going to, why, if the whole pretext for going to Minneapolis was that there was Somali fraud, right? What do you need Border Patrol and ICE to deal with fraud? They have terrorized that city. It was supposed to be, and the net result is that there have been Americans that are dying. Let alone, ICE has killed, I think, they shot 17 people, and 10 died. Three in the last 45 days. 3 have been American. If any police department in the world was responsible for that level of violence, there would automatically be an investigation. There would. ICE right now is where the death rate, the death toll, the murder rate is going down. It's going down everywhere except ICE. ICE right now is more dangerous than Compton. Like, if they keep this up, they're gonna have an episode of First 48. Like, it is. But the fact that our view of it is so disjointed, because one of the things they have brilliantly done is co-opted mainstream media. So when you say mainstream media, they own that too. They own social media. So the only outlet we have is you all. The only outlet we have is you all. And that is why they come after you instead of somebody at the Washington Post or CBS. They know that the only insight these people have, that the country has, that's divergent from
Right.
the mindset they want you to have.
So
is you
so
all.
to get
So
the
of course
truth,
you're gonna
because
get this.
otherwise they will feed the
You
lies
brought up, you
and
said they
rewrite
talk about Somali
the
fraud.
truth.
You talk about Somali fraud. Today, the president said he wants to sue the IRS. So there's
Right.
fraud from the top.
This is what I can't understand. So with no evidence, you said a man is a terrorist.
For
All
revealing
kinds of
his
evidence, you
truth,
want
his lies.
that man's a pedophile. Like, literally, you
Come
went
on.
after Captain Phillips and got Captain America. You went after the Good Samaritan. You went after the bad Somalis and killed the Good Samaritan.
Yeah.
Like, this whole thing is so toxic.
It's backwards because Trump's
this
mindset and views are
it takes
backwards.
the kind of resilience that those people are demonstrating in Minnesota. They have put their lives on the line. It's cold. Like, I love black people, but if it's cold, I get y'all freedom when it's spring. Like, I can't feel, if I can't feel my fingers, I can't feel your pain. But you are seeing people who are literally, who understand what is happening right now and what the moment is right now, and who are rising to it. They're not protesting. They're literally fighting authoritarianism as we speak right now. And I think the reason why.
And also,
what are you gonna say?
I really wanted to.
I was going to say, in a post-Breonna Taylor world. Oh, sorry.
1 second, Jay. I think there may be a delay. I'm not trying to cut you off. I just don't hear you until I start talking. But DL, in this celebrity culture, you have been consistently speaking about things that matter and using your platform and your expansive reach, using your influence and your affluence in order to highlight issues that matter and make statements about them. What is it? And I've seen, in fairness, a lot more people in recent days, because things are so egregious, who have said enough is enough, who are making statements who normally wouldn't. But if you could speak to people who are on the fence about that and in fear for their own following, their own pockets, their own contracts, whatever, and it would matter that they were in solidarity with somebody like Don or with Georgia Ford or with those of us who are out here doing this work, what is it that you would say to them?
There is a inherent level of selfishness that seems to be uniquely American. There's a level of individualism that we've always prided ourselves on, and that to me is the greatest asset they have. Like, you'll have people on the right wing asking, accept right or wrong now. Whether you want to stay home, rising to it, they're not protesting. They're literally fighting authoritarianism as we speak right now. And I think the reason why.
And also,
what were you gonna say?
I really wanted to.
Whether you want to stay home and have your life
matter and make statements, but if you could speak to people.
Whether you want to stay home and have your life or not, the day is coming, and it's coming more rapidly than I think anybody gave it credit for, where you are going to have to decide: are you going to be Nicki Minaj or are you going to be Don Lemon? Which one? Because there are going to be no choices. Being a brand new Black Trump supporter is like getting hooked on crack right now.
Right.
Like right now. Like, it would be like. So there's no benefit for you. Like, and have you ever noticed, like, all the Black dudes who are Trump supporters got hit in their head a lot? Have you ever noticed that? Like that, I know he won 21% of Black dudes, but he had to win 85% of Black dudes with CTE. If you got hit in your head a lot, you love this dude. And I think that the pretext that he used, that it would be economically advantageous, it isn't. That it would be culturally advantageous, it isn't. And you think you're going to share in this authoritarianism panacea? Yes. No. You think those Cubans thought that they were going to be deported? They are.
Yeah.
Nobody is going to avoid this. It is coming for us all. And it's foolish to believe that you have the influence, the mindset, the wealth, the insulation to stop it from happening. The wolf is going to be at your door too. And the best thing you can hope for is that you have like-minded people with you.
Yeah, Jay, I'm so thankful for comedy, because levity matters. And VP Harris would always talk about being joyful warriors, and you can't lose the joyful part. Just wondering, Jay, if you could give us a couple of tips. I know people, I'm looking in the comments, people's mental health is on the line right now.
Daniel, y'all please hit the like button.
So I would like for you to give us a few tips today about how we can kind of stay in some joy. But before we do that, I think Ben is going to have to exit soon, and I am going to bring somebody else on. So I am going.
We really are kind of like taking for granted is that the American public, I think at least 51% of the American public, has enough brain matter to go, that shit ain't right. Well, that ain't right. I can get behind that. Because guess what? If they come for Don Lemon, Joe Rogan, they will come for you when they disagree with you. Right. If they come for Don Lemon, Theo Vaughn, they will come for you. Tim Dillon, they will come for you. Tim Dillon, you already were told shut up multiple times by J.D. Vance. Mm-hmm. So as a comedian who has to stand next to a lot of these comedians who like to pretend to be journalists, and when a real journalist gets arrested, I have to find the humor, but I also have to find the facts. So that's what I want to tell everyone who's aware of this. Once again, free Don.
Don't just get fit, get hardcore fit. Dina shed 31 pounds and got ripped. Now you can get hardcore.
People who I think have both been helping me from a comedy standpoint and from a Staying Informed standpoint. Hey, Joy. So I'm just so happy that I even get to say that. I'm so happy for the platform that Don has built and these very supportive people in the comment section.
To your point, the best thing that happened to me was the Melania movie. That's so good for me. Like, That's the white pootie tang, ain't it? I'm so happy.
I think it's a white foot on that.
Yeah, we laughing
I can't.
at
Oh my
Donald
God!
Trump.
It's so.
Yeah, them 34
You might be able
convicted
to
felons.
even Trump ain't seen it. Nobody
Yeah,
wants
for people that's scared of terrorism, they
Stealing
still got a
from
bomb on
the
their head. Don't you?
American
Oh my
people
God! It's
and being a cult leader. That's
I'm
now
getting ready to
that's
leave, but I'm gonna say
funny.
this, Joy, Monique, we all knew,
This was
we all knew
coming.
this was not gonna happen.
Right.
Like even when we talk when they first were, I don't think that people, when I hear people say that they don't pay attention to politics, I know they voted for him and are trying to pretend like they did. No one gets to sit this one out. Now you can pretend like you can, you want to, you can be oblivious,
Yeah, you can
but
play
sooner
dumb.
or later, they're suspending the Constitution. They want there's a reason a
I
civil
agree. I'm
uprising
sure he
where
will,
it wasn't
Marie,
local police or the
and
National
will
Guard.
win.
They sent federal troops to quell a riot. He sent his own stormtroopers. ISIS has funded as many standing armies in the world for a reason. And when we tell you things like that, people think it's hyperbolic. Now, sequentially, the Epstein files. Then you have
Don't
records
forget
taken
the
in
Epstein
Georgia.
files.
Then you have a threat to a city where if you give us this, we'll give you that. Now you have journalists being arrested. That's not all of those things are happening in sequence, and they're dizzying to a lot of people. But you don't get to avoid it, and it's the kind of obliviousness and the naivety that the American people have. What group of people with this much wealth choose to be this ignorant?
Right.
We read at the 5th grade level. We choose this. Well, you ain't got to burn books. Nobody reading them
I mean,
anyway.
Maria, what do you
But this
mean?
is
Mind
why
their
we're in the
business. What do
situation
you
we're in, because
mean?
they took our
This is
fears
the.
and turned them against us.
We
And
have
now
rights. What
we're
are you
right here
talking
all
about,
together.
girl? Don't do that.
Amen.
Well,
Don't
thank
do
you,
that.
Jill. I know you may have
Don't do
to
that.
Yeah, I got
go,
it.
so we.
And get John out before we got a show Tuesday.
I knew you were going to get to that. I knew that at the end of the day, it was going to be that you already marked it off your calendar, and he needs to get to the show, get out of jail and get to the show. So, and we appreciate.
He's the Bobby Brown of journalists. He's going to jail.
King R&B. R&B.
I'm not even I love Don and I know it's gonna be all right. But the tour gonna be lit. Come on out and we're gonna get him a free Don Lemon t-shirt. Watch him get his tattoo here right here on his eye.
We got first day out.
He signed a rap album. I think T.I. produced it. It's gonna be dope. It's gonna be
Oh my
dope.
God, he's gonna do a diss against Nicki Minaj. I cannot wait for his bars against.
Yeah, Pooh, Shiesty, and Don Lemon.
Thank you, Jill. And
All right, take care. Take care. Bye-bye.
Going to the show. One of them's already sold out. So he was selling wolf tickets about that. But if you guys can't tell, I just walked us through a reset for those of you who have been watching for a while. I hope that shook away some of the cobwebs. I hope the laughter helped us to breathe a little better, in through the nose, out through the mouth. But here we are, my sister Joy Ann Reed. We can't say we're surprised.
No.
We can't say we haven't seen it coming.
No.
But I really want to hear from you, your thoughts in this hour. And I know you just finished probably an hour of the show giving your thoughts, but give it to us fresh, because all of us can say, but I know for sure you can say, but for the grace of God, go live.
We just did 3 hours live, talking with attorneys, talking with some of our friends from New Media. Jim Acosta was on as well, Ellie Mastal, Angela Rye, Liz Winstead, a bunch of us got on, and so we did 3 hours, Lev Parnas and others. And what I will accumulate from all that I heard from those guys, including from what Lev Parnas was reporting, and big up to all the Lemonheads who were following us back and forth, because the Lemonheads were in the chat and they were bigging all of y'all up as well. I think they were picking back and forth listening. But it does appear that a lot of what we're seeing right now is a distraction by the regime to the fact that these 3 million files dropped today. The FBI, following the law, they're required to release the Epstein files.
Oh, there it
But
goes.
for Lev Parnas' reporting, they are scrubbing those files to ensure that not just Donald Trump is not reflected in those files, but that none of the predatory men, none of the co-conspirators, the alleged co-conspirators that were in
That's what it's
lecherous way doing
about.
business with Jeffrey Epstein or
The Epstein
receiving
files.
service in the grossest way from Jeffrey Epstein are named. But
So
they
he
are
don't
redacting
want
and ensuring that they protect the men,
Supreme
but
Court
they're putting out
justice,
allegedly 3 million new documents.
3 million documents dropped. So let that be the reason. We knew it was a deflection for something. Yeah, he don't want Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. What's that? Jim Jordan, Trump, Andy. He don't want them people. Yeah, prime ministers. What's that? Pro-Israel. Yeah, that's what this is about. It was staged because he knew it. He was up late last night, going off, deflecting, lying, stealing, cheating. Yeah. They confiscated that jet. Mar-a-Lago's getting locks and stuff put on the doors. And then they released millions of pages of the Epstein documents. Let that be the reason. And whether y'all know it or not, allegedly, John Bonet Ramsey, there are pictures of her face being taken off. You can catch a glimpse of her in a mirror. Sasha Riley, say their names. Yeah, release the documents. Release Don Lemon. Yeah, because he's being used as a deflection. Yeah. All of these staged, I think some of these unalivings may have been staged. They may have been crisis actors. Who knows with this administration? Release all the damn files and follow the court order. It's only supposed to have the redaction of the victims. How dare you redact the names of predators? How dare you? You have no regard to victims. You rather create a diversion than face the truth. You can't face the truth about shit. La 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 Donnie T. Yeah, that should be the name of the song. Release the Epstein files, all of them, and get that out the way and move forward.
And so part of, I think, what we're seeing here is a distraction. Lev Parnas also reporting that part of what they're doing in electing not just Don, but also Georgia Fort,
they working overtime,
journalists, is that they are trying to shift the image and the sort of visuals of what they're doing in Minneapolis and the occupation.
I thought this was a Democratic hoax. I mean, why are MAGA and the GOP working so hard? I thought he wanted to expose the Democrats. I mean, I thought that was the whole point, was to expose the Democrats. It was egregious. So why are you going so hard to protect the Democrats? You care more about the Democrats than you do the victims, right? Right, DT? Right? Even your homegirl that you moved to a cupcake prison said that there was 4 or 5 co-conspirators and that there were deals that your DOJ have made with the predators. So your DOJ is protecting Democrats? Is that what we're doing? Put all questions on super chats or super stickers. How many times I have to say that? And hit the like button.
A faux
or leave.
insurrection, and they're trying to paint it black. because the problem they've had from Stephen Miller to Kristi Noem to Donald Trump on down is that right now the face of resistance to what they are trying to do in terms of deporting, kidnapping, harassing,
Okay,
and
then
harming
leave.
Black and brown immigrants, the face has been white women. The face has been white women. And it has been white women and white men who have been going out there and using their
You don't have the
privilege
right to
confront
do what you
police.
want to do over
Black folks
here.
have largely
You
stayed
gonna
out there,
follow
have
my
stayed out of the
guidelines or
streets.
you gonna
We know how
leave.
people felt after the election.
Period.
And because Black folks have really refused to go out there, they didn't have a Black Lives Matter movement moment. And that's
Hey,
what they wanted.
Specs.
They wanted to see scores of Black people
Yeah,
in the
you
street.
gonna
They didn't see
leave.
them at No Kings.
You gonna
They didn't see
leave.
us at No Kings 2. And they didn't see us in
You
Minneapolis,
gonna
where,
leave.
you know, it's a very tiny Black community, and a lot of them are
Yeah,
immigrant
put your
Black
ass
folks
up
who are
out of
being targeted.
here.
So they didn't get what they wanted in
You
Minneapolis,
leaving.
despite it being where the George Floyd situation happened. So in their disappointment, they're lashing out, including at white people who are monitoring them. So the escalation begins with harassing, arresting, and brutalizing white people who are with their phones chronicling them. So we're watching you, we're following you, you get brutalized, and then they escalate that to killing them. Then their next escalation, first they killed the watcher, which is Renee Good. Then they murdered the chronicler, which was Alex Preddy with his phone. The next escalation is to arrest the journalists whose job is to chronicle it, and who were in that Minneapolis church, which is related to Doug Wilson's Christ Church. Doug Wilson is one of the leading members, leaders of the white Christian nationalist movement in this country. His spin-off church is Pete Hegseth's church, where Pete Hegseth at least has attended in D.C. We don't know if it's his actual church, but he has attended that church. So that church is related to Doug Wilson's churches. It was founded by the guy who wrote the book, The Sin of Empathy. He founded that church. And he no longer lives in Minneapolis, but when those protesters went into that church, they went into the hornet's nest of white Christian nationalism. And that is the reason that online, MAGA followers, MAGA white Christian nationalists have been going
the
crazy,
pastor of that church was an ICE agent.
Don Lemon's head.
Imagine that.
They have one really important member of their audience, and that's Harmeet Dillon.
So that was a possible.
She's now the head of the Civil Rights Division of the Injustice Department. So Pam Bondi
KKK hideout
on this arrest herself. Donald Trump hates Don Lemon, as we all know, and so that whole cabal, they wanted a high-profile and, very importantly, a Black arrest. Georgia Fort, also an African-American, excellent reporter who's been on the ground, taken out of her home in front of her while her kids were crying.
Yeah, millions.
Arrested as well, and 2 other Black
millions
people.
were released, and just about every predator was redacted.
In part to send a message.
Yeah, I thought it was a Democratic
don't follow us, don't
hoax.
Don't
so
us.
You are
and also
protecting Democrats now, Trump? What we doing? What we doing?
They can then call an insurrection so that they can do the Insurrection Act.
And really, it has.
Yeah, it's still to make us react.
To get big time criminal committing immigrants off the streets. I mean, we've watched 2 prior administrations.
He started this because he thought it was going to expose Bill Clinton. It exposed that you blew Bill, you blew Bubba, you put that whole pickle in your big ass mouth. It's the only time your ass was quiet.
When they ask for the voter rolls, Joy, when they say, oh yeah, we'll exit if you give us the voter data, doesn't that kind of make it clear what they're really interested in?
Oh, very much so. And they've not only demanded the voter rolls in the state of the state of Minnesota, they've also demanded the voter rolls of the state of Arizona. They've demanded the voter rolls of the state of Illinois.
The blue
states.
Here.
They want voter rolls in Georgia. They raided the Fulton County election office for a very specific reason. Number one,
I mean, he can't win fair and square because he's a loser.
In reverse.
Picklegate, absolutely.
In 2020, which is his personal obsession. But they also want control of every single swing state's voter rolls, because what they really truly fear, and I think it's very clear from all of this seemingly disparate events that are happening, that really are just one event. They know that they cannot afford to lose the midterms. They know that if they
know bad.
Control of the
they
United
know
States
we got
House
power. Thank you,
and the United States
Specs.
Senate after the November elections, they're cooked. Because all of the crimes
Our
will
list.
come to fore. If you have a real Congress, which again is Article 1 in the Constitution, the Congress is actually
believe it or not, the most powerful entity in our country's government. The most powerful entity
They are
is not
running
the president,
scared.
it's Congress. But right now, the Congress is neutered. They're inert. They've bent the knee. And because they've done that, we really don't have a Congress. Just like we don't have an FBI. We don't have a Justice Department. We don't have a government. We don't have a Supreme
Absolutely.
Court because John Roberts has essentially said, let Trump have what he wants. And so they know that the one way to stop them, to stop Project 2025, is Congress. If Congress defunded ICE would be done. If Congress stopped paying Christine Noem's salary and cut her money off, she'd be done. The Department of Homeland Security cannot be funded without Congress. Donald Trump cannot try to rebuild a giant $300 million ballroom without Congress allocating funds. They can bring this country to a halt and bring Project 2025 to a halt. They just don't want to because a lot of them are complicit or they're scared. So what I would say is what we need to do is keep our eye on the ball. This is about trying to terrify Americans, to terrorize Americans, to say, we can't do anything about this. We're Cuba now. We're Hungary now. We're China or North Korea now. We just have to give in. We just have to obey. Because if we obey and we're afraid and we don't vote and we don't speak out and we shut up and we stop reporting, they get to win without firing another shot.
Right, and that's what I was going to ask you because I've been asking every guest, and of course, as wouldn't be a surprise to you, Ms. Angela Rye had a comment that is going to be sticking with me for the rest of today because she said we're focusing on the midterms and that's good. We're focusing on Black History Month, but we don't need a midterms plan. We don't need a Black History Month plan. It's still January 30th. We need a January 30th plan. And that definitely includes what you're entreating our journalists out there to do, to not be intimidated. What else is part of our January 30th plan, Reese? What are we supposed to do today?
Well, I said months ago, I said we need a project next 5 days, next 6 months, next year. I don't think that this is tenable to be resolved by a midterm. Because even with the elections being in November, they don't actually take office until January. This is not sustainable. And so that is where I hate to pivot the conversation to Democrats because we should always hold the Republicans' feet to the flame. However, there is considerable
Hot tea and lemonade, baby.
power because we live in a federalist society that is concentrated with our state and local authorities. And so when we have states where we have a trifecta, Democratic majority, we have Democratic AGs, we have Democratic mayors, and Donald Trump is targeting these places because he thinks that I'm going to retaliate against these people. They didn't vote for me. I'm going to beat them into submission, but they have power. And so what I want to see is you have a Democratic Governors Association. You have a Democratic Mayors Association. I want to see all of these people in D.C. this week. There's the big mayors conference. So what I want to see, and I said this earlier in the show, is I want to see some of this power start to be exercised. And I think that Brandon Johnson and J.B. Pritzker, they did a really excellent job when the National Guard came and occupied it. They passed statutes or they enforced statutes where they said, well, you can't wear masks here, or you can't do this here, you can't do that here. So we need to be activating every lever of our power so that they cannot operate with impunity in the areas that we control. And I think that's a complete shift from Democrats who like normalcy and they probably, are making.
Y'all please hit the like button.
Out the political calculus here and how it's going to play in an attack ad when everybody wants to run for 30 people run for president in 2028, or okay, I know you run for president, so I'm gonna run for governor, and you gonna run for senate. All of that chessboard pieces, you got to throw that out of the window for now because this cannot wait. And so if we start to see some creativity, and even if you don't have to be creative, just do what you're supposed to do in your cities and states, then we can start to kind of break some of this. But until the Democrats get off of their asses and stop just having press conferences and having statements and stop letting, mind you, the Trump regime this week, they've been winning the narrative about, oh, well, we're going to cooperate. And I had a great conversation with Tim Walz and I had a great conversation with Mayor Frank. I don't know if they did or not because I didn't hear from them say you was a goddamn lie. We did not tell you we was cooperating with you. That's not the hell we did. I didn't hear them. push back on the narratives that this administration tried to do to normalize their occupation of Minneapolis. And so all we got in the toolbox in terms of institutional power is the power that Democrats have. We have people power, but we have to exercise every lever for anybody who's on the side of decency. And so somebody has to start making some damn risks, taking some risks. Forget about being on the ticket, forget about attack ads, and do what's right now.
And release all the files and arrest all Donald Trump.
We have cultural power.
Yes.
Homeboys in office
from an entertainment standpoint,
voting
who
for
belong to
rights,
marginalized groups
and they
or
violated
part of
minors,
the entertainment system
predators.
also have a cultural capital and a cultural power to determine what is cool, what is just, what is fair, and what you can speak out about. And that is one thing that they cannot account for. It will never be cool to be regressive. It will always be cool to move forward.
Hello, Wanda.
So if you are a comedian like DL, like myself, if you're an actor like Mark Ruffalo, like Hannah Einbinder, if you are a person who has the camera on you or who makes videos all the time, speak out about this, talk about this, point out the hypocrisies in this. Use that power. That is one thing
Trump's
that they
team.
never account for because they think they can shift the cultural capital. But guess what? People don't like gut feel that goddamn much. I promise they don't. That's why they can't book nobody. Please use your capital. If you are a person with any amount, a modicum of influence, the tiniest crumb of fame, you have.
Oh, what happened? Oh, wow. My bad. My bad.
Mountain Performance TV is the hardest working software in television. Get started today at mountain.com.
Injured in a car accident?
Lord.
Meet Eric and Howard.
I made a
Guys
mistake.
from
My
Cataracts
bad.
Pacific
Hit the like button.
411 pain. They understand your pain.
Yes. But it's chilling why we're here, and that while we're here,
Oh, there go my girl.
there are millions of people who are praying for Don and for his family. And I know that this is going to turn out okay, but this is still a hideous turn of events. Your thoughts?
I think Don is the canary in the coal mine, that the DOJ is trying to see if they can then go deeper, can they then arrest the white lady? So they're testing, as they always do, on black people first.
Right.
Because black people to the white MAGA cult are less than.
I hope Donald Trump gets time in prison too.
In their psyche for a long time, but there's something super
Yeah,
important
them
that I want to
34
tell
felonies,
all of my fellow
and for
white people that,
not releasing
that I've been
the
thinking
Epstein
about
files.
a lot, and we all need to come to terms with the fact that for black Americans, what you saw happen in Minneapolis when the two white people were killed, that over-policing has been the black experience the whole time. And when you keep some communities less safe, then you open up yourself to be as vulnerable as they are. And in October of 2024, a kid named Javier Sanchez Morales Jr., he worked for me for 6 years. He's a black kid.
No, those are cult followers.
Design firm. Best employee I ever had.
We don't support the
shot,
cult.
And he was murdered. Never had a parking ticket, never a criminal record. Somebody tried to rob him and shot him. And when the media covered this in Oklahoma City, he happened to be in a strip mall, and he was going into just the convenience store, but 2 doors down from where his car was, there was a liquor store. And and he was shot by 2 people in a gang, and his murder was labeled as gang violence at a liquor store. Well, Javi wasn't going in the liquor store. He was going in to get a bag of chips. And these 2 kids tried to rob him. And there's a different lens
Boris
that all of
is
this
drinking the
stuff is
Kool-Aid.
covered in. And
if he put that mess in there again, I'm gonna block him.
That when we allow for our black brothers and sisters, as Joy just said, that bring nothing but flavor and awesomeness.
I knew he was gonna take the
to
bait.
our country.
Bye, Boris.
People, I've been in those circles a lot. It's a cracker-ass, boring event. And the color and the culture that comes from this, and all of the art forms, we have to protect.
Girl, you better say that again.
It is in mind that the DOJ is trying to see if they can then go deeper. Can they then arrest the white lady? So they're testing, as they always do, on black people first, because
they on a live
white MAGA cult or less than. and have been in their mind and in their psyche for a long time. But there's something super
The
important
white
that I want
lady.
to tell all of my fellow white people that I've been thinking about a lot. And we all need to come to terms with the fact that for Black Americans, what you saw happen in Minneapolis when the two white people were killed, that over policing has been the Black experience the whole time. And when you keep might make you feel like less of a dick if you tried it from time to time. But I just think it all happened in Minneapolis when the two white people were killed. That over policing has been the Black experience the whole time.
Absolutely.
And when you keep some communities less safe, then you open up yourself to be as vulnerable as they are. And in October of 2024, a kid named Javier Sanchez Morales Jr., he worked for me for 6 years. He's a Black kid. Dad was half Cuban. He worked for my interior design firm. Best employee I ever had. He was shot and he was murdered. Never had a parking ticket, never a criminal record. Somebody tried to rob him and shot him. And when the media covered this in Oklahoma City, he happened to be in a strip mall and he was going into just the convenience store, but 2 doors down from where his car was, there was a liquor store. And and he was shot by 2 people in a gang, and it was, his murder was labeled as gang violence at a liquor store. Well, Javi wasn't going in the liquor store. He was going in to get a bag of chips. And these 2 kids tried to rob him. And there's a different lens that all of this stuff is covered in. And we have to realize that when we allow for our Black brothers and sisters, as Joy just said, that bring nothing but flavor and awesomeness to our community and to our country, because if it's all white people, and I've been in those circles a lot, it's a cracker-ass boring event. And the color and the culture that comes from this and all of the art forms, we have to protect everybody. It is in our it's in our best sense of humanity, but it's also for you country club Republicans, it's in your best economic sense, because I know you're all about, I'm a fiscal conservative.
Tell a girl.
Protecting everybody is best for the economy as well. And you know what? It probably might make you feel like less of a dick if you tried it from time to time. But I just think it's something that I know that the 4 of your voices have been saying for a long time. And I want to keep talking about this because white people need to have an awakening that this has been going on for a long time in Black communities. We have over-policed them and not invested in them, and we have dehumanized them. So it's no surprise at all that the
Because
Black
he's
gay
scary.
man,
He don't want them
the
files.
first one on the chopping block, the canary
Donald
in the
Trump
coal mine,
is some sorry
testing the
fruit.
waters to
And
see
he blew
how
Bill
much further they can go, because
and
Donald
he
Trump
blew
is a
Bill's
thin-skinned titty
pickle.
baby, and he can't handle somebody putting a mirror
He
up
said
to
that
his orange
pickle was a
ass.
big deal. And
Yeah, cool. On that
why
great
is he so
segue,
scared? And he said it
Jay,
ain't
I
nothing but
have to go. We're
Democrats.
going to be welcoming two
In
more
the
people, but I
Epstein
want
files.
to
Them Epstein
introduce
files,
you
3
two for
million
joining us
is
and
being released
for giving
today.
us the
That's
levity, giving us
why
some light
he
moments
pulled the
as
wrong,
well
they arrested
as
the wrong
sensitivity
Don.
of
They
the
were supposed to
moment.
arrest
And
Don
we're going to be
And thank
Trump.
y'all. It's been, I just want to say it's been a
Uh,
very crazy
and
day, but this
Donald
will
Trump
affect
is
you,
making America
non-black,
blow again
non-queer
because he
American.
was
It will
blowing on
affect the World
Bill's
Cup.
pickle.
People will not come to the World Cup. It will affect the Olympics. People will not come to the Olympics. It will affect every facet of your life.
Boycott
If
the
you think
Olympics,
this isn't rolling
boycott that
downhill for you, if
boring
you think it's going to
Melania,
affect you, go back a week ago
boycott all
and look
that
at what
mess
happened to
until
Alex
he
Curry
released
and look at
all
what
the
happened to Renee
Epstein
Good.
files
It
and the
will
right
come
Donald is
back to you.
arrested.
That's what I want to say.
He's
Free
a
Don. That's it.
PDFer.
Thank you.
Jay, thank you. Woo, ladies hour. I think we're waiting to hear from Anthony Scaramucci in a little bit, but in the meantime, Reese, you talk a lot, especially on your show and on Don's show. I don't know how many people know that Reese, who we see do political commentary, is a full-on economist.
Yes.
Like she has this whole other part of her brain. And the best way that I can describe it is we were someplace celebrating somebody's birthday, and math is myth to me. And so we were trying to figure out like what amount the tip was supposed to be or something, and she's like, girl, trust me, I'm a full on financial wizard. I can be trusted to make sure that we give the server the right amount of money. Reese, people are ignoring what's really happening in the United States. People are struggling.
Right.
And all of this that we're seeing is the shiny thing. We talked about it in the last hour. I'm wondering, as we're dealing with all of this, first, what state is our economy in? And what can people do who are out there really just robbing Peter to pay Paul, don't have enough food to be able to feed their families, dealing with stuff in education? What are our realistic expectations of them, as much as they might care that Georgia got arrested, Don got arrested, that constitutional rights are being infringed, but that's not what you can talk to easily to somebody who is hungry.
Right. No, I think that's an excellent point. And that's part of what this administration and Republicans generally bank on. They bank on people being disillusioned and disaffected and having the notion that politics doesn't work for me. It doesn't matter who's in office.
That's why he don't want them Epstein files to come out.
It goes to a point that I made.
Epstein said he sucked
last
Bill's
hour
dick.
About how everything that people are experiencing, not just the attacks on their citizenship, not
Woo!
just the
He's a Sasha Riley said he takes it up the beat. He's a D rider. Yeah, he's a D rider. He likes that pickle in his mouth and in his beak. Yes.
If they make it onto our
Epstein, his best friend, said he likes sucking Bill's pickle.
That is prepared.
Yeah, he don't want everybody to know he sucked that D. He sucked that D. He sucked that D. Now put a pickle in your mouth and eat it. He likes that pickle.
And a number of things.
He said put it in any hole you can find.
What people don't understand is the impact
you can have whatever you like. You can do whatever you want
on their
with that pickle.
And the impact
it's pickle
of
gate,
this Republican Congress's policy on their day-to-day life. And the impact of the long-term impact of our country.
And y'all up there drinking all his pickle
this
juice.
Administration has diverted billions of dollars. I believe I saw
now
that,
your mama is.
$60 billion.
That's how your bitch ass got here.
That money, they didn't just pull up their ass. They took that money
y'all. Yes, sir.
From research. They took that money from infrastructure. They took that money from education. They took that money from the federal workforce.
Yeah, he been stealing.
From the VA. They took that money from all of these areas that actually enhance our lives. And let me also
Junior
say
Trump, I like that. I like that, Junior. I like that, Junior Trump. Blue, the big, beautiful Bill Clinton. He blew Big Bill. Yes, sir.
Talk about housing. That's not charity. Those programs stimulate our economy. So those
right, John. Patriots are not draft dodgers.
Affordable rate because there's a consumer base.
Y'all better get off that pickle gate.
What this administration is banking on is that people don't connect the dots. When they hear Donald Trump say, "Yeah, we're gonna tear China," they think that China's paying the tariffs. Or when people say, "Well, we're going to bring back,"
because they slow.
We don't want to knitting socks and T-shirts. We want to sell high value goods. We enjoy our cheap goods too. And
to your point, people perish for the lack of knowledge, and they take advantage of the ignorance. The ignorance is completely our downfall. I want to bring on, if anybody has to pivot, let me know. But I want to bring on Anthony Scaramucci and Wajahat Ali. Who certainly are not strangers to Don or to the show. And for anyone who's just now joining, welcome to the Don Lemon Show. Monique Presley and his guest host while we await the release of Don Lemon from a federal detention facility in Los Angeles, where he has been arrested for doing his job as a journalist. We thank you for being here. Please like, please subscribe. We will go to you first, Anthony. What are your thoughts?
Well, look, I'm sad for the country on a number of different levels, but this is a tribute to Don Lemon and the success of the show and everybody here that's been a guest on Don Lemon, because I know Trump's personality. Don is being targeted because Don is effective. Okay, Don is being targeted because when you're making a disastrous situation like Minneapolis blow back into your face, you've got to get a scapegoat involved, and you've got to create intimidation for people like everybody that's on this call. And so, again, not to bore people with the details of this, but that FACE Act indictment, the threshold to get a conviction on a FACE Act indictment is a near impossibility for the Department of Justice. And so, I mean, they'll try to get him to plea out, of course, and I suspect Don won't. But I'll just say to you that this is a chilling move by Trump and Pam Bondi more than is anything else. So I don't want people listening in who are Don Lemon fans to be overly concerned by him. But if anything, when I see the SOB Don Lemon, I'm going to say congratulations, Don Lemon, because you are making a difference, so much so that you've now hit the Trump authoritarian radar screen, where he needs to intimidate you like he's done to James Comey and others. So those are my thoughts, but I don't see a prosecution. Remember, if there is a actual prosecution and a trial,
Hey, Lady Love.
and the judges rule against the Department of Justice, they've opened a whole can of worms on FACE. And if they rule against them, and let's say they convict Don Lemon, now you have a whole other can of worms that has to be opened related to the First Amendment. So this is another reason why this thing's really probably not going to go forward. This is to scare the daylights out of people.
It ain't scaring nobody. It's just letting us know that you got them Epstein files to deal with, and you scared as hell. Cause Sasha Riley said he put that them forks and knives
of calling it out for
and
what
steaks.
it is and standing against
you was
sort of
shitting that out.
And, I feel very sad.
You shitted out the forks, knives, and that
know
steak.
Better, but have no balls whatsoever, and are allowing
no balls. He eat them though. He sucked the shit out of.
Like that. And that's my thoughts. And I'm sorry if I was long-winded, but I do love Don Lemon, and I wanted to come on and offer my support.
Shout out to
him.
Don Lemon.
If there's a GoFundMe page or something like that, of course, I'll put some dough in that to help him with his defense.
No, there's not, but people can like, people can subscribe, people can buy merch, and there is another.
He said there's not a GoFundMe, so he ain't asking for no money. He ain't trying to steal from the people like DT Picklegate. Yeah, because you know he had one, his daughter, and everybody else.
Right now, it's not less, it's more. Is the more that we need.
I have to apologize. I have another meeting, so I thank you for letting me go first. I'll let Ali talk, but I just want to say I'm good for some dough if there's a GoFundMe page. All right.
Thank you. We appreciate.
All right. Good luck.
Yeah,
good
Trump
luck,
is.
everybody.
He is.
And, if you're successful against
happy.
Donald Trump, this is what he
happily
does.
gay.
So that's it. You know. Sort of. It's almost
shout
like
out to the LGBTQ community. I mean, shout out to them.
What say you?
I don't know why he don't like why Don don't like Don Lemon. Hell,
but also the slave patrol. And
they in the same community. It's just one ain't in the closet and the other one is. I mean, are we gonna act like Epstein didn't say and his brother and Bannon know too that he blew Bill's pickle. He ate the shit out of it.
An example out of someone.
He swallowed. He relaxed his muscles and shit, and he took that pickle all the way down. And then here comes Sasha Riley. He came out of nowhere saying, hell, he liked forks and steaks and shit too. Hell, you need a fork and a knife to cut that pickle down sometimes to be, woo, that's an extra long cucumber. Yeah, he gave him some steaks. Yeah. He gave it to him so he could shit that knife and steak up out of that big hip ass. Yeah, let's go. You don't want to play with me about that. Y'all want to talk about a lemon. What about that steak? Huh? Yeah.
Who's uppity or out of line, they want to present the base, the scalps of black and brown bodies. This has happened time and time again for centuries.
You don't
And
want
we
to play
kept
with me
saying,
like
and we
that.
have said, fascists come for everyone. If they come for pro-Palestinian activists, they'll come for you. If they come for Kilmar Abrego Garcia, they'll come for you. Now they're killing Renee Nicole Good, a white woman. After they killed Renee Nicole Good, they killed Alex Preddy. And we said they'll come for you. It doesn't matter about your privilege, your zip code, the complexion for your protection, whether you have a Tesla, you drink rosé. No disrespect to anyone who drinks rosé. You golf with Chet, for the people of color who voted for Donald Trump for their tax cuts. They will come for you. For all the white centrists, for those people who said, I'm a moderate, for those people who said, don't say abolish ICE, that's crazy. For the people who said, don't say genocide, now, brown cow, simmer down. We said fascists come for everyone. They killed a white woman in broad daylight. While her body was still warm, Kristi Noem came out and called Renee Good a terrorist. Instead of investigating the murderer, they investigated her widow and tried to investigate her widow. Less than 2 weeks later, they killed a veteran, a nurse for veterans, Alex Preddy, with 0 criminal record. And now, because they're on the back foot, because he's negative double digits on immigration, because his stupid trade war has failed, because the price of eggs are up, because measles is skyrocketing, because he has nothing to offer his base, what does he give them, folks? I just want you to make the connections. He gives them 4 black journalists. He goes, you can't eat, you can't have eggs, you can't afford milk, eat some racism. Here's 4 black bodies, 4 independent journalists. Here, there, and I'm sorry, these are the words that slave catchers and the KKK used to use. Here are their scalps. Before that, Ilhan Omar. Before that, the Haitians, the Somalis, the Latinos, right? And so they wanted to make an example out of Dawn and these 3 other black independent journalists and give chum to the base, right? To satiate them, right? Until the next distraction. And so this is part and parcel of what has happened in America. It is an attack on our First Amendment. It is an attack on the press. It is an attack on black and brown bodies. And it's also a sign of weakness. And this is where I want you to all realize is he is weak.
Very
Polls
weak.
that have come out, folks. I know there's a lot of news. The Pew polls have come out. He has a 36% approval rating, Monique. That is the lowest of any president in like modern history.
Very
He's
weak.
negative double digits on immigration. That used to be his strong suit. He's negative double digits on inflation, on trade wars, on the economy, on foreign policy. The Epstein files came out today. He's negative 40. And even after redaction, I don't know if you all have seen the news, some disgusting, Jen just made the face. I don't even want to say it. The accusation of a 13-year-old, right? So distraction, and he has his Luca Brasi, Pam Bondi, yesterday. Who'd they go after? Fulton County. A black woman, Fani Willis, was about to go after him, right? What did they do? Letitia James. What did they do? Comey, right? So it's intimidation. What Anthony said was correct, that a judge has already thrown this out, appellate court has thrown it, it's all bullshit. The intimidation, the threat. And the last thing I'll say is, fascist regime doesn't care about the rule of law. So even though it's all bullshit, Don Lemon, our journalistic brother, is in jail right now, right? Those 3 other journalists are in jail right now. That's what fascists do. And so we need to create the underground railroad for independent journalists. We got to stick together, folks. So Joy had me on her show, and I think this is very important. What you're doing, Monique, and what Don's producer are doing, and Jen's here, and everyone's here coming together. You know, we got to stick together. If they can go after Don, they can go after Joy. They can go after. They hate Jen because, folks. I want to say this for white folks.
do.
I want to say this for white folks, and I said this to Jen when she was on my show, and vice versa. Is in the South. You don't got to go to Nazi Germany. Just look at America, all right? But we refuse to look at American history. Who did the Jim Crow South hate more than black folks? White folks who were allies, and they called them race traitors, and they killed them. Look how they talk about Renee Nicole Good. Look how they talk about Alex Preddy. So your complexion won't protect you. Your zip code won't protect you. We got to stick together. They did this against pro-Palestinian activists. Joy and I tried our best to warn. They did this against Latinos. We did our best to warn. Now they're doing it against white folks. Fascists come for everyone. And I appreciate the fact that all of us are here. And I just want to come on to say that we all have to stick together. And, if they came after Don, Joy, what's going to stop? They hate you, Joy. So actually, Jen and Joy right now. Maybe I'm like 4, but maybe it's a tie between you and Jen and Joy. So we gotta like have a bubble around Joy and Jen right now.
Oh no, we are protecting at all costs right now. Joy, you're like our resident historian right now, and I want to raise a point of distinction that because I've been seeing a lot of people talking about good trouble and talking about civil disobedience, and obviously we know that people in the past have been arrested on purpose as part of bringing attention to a cause, whether it's any of our heroes like John Lewis or Sheila Jackson Lee or members of Congress who are still sitting in Congress right now, or our parents and grandparents and ancestors who participated in sit-ins and middle of the road. But the reason why I'm coming to you about that is because I've been very...
Is such a good guy.
Everyone has been talking about all of these perfumes.
I had to change up, baby.
So today we're going to be trying out these Ocha perfumes, which are supposed to be very simple.
We should be equally supportive of all 4 of these people. And you can support me if you'd like to at the Joy Reid Show. It's just thejoyreidshow.com. We keep it real simple. Or Joyanne Reid on Substacks. That's where we simulcast the show. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Joy. We will see you again soon, and we are here to support you in any way that we can. Guys, we are nearing the 4-hour mark, and we are going to be bringing on a fave of mine. But before we do, I want to say if you're watching and you're new to the channel, welcome. Please like the video. Please subscribe to the channel. Please become part of the Lemon Nation. Independent media could never use the support any more than we could this very day. And now joining us, and also part of my relief effort apparently, is lawyer extraordinaire, journal extraordinaire, Katie Fang.
Oh, I don't know about all those honorifics, but heck, to be able to be with all of you fine folks, I would do anything, but obviously to support our good friend Don Lemon. It has been a day.
Everybody loves Don Lemon.
A week and a half, 2 weeks ago, when that bullshit started circulating about wanting to have him arrested, and the rule of law stood and withstood the assail by this administration and Pamela Joe at the DOJ. But, you know, look, we don't know what the hell they said to that grand jury, do we? We have no idea. And if Lindsay Halligan's presentment to grand juries is any indication, that one was smack full of lies and misrepresentations about the law. So we'll have to see what happened here. There is some scuttlebutt, and I'm sure y'all have talked about it, that federal prosecutors, not only in LA, but also in Minnesota, refused to present this to a grand jury. So we've seen some serious hightailing out of those offices by people that have the moral and ethical and professional compasses to know that this is wrong. But I'm thrilled to be here and thankful to all of you.
Donald Trump don't do nothing that's right.
Don. Thanks for that.
Well, we're going to be swapping roles in just a second, Katie, but I'm going to ask you a few questions as a guest on the panel first.
There you go.
And pick your brain for a little bit. You're right. We have been hearing that people refuse to bring the charges. We have been hearing that this was a grand jury indictment. We're going to have more information, obviously, within maybe the next 30 minutes or so, because the Minnesota hearing is starting, I think, at 1:30 Central. So at least we will officially have public knowledge of what the charges are before it happens 2.5 hours, 3 hours later. Well, it'll be 2 hours later for Dawn. But from what we know already, Katie, and from, frankly, what your own journey has been from leaving mainstream,
go on, stomp the,
and joining a great
stomp
network
the, what you say, stomp the Trump.
You could just kind of weigh in for us on the importance of the work that you all are doing in this hour.
I think it goes without saying, the opportunity to be able to speak plainly about the exigency of this moment is the luxury that really shouldn't be a luxury, but that's what it is in independent media. But I'll also speak from just the experience of having returned from Minneapolis, St. Paul myself just 24 hours ago. I was privileged to be there. And when I was there, you know, when you're out in the field, which is something that Don really does so well, Don does what we call in journalism man on the street interviews. Women too. Like, he meets with the people where they are. He doesn't put them in canned, you know, segments, panels, or whatever, which we've all participated in and done ourselves. And as we know, it's different, right? The structure is different. But when you meet people on the street and they're willing to speak with you, you know, there's something about them giving some transparency about the way they feel and they think. And that is something that Don is so gifted in doing. He has that ability to draw that out of people. But when you're on the field and you're a place like Minneapolis, St. Paul, where the federal government is using tear gas and other chemical irritants and non-lethals on the journalists that are out on the street indiscriminately. I was armed with a gas mask when I was just there. And when that's happening, the situation's so fluid, right? So you kind of have to be able to pivot and move quickly. And in a situation like this, where there's something happening in the moment and you go in and you're covering it, you're not doing it to commit a crime. You don't have the mens rea. You don't have the specific criminal intent to be committing a crime. You're just covering it as a journalist. And I think now when you criminalize that conduct, then it obviously means that you're not going to really see mainstream step up and really defend, right? Because standards and legals and everybody and corporate oligarchs are going to sit there and stomp that shit into the ground. So it's really going to be upon us to make sure that we step up and we speak up and we say, look, we'll do the job for you.
They went,
Because the First Amendment
protesters went into the Capitol. They broke into the
First Amendment's
Capitol.
not just for you guys, it's for
So if
all
they can break
people
into
in
the
this
Capitol, they can to protest. They can go inside the church and protest.
Dissidents, opponents in the street, and now they're coming to
Oh, he knew it was going to
silence the
happen.
press, and that is truly hallmarks of an autocratic regime.
And all
We
this
see that
is
shit in El
constantly
Salvador,
showing
Venezuela,
how weak
Cuba,
Donald
China,
Trump
North Korea,
is. Bottom
and now we're
line,
seeing it
that
in the
he's
United
scared of
States,
them
and that's why
Epstein
all of us are
files.
here. That's
Release
why
all of
we've
them,
been holding down the fort, right,
unredacted.
for our friend Don, and that's
They
why we have
did
an
break
obligation
in.
to speak up
Stop
on
lying.
his behalf,
So the
George
minute you
Floyd's
start
behalf,
lying,
and on behalf
you
of
gotta
all the
go.
other people of color
The hell you
that have
mean?
now
They
been
did bust
subjected to this
in. And
bullshit
yeah,
from
okay,
this DOJ.
bye.
Well, I am going to be signing
Bye.
off for a little while. I will be back later. I'm no stranger to the Lemon Nation. I am a lemon head. I'm like one of the OG.
Don't lie about it.
And guests on the show, people can find me at Monique Presley channel or at Monique Presley everywhere. Normally, I'm on live or somewhere thereabout on YouTube with the Monique Presley show. Not today. The show's merged today for the sake of my friend. But I am leaving you all in the capable hands of
The truth. No lies. Don't come in here lying. Do not come in here saying they did not break into the Capitol January 6th, because they did. You can have an opinion. You cannot spam the chat, but you cannot lie. We tell the truth over here. And if you want to lie to get a point across, a fake narrative across, you can go somewhere else.
Jen, I know that we don't have a lot of time with you, but
Okay, I'm gonna stay in my bubble and you leave. Bye bye.
Part ways. A, it's good to see you, my friend.
You too.
Very much so. B, you know, Jen, listen, you know what it's like to be in the crosshairs of right-wing media, including the White House, right? Like, you know what it's like to have to be on the receiving end of the criticism, the lies, and the inflammatory rhetoric.
We're not gonna lie.
About, you know, whether
You have a truthful
liability for us
opinion.
to be so outspoken and to basically not be hesitant to use our middle finger to tell
If
us
you got a lie to kick it,
It's definitely a
then
liability,
go somewhere
but
else and
fuck
kick it.
We have no choice.
But
We
hit the
have to
like
speak
button.
up. And they are trying to scare us by arresting Don.
Yeah.
And Don has put a mirror up and shown the world what they are. And he's
Absolutely.
fearless about that. And he went to
He hates the
cover
truth.
Minneapolis because he understood the urgency of what ICE was doing there. And he understood the historical significance of what
And
ICE was
DT
doing
knew
there.
that
He
them
went to
Epstein
cover it
files,
because nobody
millions
watches
of them was going to be
public news
released
anymore.
today. He
They all
was
turn
sick.
to us
He
and they
shit
want
it
to know that they
all
can
night.
trust us and they believe in us. And Don is a canary in the coal mine. And we have to, in light of Don getting arrested, the best way to honor Don is to quadruple down and to look right into the camera and say, come get all of us. If that's what you want to do. Come arrest all of us. If you're going to arrest Don,
And we still
arrest
gonna
all
tell
of
the
us.
truth.
It's nothing different than the rest of us do.
You a piece of
And
shit.
just a side note to all of the fiscal conservative white Republicans, multi-billion-dollar industry is the media. So this is just stupid. The one thing you care about more than human beings is money. And this administration will tear down every single bit of it, including your bank account.
Well, yeah, I mean, and Jen, you know, it's crazy because it's not like in any other administration, frankly, Republican or Democratic, but it's not like they were running around arresting the journalists for having an opposing point of view,
No.
let alone trumping up, pun intended, charges to be able to get there, right? I
Sasha
mean,
Riley, John Benet
multiple
Ramsey.
layers of judges that have said, hell
Don't
no,
forget
there's no
Sasha
probable cause
Riley
here, there's no evidence to substantiate this.
and John
But
Benet
now we're like,
Ramsey.
well, look, we finally, you know, snookered some poor people that were just doing their civic duty, serving as grand jurors, which they can't get out of, right? And they were just doing their duty. And then, like I said, Lord knows what the presentation was of evidence to them.
Of course they cook the evidence. Of course this DOJ will cook evidence against Don Lemon and not think twice about it. But I just want to say this. If you're thin-skinned and you have a fragile ego, I think you're not a good candidate to be president of the United States. And because this man is so fragile and he's such an emotional titty baby,
Scary as hell.
he has had a bee in his bonnet about the press forever. Ever since that guy,
Don't.
Drayton Carden said he had a little penis, he couldn't
They gonna
handle it
find
because
out
he
I
knew
had
that
a
everybody
steak
would
up
think
my
little penis,
ass.
little penis, which Stormy Daniels confirmed. In fact, it is a little penis.
Mushroom.
So this is all
Mushroom
crazy,
type
but
of
it's like,
shit.
this is the type of person we're dealing with.
Type
We
of
could have
shit.
some huge intellectual conversation
Bending
about
over for a
he
kid.
has a problem with
Shit,
somebody
type of
putting
shit.
up a mirror to him and exposing that he is not a good leader. He is giving Nazi.
Bending
We
over
all know
backwards
that everybody that worked around him
for-
and Trump
for
1.0
a
said this guy's a
steak.
fascist, he's a dipshit, he's not smart. Everybody in his cabinet before came out and said this. Who reports that? The media reports that. So every time he turns on the TV, he has to hear something bad about himself. They called Barack Obama every single name you could imagine. He never acted like a baby, not one time.
Not one time.
And
He
this
stood up
man
like
is
a
arresting
man.
Don Lemon right now, basically.
Oh, well, there's the
opening up
difference. That's
First
why he
Amendment
hate Barack
because
Obama. Because Barack Obama
he's a titty
is a
baby.
man.
It's just unbelievable that we're even having to have this conversation right now. We should be talking about gun reform, all sorts of things, healthcare, but we can't talk about it.
Trying to
because
steal
these people-
elections,
Yeah.
going to Fulton County yesterday and taking all that stuff. Absolutely, no, I agree. But I'm glad that you and others have taken the time to be here today to help hold down the fort for Don. And of course, it's no coincidence they arrested him in the middle of the night, right? So that he wouldn't get his first appearance for a long ass time, trying to make things up. It's fucking ridiculous. Jennifer Welch, I know that we have to let you go. I'm sorry it was so brief. We need to hang out again, girl.
For sure. I love you ladies. This is a great time, and we have to quadruple down and be even more fierce and even more relentless and even more judgmental and just righteous anger all day, every day towards these racist Nazi thugs.
100%. Jennifer Welch, thanks for being here. Tell Angie I say hi.
I will. All right, bye, ladies.
Awesome.
Bye.
Casey,
Can I
yeah, I was going to say, what are your thoughts?
I don't know if we've talked about this so far, and we've been on here for a long time. Don in Georgia, at least, I don't know when the other two gentlemen were arrested, but Don and Georgia were arrested in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
And they have not had a hearing yet. And so they have been detained. I just want to point this out. They have been detained by the federal government for a longer period than Donald Trump was detained when he was arraigned on his felony charges of fraud.
Mm-hmm.
His criminal felony charges, which he was eventually convicted of. He was convicted 34 times in Manhattan for his conduct leading up to the 2016 election. And it was 2016? Has it been that long? Okay.
Yeah.
2016. Yeah, that was the first time. Okay.
Well, he won in 2016, unfortunately.
He won in 2016. Okay, so that was the conduct.
He won 2020 by doing all that shit in Fulton County. So
there we go. So he was arraigned and eventually convicted, which he has served no time for. 34 felony counts. He was arraigned in Atlanta, Fulton County, for what he did to try to steal the election in Georgia. He was arraigned for classified documents, and he was also arraigned for inciting an insurrection. And Donald Trump has spent less time in jail in a holding cell. And all of those 80-something counts that he was charged with when he was not president, by the way, then what Don Lemon and Georgia Fort and Jamil Lundy and I don't have the other person's name on the tip of my tongue, but for all
I think it's Trahern Cruz.
Thank you, Trahern Cruz. They have all spent more time in jail, locked up.
Free
I
them.
would say as political prisoners by this administration than
Free the
Donald
truth.
Trump did for all of the crimes that he was either convicted of or charged with. That is how ass backwards this country is. And that is why there is so little faith in what we falsely call the criminal justice system. And this kind of stuff has been happening since forever. It's not new. And they told us they were going to do all of this stuff. That's why I said citizenship is on the ballot. I said this in 2024, 2023, and every other year when we saw how they were going to come in here and be autocrats. And so the severity of incarcerating these individuals on trumped up charges cannot be understated. There is a human toll to being locked up. There is a human toll to Georgia Ford's children
Hit the like button,
who
please.
are crying because their mother in the middle of the night was going to be arrested. And I saw some of the images. She's outside with mass agents wearing DEA. Where did the DEA part come in with the kind of charges that she's being charged with? So this is terrorism. And as I pointed out when I first started, this is dehumanizing. They want to break the spirit and they want to break the perception of our humanity. They want people to be desensitized to this. They want to normalize what they are doing.
Thank you, Specs.
And it's just so egregiously unfair. And I hope that when people put that part in perspective, they put in perspective all of the criminals that Donald Trump has pardoned and all of the restitution they no longer have to pay. Then I hope that when you think about all the mercy, undeserved
please
mercy
help
that
me
Donald
reach
Trump
my goal.
has shown January 6th insurrectionists who did far worse. I hope that people really let it sink in
did far worse.
How much of a travesty this is and how much of an assault this is on the citizenship, not just of these individuals, but also on the citizenship of us all. Because if the citizenship can be attacked in this way for these folks, then it is not worth wiping your ass with what we have.
That's right. That's right. I'm going to bring in now Reese, and that was powerful, and I'm glad because it's actually a fitting for the next guest we're getting. I'm going to invite in right now Dr. Frida. Dr. Frida, a triple board certified nephrologist. Girl, I have to read this because it's so impressive, so hold a second. Triple board certified nephrologist, medical expert in internal medicine, pediatrics, and obesity medicine, and frankly, dear friend of the show. Dr. Frida, can you believe that you're sitting there hanging out with me? It's an honor to spend time with you, Reese, and others. But shit, shouldn't be me. It should be our friend Don Lemon.
Oh my goodness, I'm so activated. So I saw patients this morning, and when my office manager was going through the schedule, she casually said, "Hey, did you see what happened with Don Lemon?" I'm like, "No." And that's when I found out. So I've been activated all day. I put on my Lemon Live shirt, so all my patients have seen it. But I just really want to say, no, I can't believe that I'm here. But this just brings me to the reality that it's time out for being neutral. It's time out for being quiet. So I'm a physician. So by nature, I should have somewhat of an apolitical career, right? But the times I've been on talking with Don, we've talked about, Trump and the bruising and the bulge in his pants that's likely from a catheter. We've talked about, RFK Jr., the CDC, turning our health upside down, making America sicker again. We talked about Renee Good, finding out that she was still alive, still had a heartbeat 8 minutes after being shot. So as we talk about
be prepared this flu season. Have oscillococcinum ready at the first sign of flu-like symptoms.
My colleagues and other people who are in what should be apolitical careers say things like, well, I don't really get into politics. And I'm just here to say it's time out for that. It's time out for that. If you are walking, if you are living, if you are breathing, and if you believe in democracy, open your mouth. My platform is for, medicine. And I'm very excited. Here on YouTube, I have almost 1 million followers. It's for medicine. But guess what? I'm still a citizen. I'm a Black woman. I am a human, and all of our rights are being violated. And so I just want to say to people, the time for sitting back and being cute and not putting your voice forward, it's over. If you're neutral, you're not helping. And so they need to free Don and believe in freedom of speech, freedom of the press, because anyone who thinks they're safe and if you think they're not coming for you, they are. And so I'm just activated. And so I just wanted to come up here.
No. We're grateful. And let me tell you something. I love the fact that you brought up the issue, which is you are an expert in a different space, right? Your professional space, putting aside your personal journeys, but your professional space is different than mine, than Reese's, than Dawn's, and others. But the humanity is the common thread. That's the common denominator that should exist no matter who you are, what our backgrounds are, and what we do for a living or for a job. And the fact that you feel so compelled to say, look, we can't stand by idly in silence and watch this happen, not because it's happened to a friend and colleague and somebody we respect, because it could be you tomorrow.
Absolutely.
You know what? Dr. Frieda, I don't like what you said about the president.
Yeah,
I think
it does not
you're a
exempt
domestic
us.
terrorist because you're spreading lies about the president. So I'm going to come and arrest you to silence you from not spreading lies about the president. And then we are activated to stand up and defend you, right? But it sounds so absurd, and yet we're sitting here on January 30th, 2026, having a conversation about a journalist being arrested for live streaming an event that had importance. And even if it hadn't been important, he was still entitled to do it. So talk about, Dr. Frieda, why it's not risking it all to speak up. It's giving what you have to give to make sure that we have the privilege and the right to be able to speak up at the end of the day.
Absolutely. So, for me specifically in my field, things that, affect me just most immediately. The health insurance coverage changing. And I know originally the administration was not going to have the subsidies. Then they changed. Well, already I had patients coming and saying, I'm not going to be able to see you, or I'm not going to be able to afford my insurance anymore. I'm just going to, get off of insurance so I don't have to pay long term. I have patients who are making decisions between buying eggs and buying food for their families. And it all boils down to where you stand and who cares about your freedoms, and then of course, as you mentioned with personal journey, being a Black woman, regardless of my job, I've been political my whole life. I have parents who were raised in the Jim Crow South, but beyond that, it just impacts everyday life. And I've had patients, even with women having the right to take care of their own lives, make their own decisions as far as reproduction being taken away. I've known, and maybe a lot of people didn't know before, that, it's not just about birth control. Abortion is not just a birth control, it's actually medical care. And it's amazing now that I see people who have been Trump supporters in the past and they have their stories saying, oh, I wasn't allowed this care and I had a miscarriage and it was horrible. People are sitting around waiting until it happens to them. And so it's just important for everyone to speak up now. Don't be afraid. And there might be consequences, but there will be greater consequences if we all sit here and just look at ourselves while we see what's happening right before our eyes.
Dr. Frieda, before I go back to Reese for something, we haven't had an unsealed indictment yet, but one of the potential charges that Dawn could be looking at is a violation of the FACE Act. And I wanted to talk to you about abortion and reproductive freedom. The FACE Act was always used traditionally in this idea of being able to give access to reproductive freedom facilities, the ability to go and get an abortion, the ability to go and do it and not be
what?
Killed, murdered, bombed, shot, threatened.
Or our kids tampered with.
But there's a subsection
because he has a mushroom, a little mushroom, and got to force himself on minors, animals, and whatever.
Threatened or anybody. It was live streamed, folks. It was happening in real time. But your thoughts quickly about the idea that they're going to conflate a statute that was really meant to protect us and people that believed in reproductive freedom, and they're bastardizing and they're abusing the statute, and they're using to go after our journalists and other people of color, especially, who are speaking up and speaking out.
Mm-hmm. I think it goes to show that the people
and telling the truth
have no idea of history, and so they don't understand how hypocritical they are when the very law that they're using falsely against Don was a law that was meant to protect the very protections they have removed as far as women and reproductive rights. I think it's just one of those things that keeps showing that while this administration is so anti-DEI, the way that they try to recognize it, They are the ones who are there and they're unqualified and they don't understand the freedoms. And again, I know it's not the show for that. When it comes to women's reproductive freedoms, it's just so frustrating that we've gone all the way backwards. And then again, they're using the very law that was meant to protect the freedoms of women to make sure that they go back and they demonize this black man who was simply using his freedom of speech. They don't care.
Reese, I'm going to beg your forgiveness for just 1 second because we have Congressman Eric Swalwell, who we're going to bring in now to this conversation, and we don't have a lot of time. Congressman Swalwell from California. Listen, Eric, can I call you Eric?
Yeah.
Eric, look, what the hell?
What the hell?
This is...
What the hell? What the hell?
What is this shit? I mean, honestly.
This is what
say it like you mean it.
Looks like you're going after journalists. You're going after
the truth,
exercising their constitutional rights. You're going after
the truth,
and it's not going to stop. And so we just have to get louder, and we have to be in more public squares. And people are waking up to this. And Donald Trump's strength, which was to protect us and to use immigration force as a way to do it, that's what he ran on, is now his greatest.
Everything he ran on was a lie. And his followers are still believing it and still drinking the damn Kool-Aid. That's what's more frightening.
Congressman Swalwell, this idea, because you're also a prosecutor, former prosecutor, you're a lawyer, you understand the law. The idea that Don and Georgia Fort and these others that were there that got arrested, that they were doing something to interfere with the religious freedom that was happening in this church, when all Don and Georgia specifically were doing was live streaming and or covering this just as journalists.
That's what journalists do, right? And this is not, a statement about what anyone else did in the church. Don's job as a journalist is to follow the story, and he did that. And to punish him for that, again, is an effort to make sure that journalists don't show up, that they don't cover their government, they don't go.
He tried this with Kennel. It didn't work.
Elections are so important because right now there's no Congress to check the president. So
right.
We have what? The judiciary? Well, the Supreme Court is owned by Donald Trump. We can win in the lower courts, maybe slow it down a little bit, but the judiciary is largely gone. So what else do we have after that? Certainly not the executive branch. We have the town square. And so as long as people can go to the town square and the public sentiment can bring pressure on our leaders,
RC.
then we can get out of this.
Y'all please like, share, and subscribe.
If you aren't even allowing journalists to cover the town square, then people will just give up and they'll be demoralized. That's why it's so important that Don and other journalists are able to cover people peacefully protesting their government. I wrote and have sought to pass in Congress a Violence Against Journalists Act. I did it after Donald Trump back in 2017.
He don't want us to see them Epstein files that was released today.
You saw that at his rallies. I never imagined that the violence against journalists would be committed by the journalists' own government. And that's where we are.
He don't want us to see what they're proving in Congress.
By his own
he's dodging. He damn sure dodging them Epstein files.
The immigration enforcement campaign to intimidate people to not stand in line on election day to go and vote in the November midterms. This now attack on free speech and the Fourth Estate, silencing the media that speaks out, executing dissidents and opposition in the street like Alex Preddy and Renee Nicole Good, going to our cities like LA, Portland, DC, Chicago, going to states like Maine, going to Nashville, going all over our country. It all has to do with trying to control what happens with our vote and with our election, right?
That's exactly right. And that's why, let's take this kind of one step at a time, because I'm being asked by everyone, what can I do? What can you do as a citizen, and what should you expect of your elected officials? Well, I'm in Washington right now. We're waiting on a vote, on the ICE budget, and no elected official should give these guys a penny.
Absolutely.
We should not give them a penny. No one
defund DHS.
They're dragging women by their hair through our streets. They've deported a 6-year-old child battling stage 4 cancer. They shot a mom named Good and a nurse named Preddy multiple times in the head. And so they shouldn't get a penny. And so you should tell your leaders, don't vote for that. Don't sanction that. Don't co-sign it. Don't give it any space. we should also make sure that we continue to support organizations that are in the courts, like Democracy
Alaska, did you come in speaking?
the ACLU and so many are doing, because yes, the Supreme Court.
Okay, go out and come back in
Put
respectfully.
sand in the gears of their cruelty and corruption by supporting those who are going to the courts. Governors are not helpless.
Paul, did you come in greeting? Did you come in respectful? Did you speak to the host?
You're not going to be able to lateral over in another.
Hit the like button. Y'all didn't hit the like button. Y'all just came in with.
If you wear masks in our state, that we can take away.
You can't use those words over here. That's bullying me. Bye, Alaska.
To the greatest extent of the law, anyone who is
hello,
in
Salty.
your state, you have to be on offense every single
Alaska,
day.
Yukon, don't come over here harassing and bullying me.
Elections. We'll cut our time in hell in half at the midterm elections. We'll bring accountability and witnesses and use the subpoena power. But if we don't do those intervening steps, if we don't see our leaders do it, if we don't see governors do it, if we don't see attorneys general do it, and they're only going to do it if they feel the public sentiment that you all are already doing. You shouldn't have to do this. And your
that was
viewers
harassment
have done more
and
than
bullying.
any citizen should ever be asked
Let me
to do.
mark that.
But it matters. It's working. We're seeing votes in the Senate that we wouldn't have seen in the past. And we just have to make sure that, again, from now, as we march all the way to the ballot box, we do everything we can to protect the most vulnerable in our community. And now that includes journalists.
I know that we don't have a lot of time left with you, Congressman Smallwell. I just wanted to actually end on a little bit of a higher note. I'm also looking at
you
this
can speak
as a sign
truthfully.
That we have them running scared. The fact that they're now resorting to arresting journalists that are covering.
Thank you for hitting the like button, coming in, and yeah, make sure you hit the like button.
That field office for ICE. Things like that. I also think that one way to look at this, what just happened now, is unfortunate, horrible, illegal, and unconstitutional.
You can
but
speak
also shows
truthfully.
That we have them rocked back on their field.
Then freely, but you can't just freely lie over here. Hi, Bonnie.
Can you hear me now or no? Can y'all hear me?
I hear you.
See Katie's
I can hear you.
Teams chat, but not hearing any audio back. So with that, I'll just say I'm with Don. I'm saying it's Don
Hi, Mara.
Donald. That's where most Americans are right now. And Don.
Wes, did you speak? Did you hit the like button?
People you've never met are with you, and we're all going to get through this. But it's because we're going to link arms.
Put it on a super chat or super sticker.
It's not just voting.
Put your questions on a super chat or super sticker.
Because we are better than this. So thank you all.
That's so too bad that he didn't hear, because I was going to underscore that we actually are having them rocked back on their heels right now. I just wanted to let people who are coming in right now to understand what's going on. I know you're here.
Oh, ICE is in Arizona now.
I think that maybe Don was out of custody, but no, this stupid government took him into custody in the middle of the night, so he would have to wait for his first appearance.
Thank you, Wes. Westman.
But you're here showing support for Don. I have Reese and I have Dr. Frieda here. We're going to have a few more guests that are coming in. Please make sure to show your support for Don in many ways. Speak up, speak out, but also subscribe. Subscribe to this channel. Let Don know that you're here to show him support, that you're here to show him love. And one way to do that is not only supporting Don, but those of us that are also in independent media, because they want to silence all of us, not just Don. Although Don, sadly, is now going to have to deal with criminal charges, which, Reese, as I'm bringing in Mike Nellis, who also is doing independent media. Reese, I wanted to go back to you because you said something, and Mike, I know you'll probably really kind of understand this too. Reese, you said before Dr. Frieda joined us, there is a
specs. You can either time them out for 24 hours or remove them. You have that permission. Yeah.
A very real toll. There is a financial, physical, and psychological toll to being arrested. And whether or not this is a successful prosecution, which all of us believe is not going to be, part of the scheme by this administration is to drag you out of your hotel room in the middle of the night, or go to your home like Georgia Fort, where your children are crying in the background and you're masked, and God knows what happens to you when you open the door to people like that. Make you go sit in a jail cell. Make you have to post a bond. Make you have to hit a mugshot. Make you have to go in front of a first appearance judge. Make you do all of this and now have to fight criminal charges against the biggest and most powerful law firm in the world. Reese, talk about why that's
Let me
the
fix
point.
some of
it's
this.
It's not to find justice. It's not to
Let
make
me
us
help
safe.
you
This has
out.
nothing to do with public safety. This has nothing to do with the safety of those congregants in that church. It is everything to do to exact retributive punishment for people who had the nerve to speak up.
Yeah, it's psychological warfare. It is trauma. I mean, Russell Vaught, he's the architect of Project 2025. He said that he wanted to traumatize federal workers. So this is their playbook, is psychological warfare, not just only on the subjects, the people that they are persecuting, but also on everybody who was witnessing this. I've had people in my family say, hey, do we have a plan if you get arrested? You're very vocal. Who do we call? What do we do? And so there are people, I think, and Katie, I'm sure you can attest to this, and everybody else can attest to, there are people in our lives that are concerned about our safety. And that is the point. But to that, what I will say is there is no amount of compliance that will save you. This is, and Jennifer said it in the last hour, this is a very thin-skinned regime. I mean, look at what they did with Jimmy Kimmel. It pales in comparison to arresting people, but he said the mildest critique, and he was snatched off of air before there was a big protest around it. And so people think, oh, don't bring a gun to a protest. Well, don't say nothing over here. Well, don't do this and don't do that, and that's going to save you. No, because when your citizenship has been shredded, then there's nothing you can do. You mentioned that this is the most powerful law firm. Look at what happened with Nakima Levy Armstrong. She was the first person arrested around these church disruptions. And they wanted to perp walk her. They wouldn't let her turn herself in. And then they weren't satisfied with the image of her stoically being perp walked. And so they photoshopped the United States government, who had already put out an image of her being perp walked, then turned around and photoshopped an image of her in tears. They manipulated her. This is the official account of the federal government. And so nobody should feel comfortable. And yes, it was a black woman, and I think that people are very comfortable with black women being terrorized, black men being terrorized, gay people being terrorized, immigrants being terrorized, and even to a certain extent, white allies being terrorized. However, nobody should feel comfortable with a system that allows the government to manipulate your image, to manipulate videos. They have all these AI videos that they put out that has the ability to vindictively prosecute. We could go back to Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who they admitted they mistakenly deported him, which again was against the court ruling that said
was against
put
the
him
law
on a plane to CCOT. And then instead of rectifying it, they trumped up charges, and then they tried to deport him, or I should say traffic him to all of these third-party countries, despite the fact that he said, hey, I'll go to Costa Rica. And so when you see all of these things put together, this is an emboldened government that is weaponized against us. And the truth will not save you. And that is what should really, really be concerning. We have the truth of what happened to Renee Good on video. We have the truth of what happened to Alex Preddy on video. We have the truth of what Don Lemon was doing and Georgia Fort was doing to report on video. And this government has said, don't believe me, or don't believe your eyes, believe what I say. And it's begging the courts to do the same and to exact revenge on people that they consider to be, as you put it perfectly, Katie, dissidents, and to do nothing with, as this judge said, 100-something violations of court orders. Do nothing over there where the federal government is violating the courts, but then exact maximum punishment on the people that are against this regime.
You know, Mike, thank you so much for being here. Mike Nelson and I are close friends. He and I hang out together a lot on Substack. Mike is one of the most incredible political strategists, but also somebody who understands kind of the state of play right now. Mike, your thought from, you know, saying, well, and listen, the White House, to your point, Reese, they posted 4 hours ago on the, quote, official Twitter account for the White House. They had a picture of Dawn, right? Do we have that, guys? Yeah. When life gives you lemons. I mean, these people have the maturity of like a fetus at this point. But, you know, look, this is an official government account, Mike. Like, this is how far we have fallen, not us, but the
White House.
Right? This is how far they have fallen from grace.
This your White House.
Account, and they would post
somebody that has the highest position in the U.S.
Come up with an idea to help the American people. Donald Trump's approval rating wouldn't be in the 30s. Because they do that.
That's
they hang
exactly
out,
why it's in the 30s.
About Barack Obama and Joe Biden along the hallway on the way to the Oval Office. Like, it's stupid shit like that that I think people it doesn't really matter. Like, this doesn't really matter, and the meme doesn't really matter, but it's just so indicative of the kind of people that we're dealing with here, where everything is about me, maximizing social media engagement. How can we piss off the libs today? Nothing about how to improve your life. It's all grievance, and revenge. That's it. And I'm sick of it. And when it comes to Don this morning, like, I found out, like, almost right away, like, something made me get up early this morning. Just like my spidey sense was tingling. I don't know. Maybe it's because usually Don texts me once a day to tell me to watch Heated Rivalry over the last month. So I didn't get my text yesterday. I must have known something was wrong. But, you know, it's one, and I tweeted this morning, is they killed Alex Preddy for recording ISIS atrocities, and they arrested Don Lemon for basically doing the same, right? For doing his job, for being an independent journalism. And maybe you don't like Don Lemon. My guess is if you're watching this, you love Don Lemon. But, like, maybe you don't like Don. Maybe you don't agree with what he says. Maybe you don't like his opinions. Maybe you don't like the way that he's reporting. But he has every right to do that based on the First Amendment. And I haven't seen any of these free speech absolutists who are saying the government should never get...
Texas is feeling unwelcome. Now Texas is an open door.
Let's talk about Alex Preddy being blamed for being murdered because he had a legal firearm and a concealed carry license. So where are they? They continue to expose themselves for the poor human beings they are, who only want the Constitution for themselves, and they don't want the Constitution for anybody else, particularly people who are willing to put their body on the line and go stand up to Donald Trump. And make no mistake, like, hey, you went to Minneapolis, like, you put your body on the line to go report here. I didn't do that. I got a 6-year-old boy at home. I didn't. I could have, but like you did, Don did, a lot of other people did, and people in Minnesota are still doing it right now, putting their bodies on the line. And I want to add one more thought before I'll hand the mic back to somebody else, but it's, why did they go after Don specifically? Like, you know, one, it is like a convenient distraction to the Epstein files that just dropped, and I don't know if anybody's had a chance to see them yet, but there's one particular allegation that's horrifying about a young woman that Donald Trump forced himself upon, and then she alleges that he hit her. And they don't want people reporting on focused on this, which is her. But also, Don is one of the fastest growing. He hit her on the anti-Trump resistance side right now. He's over 1 million on YouTube. His Substack's killing it. He's all over.
So in these newly released documents, it's alleged that Donald J. Trump hit a minor.
It wouldn't be worth doing. They want you scared, yeah, but they're going to go after anybody that they think is effective. And like, if you think it stops at Don, it doesn't. It eventually comes for everybody on this call. It eventually comes for people sitting at home. If you resist this, and the answer is to resist it
a minor 13-year-old girl that he forced himself upon in these newly released documents is saying that he hit her.
And I talk on our show, so like,
I say fuck off all the time, and it's always directed to them. And listen, it sounds like you're channeling Dr. Frida. It's not a problem.
Oh, wow.
Lucy, I just found out you have been on since 10:30 this morning.
10:30?
Yeah, which is like freaking marathon.
We get you like a glass of water and a sandwich?
I was going to say, we're freaking,
I'm hungry.
I know.
Wow. Y'all, that's a wow.
I just joined a little bit ago, but I want to say thank you. And you've always had so much poignant and very spot on thoughts about everything. So thanks for being here since 10:30.
So y'all see why we are having this
we're grateful and
distraction? Because in these newly released, hold on. This is the reason for the distraction, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Because in these newly released documents today, very disturbing, a 13-year-old girl alleged that Donald Trump forced himself upon her and hit her.
Video. We have the truth of what happened to Alex Preddy on the video. We have the truth of what Don Lemon was doing and Georgia Court was doing to report on video. And this government has said, don't believe me or don't believe your eyes, believe what I say. And it's begging the courts to do the same and to exact revenge on people that they consider to be, as you put it perfectly, Katie, dissidents, and to do nothing with, as this judge said,
pickle monster.
Violations of court orders.
The pickle monster. Girl.
The federal government is violating the courts, but then exact maximum punishment on the people that are against this.
The meme doesn't really matter, but it's just so indicative of the kind of people that we're dealing with here, where everything is about me, maximizing social media engagement. How can we piss off
I'm trying to go back to that.
Nothing about how to improve your life. It's all grievance, and revenge. That's it. And I'm sick of it. And when it comes to Don this morning, like I found out, like almost right away, like something made me get up early this morning. Just like my spidey sense was tingling. I don't know. Maybe it's because usually Don texts me once a day to tell me to watch Heated Rivalry over the last month. So I didn't get my text yesterday. I must have known something was wrong. But you know, it's one, and I tweeted this morning, is they killed Alex Preddy for recording ISIS atrocities, and they arrested Don Lemon for basically doing the same, right? For doing his job, for being an independent journalism. And maybe you don't like Don Lemon. My guess is if you're watching this, you love Don Lemon, but like maybe you don't like Don. Maybe you don't agree with what he says. Maybe you don't like his opinions. Maybe you don't like the way that he's reporting. But he has every right to do that based on the First Amendment. And I haven't seen any of these free speech absolutists who are saying the government should never get in the way of anybody's ability to say anything here. Just like I haven't seen any of these Second Amendment guys talk about Alex Preddy being blamed for being murdered because he had a legal firearm and a concealed carry license. So where are they? They continue to expose themselves for the poor human beings they are, who only want the Constitution for themselves, and they don't want the Constitution for anybody else, particularly people who are willing to put their body on the line and go stand up to Donald Trump. And make no mistake, like Katie, you went to Minneapolis, like you put your body on the line to go report here. I didn't do that. I got a 6-year-old boy at home. I didn't. I could have, but like you did, Don did, a lot of other people did, and people in Minnesota are still doing it right now, putting their bodies on the line. And I want to add one more thought before I hand the mic back to somebody else, but it's why did they go after Don's?
Are y'all listening with y'all good ear? I need to know y'all listening with y'all good ear. Let's go.
Specifically, like, you know, one, it is like a convenient distraction to the Epstein files that just dropped, and I don't know if anybody's had a chance to see them yet, but there's one particular allegation that's horrifying about a young woman that Donald Trump forced himself upon, and then she alleges that he hit her. And they don't want people reporting on that. They want the media focused on this.
Did y'all hear that? Can y'all tell me what y'all just heard? That was released today. Today, of all days. Today.
His book tour, Burned Down Master's House.
He forced himself on her in what?
To go, but I want to say thank you. And you've always
grievance and revenge. That's it. And I'm sick of it. And when it comes to Don this morning, like I found out, like almost right away, like something made me get up early this morning. Just like my spidey sense was tingling. I don't know. Maybe it's because usually Don texts me once a day to tell me to watch Heated Rivalry over the last month. So I didn't get my text yesterday. I must have known something was wrong. But, you know, it's one, and I tweeted this morning, is they killed Alex Preddy for recording ISIS atrocities, and they arrested Don Lemon for basically doing the same, right? For doing his job, for being an independent journalism. And maybe you don't like Don Lemon. And my guess is if you're watching this, you love Don Lemon. But like maybe you don't like Don. Maybe you don't agree with what he says. Maybe you don't like his opinions. Maybe you don't like the way that he's reporting. But he has every right to do that based on the First Amendment. And I haven't seen any of these free speech absolutists who are saying the government should never get in the way of anybody's ability to say anything here. Just like I haven't seen any of these Second Amendment guys talk about Alex Preddy being blamed for being murdered because he had a legal firearm and a concealed carry license. So where are they? They continue to expose themselves for the poor human beings they are, who only want the Constitution for themselves, and they don't want the Constitution for anybody else, particularly people who are willing to put their body on the line and go stand up to Donald Trump. And make no mistake, like Katie, you went to Minneapolis, like you put your body on the line.
I told you making America great again
I didn't do that.
was not
I got
for
a 6-year-old
us.
boy at home. I didn't. I could have, but like you did, Don did, a lot of other people did, and people in Minnesota are still doing it right now, putting their bodies on the line. And I want to add one more thought before I'll hand the mic back to somebody else, but it's why did they go after Don specifically? Like, you know, one, it is like a convenient distraction to the Epstein files that just dropped, and I don't know if anybody's had a chance to see them yet, but there's one particular allegation that's horrifying about a young
horrifying
woman that Donald Trump forced himself upon, and then she alleges that
he what?
He hit her. And they don't want people reporting on that. They want the media focused on this, which is horrifying.
He
But
hit
also,
her.
Don is one of the fastest growing content creators on the anti-Trump resistance side right now. He's over 1 million on YouTube. His Substack's killing it. He's all over social media. He was feuding with Nicki Minaj a few weeks ago and exposing her for being the fraud that she is. Like, they're going after Don
Illegal
because he's good at his
immigrant.
job. If he wasn't good at his job, it wouldn't be worth doing. They want you scared, yeah, but they're going to go after anybody that they think is effective. And like, if you think it stops at Don, it doesn't. It eventually comes for everybody on this call. It eventually comes for people sitting at home. If you resist this, and the answer to it is to resist it more. It's to get louder. It's to be angrier. It's to use your voice and tell these guys.
And this is supposed to make somebody want to go and vote for him? I mean, not him, but Republicans?
I say fuck off all the time, and it's
There we
always
go.
directed to them. And listen, it sounds like you're channeling Dr. Frida. It's not a problem. Reese, I just found out that you have been on since 10:30 this morning.
10:30?
Yeah, which is like freaking marathon.
We get you like a glass of water and a sandwich.
It's like, fuck it, we're just going to do it because we don't want to hear from any of you people. I actually think that we should be coming out in more numbers now, instead of trying to, like, you know, temper what we're doing. But I understand, Tara, the whole plan behind this is to chill us from doing stuff.
Document history and what's happening. And it's just, I don't know, I
plan behind this is to chill us from doing stuff, from being able to respond.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that
No
you're talking
shopping
about
today.
children, you know, and that's why you wouldn't want to go out there. You know, we should have the freedom to be able to document history and what's happening. And it's just,
This is ouch.
I don't know.
This is crazy.
I saw Sarah Snyder struggling on the street in CNN. She's a top-notch reporter covering the protest over the weekend. She's being gassed. She's like, I've never experienced anything like this. Like, this is a war on the ground.
I told
And-
y'all,
and-
this is
and what the journalists
unfamiliar
that are out there
territory
being
for
doing,
us
so like Katie,
in
thank you
our
for going out there
lifetime.
and everyone else, they are documenting history for us. Like, we are, you know, you go into a war zone and there are a lot of risks, but the risks shouldn't be getting arrested.
Yeah, Dr. Frida, I'm sorry, I wanted to go back to you about something because I know it's not necessarily specifically your medical kind of space, but I think that you could more than talk about this. I'm actually led to believe, from what I've been hearing off the record and stuff like that, that this really wasn't a Trump thing. That they're making a lot of decisions and not including Trump in this. And I think that could be a reflection of what they think about his ability to be making these types of decisions. I don't think Trump, from what I have been hearing off the record, is saying, yes, go and arrest him, right? Does that make sense? Like, I don't think that's happening. Like, I think
He
that
ain't stopped
it's a
it.
reflection of what they think about his mental acuity, his ability to be able to be in this decision-making process. Although a lot of people would probably be inclined to believe, Dr. Frida, that he is, you know, driving this bus. But I really think that because he's just not there anymore mentally, that they don't. I don't think that they include him in any of this.
Yeah, and there's, of course, there's no way to actually know, but Don and I have spent a lot of time.
His medical records, Dr. Frida. If we saw his medical records, we would know.
Right. And he keeps telling us he's aced all of the cognitive tests over and over again. But I've spent a lot of time talking with Don and on the show about all of the signs of dementia. Of course, I'm not Donald Trump's doctor. I don't know. But you're right, how he has difficulty with word finding, how even the way that he walks, he meanders in a way that is consistent with someone with cognitive decline, the way that he forgets and can't keep up with his lies at times, quite frankly. He forgets, you know, the people who are in the room. He says things, he has this tangential thought. There are lots of signs of dementia, though I don't know if it's his diagnosis, but I agree. For some of these very well executed diabolical plans, such as arrest, such as killing U.S. citizens, it takes someone with a very high cognitive function, and it really doesn't seem like he has it. And I want to say something to what Tara said, how, you know, you can't be sure if it's safe to go out and protest. When you said that, it's absolutely true.
That's what
it's
they want.
absolutely chilling, because the fear is the point. If journalists start feeling that their lives are in danger, their safety is in danger from going out, then they will no longer cover the protests. And then what happened to Renee Good, what happened to Alex Preddy, will be able to happen in the dark, and the incidents will multiply. And so that's why it's so important, even, you know, and I'm in the South. And I wanted to tell Reese when she called it Trump Crow, I always say how my parents are raised in the Jim Crow South. I'm here in the Atlanta area where somewhere they're in Fulton County trying to taking our election ballots, voter rolls. So I guess instead of just saying that my parents are raised in the Jim Crow South, perhaps I'm being raised in the Trump Crow South. But I just think it's just so important that regardless, I mean, we all have to make calculated risks, especially those of us with children. I have three kids as well. But what I don't want to happen is I don't want them to win. I don't want us to be quiet. I don't want the fear to be silencing, because we all know, we've read 1984, we've seen the movies, we've seen history, and history is now the present unless we do something to act against it.
That's so true. Tara, I just wanted to kind of pull on a small thread here. A lot of people are saying that the Don Lemon arrest and the arrest of Georgia Ford and others is a distraction from the Epstein files. 3 million plus docs got dropped right now, although they're never dropped in a way that's particularly easy to read. But some of the stuff that we've been kind of skimming through as we've been dealing with the fallout of Don's arrest has been really egregiously horrible, Tara. I mean, we knew there was some bad shit out there, but this has been pretty bad. Just kind of your top line thoughts. I know you haven't had a chance to read 3.3 million documents, obviously. Although you are a superwoman, so I wouldn't be surprised. But kind of your top line thoughts, though, about the fact that this is now the next big tranche of docs that have been released.
I mean, the timing is interesting. It's always a Friday, right? That's when they want to take out the trash. Then you add in the unjust arrest of a journalist. And then, of course, they just put out the charges 15 minutes ago as we're going, of Don's charges, as we're going through the actual documents. It's interesting how the Daily Mail has a leak about Bill Gates and Melinda Gates, and it claims that Bill had gotten some sort of STD that Epstein knew about, and that he was trying to give Melinda, like give her antibiotics without her knowing about it. And so, like, it's so obvious that they are strategically leaking in advance to obfuscate what is damning about President Trump, because there are some really damning tips that were called in. Now, they're just tips, and if this administration, this Justice Department wanted to do the right thing, they would actually follow up on all these tips and run real investigations, but they refuse to. Instead, Todd Blanche likes to say, I want to get the exact quote, because it was just so horrific to me that he would just say, there are no men, we have no evidence. Well, how would you know if you don't run an actual investigation when so many of these survivors have said that they were assaulted and sexually abused by other men outside of Jeffrey Epstein? Because Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell do not, it's not just them that get 1,000 victims, and many men have had civil lawsuits filed against them by survivors. And we know from Ghislaine Maxwell herself that 23 people signed settlements with the government. So who are those people, and why are we not? Why don't we know more about them? But Todd said,
and that came out right before this came out. Y'all see how that works?
I don't know if there are men that abused women. That is what the Deputy Attorney General said. That is completely disregarding tips that have been called in, testimony from the survivors, their depositions, civil lawsuits, settlements that have been made. They are just not taking this seriously at all.
Would we have known that had she not
strategically leaking?
released
so look
that?
At that shiny object. Of course, the story about STD among the richest man in the world is something that everyone's going to be buzzing about. The first time it was all pictures of Bill Clinton with, Epstein's girls and,
Michael Jackson. You break up something with Michael Jackson, and it was his own damn
They're doing it strategically. This is about telling a story. This isn't about getting to the truth. This is about a narrative. And
another control
every single step of the way, especially now that survivors know this is the last tranche and they're not getting anything else, it's extremely heartbreaking to them. This is not what they wanted.
What you mean they're not getting anything else?
So that they could break the non-disclosure agreement, so that they could feel free to talk about the abuse strategically.
Oh, I missed that. Hold on, what she said?
Is damning about President Trump, because there are some really damning tips that were called in. Now, they're just tips, and if this administration, this Justice Department wanted to do the right thing, they would actually follow up on all these tips and run real investigations, but they refuse to. Instead, Todd Blanche likes to say, I want to get the exact quote, because it was just so horrific to me that he would just say, there are no men, we have no evidence. Well, how would you know if you don't run an actual
There is no men.
So many of these survivors have said that they were assaulted and sexually abused by other men outside of Jeffrey Epstein, because Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell do not, it's not just them that get
They don't want,
victims.
so they're trying to
many men
hide that these men were
against them
in the closet.
And
is that what you're trying to say?
Maxwell herself, that 23 people.
So y'all, that's why they try to disregard.
So who are those people, and why are we not? Why don't we know more about them? But Todd said, no, you're not going to learn anything about it. Don't worry. I don't know if there are men that abused women. That is what the Deputy Attorney General said. That is completely disregarding tips that have been called in, testimony from the survivors, their depositions, civil lawsuits, settlements that have been made. They are just not taking this seriously at all. And, you know, they're strategically leaking. So look at that shiny object. Of course, the story about STD among the richest man in the world is something that everyone's going to be buzzing about. The first time it was all pictures of Bill Clinton with, you know,
STD?
Epstein's girls and, you know, in a hot
STD?
This time it's Bill Gates. This is but they're doing it strategically. This is not telling a story.
STD?
This isn't about getting to the truth. This is about a narrative. And
let me back this up a little bit.
especially now that survivors know this is the last tranche.
Did
They're not
she-
doing anything else.
Did she say a STD?
This is not what they wanted. They wanted
Hold
the
on,
release of the
y'all.
Epstein
Hold
files
on.
so that they could break the non.
I
Stand
need,
up to Donald Trump.
yeah, I
Make no
need to
mistake.
back this up a little
Recognize the
bit.
moment that we're in, and
Of Don, friends, because of the Lemonheads that are here. So, Tara, I mean, first of all, your thoughts as a journalist, as somebody who's also made the leap to independent media, like we've all done lately, to be subjected
Did
to
she
being
say
arrested, not
STD?
just criticism, right?
Yeah.
So they,
To be
okay.
arrested for covering something as a journalist.
So one, they don't want folk to know that it will. I told y'all it would be okay with the men if they only knew that it was female. So here comes Sasha swinging. I mean, putting it out there. Okay, putting it out there. Nope. Don't forget about me. And mine was pretty bad because my foster dad adopted me to put me in this elite sick freako so that they could have targets in a constant piece of mouth and ass from a male at will, where they can do whatever they want for a fee. So he fostered and adopted a child, gave this kid his name, William Riley, so that they could have free range, putting hand, feet, toes, and pickles on this kid. So they don't want folk to know that part of their sickness. So they're not just sick on females. I told you they don't want folk to know that. So Sasha came out there. So they have been told, they got tips and everything. But he, instead of investigating, he said, oh no, there was no males. Is that what I just heard? There was no males. What about the murders? All the utensils up. Steak, fork, and knife up in that ass. Wondering why he been on, even since Apprentice. How long ago was you're fired? That was a long time ago. His ass been on diapers and pull-ups and shit long time ago. I tried to tell y'all. They ain't want that out there like that. Just like he don't want John Benet Ramsey coming up out there like that. And how did that picture get leaked up out there like that? To show us that ring in Epstein was a part of her unaliving. So the people that he know that's going to report on what was about to come out, it was 4 or 5 of them, got picked up. So all they asses need to go to jail and be locked up. So how dare you say it ain't no men? How dare they? Say their names. Why are all the men, predators, and females redacted? What's the fucking point of releasing the Epstein files if you're going to redact the predators? But I thought that's what he wanted. He said it's a Democratic hoax. So why would Donald Trump and the DOJ be covering up for the Democrats? Huh? Why? Can any pickle lover tell me why? The laughing disco high, Nita. Can any one of you pickle lovers? My girl in Dallas, she got them Kool-Aid ass pickles. Since they like drinking the juice, huh? Any one of y'all tell us sane people why in the hell would he be protecting the Democrats? Cause he was one of them Democrats at that time. Because he was one of them. Yeah, but because he thought since he snitched on Epstein that he would be redacted. Yeah, he only told certain parts of their whole scheme. See, but one thing about it is this whole organization that you got from your pawpaw, that brothel and ranches and shit that you got from your side, yeah. He wasn't involved in that. He had a fetish with fucking with them young girls. He had Livy and D with that old Lex Wexner guy. He had a fetish with girls. That trafficking shit, that fighting farms and all that. Sometimes it will be unaliving the minors and shit. You introduce him to that. That's why he said you the worst. You the sickest. You ill in the head. You been demented. That's why he said that. And you still deflecting. I don't know why you ain't figured out. The blinders are off. We see all this shit now. We see it all. I believe you had something to do with John Benet Ramsey. I believe Sasha is telling the truth. And Lord in heaven, Sammy, y'all cut the baby toes and off because all she wanted to do was to be a dancer. Y'all crushed her dreams. I believe you took fork and knives and a whole steak. Yeah, I believe it all. It ain't shit you can do or deflect that's going to erase what I believe is true. So one thing is for sure. Don Lemon gonna get out. But you Picklegate, Donald Trump Picklegate, who blew Bill, who blew the shit out of Bill, yours ain't going nowhere, dude. And you know this man. Jim Johnson, you know this man. Andy Briggs, you know this man. That kid said that you, Jim Jordan, put a wrestle move on him. And lo and behold, you already have wrestling conflict with boys, an instructor, a doctor on a kid. Already got that controversial background. He ain't lying. You put a wrestling move on him to overtake him. And then you assaulted him. You don't want folk to know. But hell, you can look at you and tell you got that in you. It's almost like it's a generational thing. Somebody took your ass and you taking ass. You passing that down. Y'all sick. Clarence Thomas, your wife was the contact. She was involved with the insurrection. And hell, he said you was there. You saw it all. The Supreme Court judge, you was there to witness it. All these sick freaks do this stupid shit. All y'all sick. All y'all sick. And then you think it's enough embarrassment on Don King? No. We appreciate him standing in the paint. He took one for the team. He took one for the truth. He took one for freedom of speech. But you, on the other hand. So we gonna line these dons up. Let's line these dons up. Shit. Yeah, let's line the dons up. Don Lemon took one for the Constitution of the United States. He took one on the chin for our rights. He took one on the chin for peaceful protests turning deadly for the new and improved KKK, aka ICE. What else can we say about Don Lemon? He was reporting the truth. He was doing his job. Then let's flip that. Y'all ready to flip it? Y'all know all I was going to have to do is listen to it for a couple of hours. Yeah. And we was going to get to the nitty gritty. I know y'all knew that. Then let's flip it to this Don. It's Don for Don, right? It's Don for Don. Minus Specs. He ain't included in it. It's Don for Don. It is Don. He been stealing, unaliving, graping, sucking and ucking. Unaliving folks and animals too. Boys and girls. Females and men. He even said out of his mouth he wanted to uck his own daughter. And the word on the street is her brother may be her son. Your son may be your grandson. You are a Zionist, which means that you are into devil worshiping, and the Zionist organization believes in sacrificing. If you don't do all these demonic things, you ain't true to the game. You know your ass is on your way to being locked up because Jack Smith, he ain't playing with you. They started taking your shit. Putting locks on your shit. Going through your shit. And you hoping that ain't nobody gonna report on it when it's all said and done. Cause your dirt is about to get cleaned out. We gonna air that shit out. Do you understand? We gonna get to the mountaintop. And we gonna put your shit out there. You can best believe it. Justice, and I say justice, I absolutely mean full justice. I don't give a shit if it's black, white, red, blue, None of that. Male, female, I don't give a shit about none of that. We want absolute full justice for all the victims. The dogs, the cats, rats, whatever you have done, whomever you have harmed, we want absolute full justice. Because you think we still blind. You say it out of your fucking mouth that you can say and do whatever you want. They can see you do it, and they still gonna say you didn't. Up! Newsflash. There's only a few of them left that's following that rabbit hole. We see you for who you are. And we want full justice for the ones we know about and the ones we don't. So who should be locked up right now? Who's already convicted? And now we hearing that there's a 13-year-old girl that you forced yourself on and you put your hands on her? You hit her? So you beat on women too? You thought you had it all sold up, didn't you? You thought you had it all sold up. You should have kept your fucking mouth shut. People talking about, Biden, he had it for 4 years. Yeah, but this big mouth done here, this done. Not the other one. This done. Brought it back to life. He's the one who said, no, y'all missed something. Y'all overlooked something. So thank you. If there ain't nothing you did that was right, you reminded them and let those who didn't know better, know that there was some things that was hidden. The million files that was hidden that all of a sudden just appeared. Yeah, them gigabytes. Yes, thank you. We appreciate that. That is the only good thing your ass done. Was let us know that it was more investigation that needed to be done. Thank you. Maybe that was your come to Jesus moment. Maybe that was your asking God to forgive you of your trespasses. Letting us, we the people, know that there was still more that needed to be exposed that we did not know about. So thank you. Thank you. But now that we know, we are not going to act like we don't. And Ghislaine Maxwell, maybe that was your come to Jesus moment to say how many co-conspirators it was and how many deals have been made since old girl been in office. Pam Bundy has been making deals behind the scenes as she's coming across these PD efforts. Thank you, Ghislaine. Maybe that was your come to Jesus moment. So you lied to her somewhere up in there? And now she's exposing how many y'all need to be looking for. And how many done got deals. This is some sick shit. So again, who should be embarrassed? Which Don should be embarrassed? Because we can go on and on and on with this one. We can go, what's that song? On and on and on and on. Yeah. Your dirt don't stop till the break of dawn. Yeah. We can go on and on and on and on this Don. And hell, this Don was short-lived. So which one should be embarrassed? Ladies and gentlemen, which Don should be embarrassed? Don L or Don T? The one who's out the closet and the one who wants to remain in the closet. Don L said, come on out the closet, big mouth. Yeah. And then, oh, Bill. Bill said, oh, no, nigga, you ain't finna heal me up. I won't have not a problem of talking after DT. DT, are you with me? Until you talk, I ain't talking. See how he tried to line that shit up? He knew it was coming. He knew it was coming. He knew this shit was coming. Ain't none of them look as bad as DT, Jim Jordan, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas and his wife, Andy Biggs, and whoever else. That's why they had that man at the Capitol sitting there being an agitator. Now, one time did he say that cat, bald-headed cat, was an agitator. Not one time did there were agitator, the real agitator who stood up. And then you gonna flip it and put it on somebody else. That's your MO. Everything that's is about you, your reflection and your truth, you put it on somebody else. That's your MO. Because you don't like who you are. DT. And all these people that you're going after, you really admire them. That's why you can't get President Obama out your head. You wish you was black and you wish you was powerful. You wish you had a wife who loved you, who be all on her man, not apart from him, standing there saying, is that right when she talk? She has to get approval to see if what she said is how it was supposed to be said. No. No. Yeah, you could never be a Barack Obama. You could never be. There is no measurement near one another. But he in your head, you wish. And he go about it the right way. You wish. Yeah, let me get up off of that. So who should be more embarrassed, T Sippers? DL or DT? Shout out to Don Lemon. He took one for the Constitution of the United States. He took one for the victims. He took one for freedom of speech. He took one for our rights. How can we expect a man who's supposed to have our back stand up for America first, who's been stealing from our families, our rights? Our kids didn't even have a right to get a grown man up off them. Our kids didn't have a right to be kids. You have the nerve to be going after violent criminals, illegal immigrant by birthright. Everything you hate is who you are. Everything you hate, everything that you're going after is who you are. You have the nerve to talk about getting violent immigrants a birthright, who are violent, who are murderers and apists. It's like, what? Stealing from the government. T-Sippers, we done been all through these certain areas in New York. The whole, men don't even work. Living it up. 13, 14 kids. Huh? But you say black folk are the ones who on government assistance. Yeah, man. Which DT should be embarrassed? Not this one. Let's go.
It's really startling, Katie. Covering a protest is like one of the most basic forms of journalism. You know, you're covering a movement. All journalists have had that experience at some point in their career where they covered an uprising and or a movement or just a protest. It's like even in journalism school. So to think that just being present would get you arrested is just like extremely disturbing. And it's also, I mean, okay, say I was going to interview the Taliban. You know, if you walk into that cave, my friend Steve Schmidt gave me this example, and he's right. If you walk into that cave with the Taliban, are you a collaborator of them now? You know, it's just like, are you, because you're going in to interview? It's really, it's frightening. And, you know, actually Don encouraged me to go independent, and he gave me a lot of advice about what to do. And
I need for y'all, 68 people, 78, to double tap the 3 dots at the top corner. I need for y'all to hit the like button. It's 3 dots, the top right. Hit the like button. I'll wait. This is the craziest mess this is crazy. Never in my lifetime. If you're listening in on your phone, double tap the face of your phone. I don't care if you leave or not. I need to see them likes going up. Thank you for helping me reach my goal. Hit the like button.
For $230 million. And, well. Welcome to another day in the United States of hell, where it's clear to see our democracy has completely failed. Now, there's all kind of tea in the brew today, and I'm going to do my best to pour
All
it
type of
so
tea.
Get ready. I have a whole slew of videos lined up, boo. First, we're going to start out talking about the orange fool. Yes, the pedo-in-chief, Daddy Dumpy Pants. You know exactly who he be.
Daddy
a felon and a fraudster, honey. And once again, he's suing me and you. Well, our country. The United States Treasury and the IRS, boo. Now, I just want to remind you that he currently has a lawsuit against the DOJ, too, for $230 million. And now, on top of that, he's added a $10 billion with a B lawsuit against the IRS
Thank you, Derek.
and the U.S. Treasury. And you want to know why?
Hey, Cynthia.
You want to know why
Tell us,
he
girl.
is suing the IRS and the United States Treasury?
Because
for
the
$10
truth
billion?
came out.
Because they're claiming him and his 2 sons, Booker Sugar Jr. and the Twitch bitch Eric, are claiming that their tax returns were illegally leaked to the public.
Their
You
truth
mean
was
the tax
exposed.
returns that Daddy W Pants is supposed to release to the public, baby, when he becomes president? Yet we never ever got to see his tax information, honey. That's right. Daddy W Pants is suing the United States government for leaking documentation that he was legally supposed to make public.
For exposing
Ain't that
his
something,
lie.
baby? Now, I just want to remind all of you, since he likes to say that Biden was so corrupt and his family was a crime family, boo, I just want to remind you that Daddy W Pants, the pedo-in-chief, has appointed his loyalist within the U.S. Treasury, the IRS, the DOJ, the FBI, everywhere. So the people that he's put in charge of all of these agencies he is suing within the federal government are his loyalist friends. So it's not a matter of if he will win these lawsuits. It's just a matter of when they're going to open up the coffers for their orange friend and settle and pay him. I also want to remind you that in this year, this past 365
Yeah, he lied on his
days
taxes.
that
He
we've had
broke.
to deal with this orange
He
fool
trying
and
to
his
get back
corrupt-ass
rich.
family, they have profited over $4 billion.
I thought it was true. Oh yeah, it was billion.
More than they have ever collectively made in their lives, baby. He has given private contracts to his own son through the DOD to the tune of almost $1 billion, boo. Corruption, I would say at its
Organized
finest today,
crime.
but they're doing it
Organized-
directly in your fucking face.
Yep.
They're not even hiding it.
That's a part of the Zionists. They got to do it in your face.
I mean, it was
They got to
creepy
tell
baby
you what
Mike
they're going
Johnson
to do.
that got behind that microphone on that podium that day and was trying to excuse away all these corrupt-ass plays by saying that Daddy Dumpy Pants is transparent, baby. So I guess if you break the law in front of people, it's okay, and it's not breaking the fucking law. At least that's what they seem to think.
Yeah.
I mean, they do it everywhere. When they murder people in the streets, they think it's okay because they let you see them take a life that day.
Yeah. You better say that.
A convicted,
Yep, I ran that last night, Derek.
adjudicated rapist and a top player in a global child sex trafficking ring
Absolutely.
has surrounded himself with loyalists and Nazis. I'm gonna say that
Allegedly.
again. He has surrounded himself with loyalists and
Allegedly.
If you could not be more disturbed today, allow me to drop this bit of tea on you in this video.
We sipping, baby. Let's go.
The other day in the state of Indiana, they tried to pass a bill in their state house that would allow them to build gas chambers. They wrote a bill. They're claiming they're trying to come up with a new way to do the death penalty these days because of a shortage of lethal injection medications. So they crafted up a bill to bring back death by gas chamber and firing squads. That bill almost passed this week.
Almost passed.
It almost passed. There was only one vote to stop it from passing.
Wow.
Just one vote stopped it from passing. In the Indiana House says they will bring the bill back up for another vote. They're just going to tweak it a bit. So tell me again.
Organized
How
crime.
there's not Nazis in our government, boo. They're trying to build gas chambers in the United States. They're trying to make laws that allow them to kill people in gas chambers.
Let that sink in.
They're arresting journalists now, too. Last night, Don Lemon was arrested
Yes,
for
indeed.
doing nothing more than being a journalist.
For telling
He
the
was
truth.
arrested for being a journalist, an independent journalist who cannot be bought by this regime to put propaganda on his screens. This regime is still slandering the name of Alex Purdy today. That felon, that fat, feckless fucking felon, is still on his social media slandering a true American hero who devoted his life to saving the lives of American heroes. A six-time draft dodging piece of shit who comes from a long line of draft dodgers, by the way, is slandering the name of a man who devoted his life to saving American heroes. Let that sink in. They will slander the name of American heroes to prop themselves up. He wouldn't piss on you if you were fucking on fire.
Sure wouldn't.
Well, he might if you're underaged.
Oh, wow.
Because that's how the fuck him
He
and his
get
friends
down.
like to play.
That's how he getting down.
I'm gonna say this again. And I'm gonna say it every day until these people in this country who are going about their daily fucking lives like everything's okay fucking hear me. We outnumber them. It is time to shut this country the fuck down. Oh, and speaking of shutting the country down,
Oh,
let's
let's
talk
go.
about Lindsey Graham today.
Oh, that name popped up.
I want to be mad at Lindsey for this, but considering he has shut the entire government down, which is something I've been screaming for, no department of the government deserves funding today if the government is using its resources to oppress its people in any kind of fucking way. Do you understand? But either way, Lindsey Graham did not vote to pass the government funding bill because there wasn't a provision in there that would allow him to sue the federal government for millions of fucking dollars. Because just like the pedo-in-chief, his loyalists be fraudsters and con men, honey, who would rather profit off of the American people than work for them. I seen Lindsey yesterday on TV. He could barely fucking speak. He could barely fucking breathe. Lindsey knows something, dear, and he's fucking terrified.
Oh, baby, I know what all them
Lindsey
back to
is
back.
terrified.
Hold up, hold
You
up.
didn't see him breathing heavy on TV the other
Oh, all them F's. I know I ain't gonna get a dime out. Y'all hit the like button. That's why we over here, because y'all wouldn't hit the like button. If I would have known this tea was gonna be this hot, I would have saved it for later. Hit the like button. Oh, and while I'm over here looking for more tea, bombshell, Trump executed executive order plan to seize ballots. So he did an executive order, to seize the ballots. Y'all, what's going on? He can't stomach losing, can he? Support this platform. I don't care how many people in here. I don't give a SHIT. The tea is hot. The tea is hot. The tea is hot. I thought he had already seized them ballots. Let me see.
Creepy, right? That's because you're being tracked. This is Democracy Watch. Mark, we know that there was a search warrant executed in Georgia to seize the ballots from 2020. This is actually a much, much bigger story than I think most of the media is letting on. So can you explain why this is particularly chilling as far as you're concerned, what we're seeing in Georgia?
Yeah, look, Brian, this may be the most important video you and I have ever done and the most important story going on in the country right now. And that's saying a lot because I know how much is going on in the country. So I'm just going to say at the outset, we're going to cover a lot of stuff and I need you to watch to the end. And then I need you to share this video with other people in your social media feeds because people need to understand
Hit the
that
like
what
button.
we're seeing in Fulton County is not just about Fulton County. It's not even just about the 2020 election.
Because if
It
he
is
get
about Donald Trump trying to figure out how he can seize ballots.
Mm-hmm.
And why does he want to know how he can seize ballots? Because in front of us, only 10 months from now, are the 2026 midterm elections. And he has actually been telling us in various interviews and various statements he's made that he wished he had seized the ballots in 2020, that he doesn't even think there should be elections in 2026. Well, he can't cancel the elections, but what he can do is he can learn from this experience
Right.
of seizing ballots from a past election to then work with Pam Bondi and the FBI and others. We're going to get into all of this. So again, I need you to pay attention to this one. He can work with them.
His hair a mess and him not looking okay. Lindsey Graham knows something. You understand? But either way, Lindsey Graham did not vote to pass the government funding bill because there wasn't a provision in there that would allow him to sue the federal government for millions of fucking dollars, boo.
Yeah. They scared they finna lose
It's
everything.
just like the pedo-in-chief, his loyalists be fraudsters and con men, honey, who would rather profit off of the American people than work for them. I seen Lindsay yesterday on TV. He could barely fucking speak. He could barely fucking breathe. Lindsay knows something, dear, and he's fucking terrified.
Scared.
Lindsay is terrified. If you didn't see him breathing heavy on TV the other day, his hair a mess and him not looking okay, Lindsey Graham knows something. And he thinks he should be paid for what he knows. Are you hearing me? Lindsay was shaking in his little fucking shoe lifts yesterday. Lindsay's walking a tightrope as of late. Either Lindsay's gonna pour the tea, or something's gonna happen to Lindsay. You watch and see. Anyway, I'll be back with more tea. I had to drop all kind of things for this video.
And prosecutions of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. I'm here today to talk about the department's compliance with its production into law on November 19th, 2025, directing the Department of Justice to produce all documents, files, records, videos, and images related to the investigations and prosecutions of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. I'm here today to talk about the department's compliance with its production obligations under the Act. Around, I think right now,
Sweet
and continuing
pink,
throughout
sweet
the day-to-day,
Sweet
as the
pickles
indexing and
shaking.
uploading completes, we are producing responsive materials under the Act. We are also releasing today a letter we are transmitting to Congress and various internal protocols associated with our review. I want to take a moment to thank the professionals at the Department of Justice who met twice daily, sometimes more, for the last 75 days.
Yeah, baby, you don't
to
get
to
no
where we are
applause
today.
for doing your job.
The leadership teams from the Office of the Attorney General, from the Deputy Attorney General's Office, the Associate Attorney General's Office, the Criminal Division, the National Security Division, the FBI, the Southern District of Florida, the Southern District of New York, and the Northern District of New York all gave up many hours every single day on top of their other, of course, full-time obligations
Yeah,
to
half-ass
fulfill
job.
President Trump's promise of transparency to the American people.
I can't believe that y'all even put that type of
I
stuff
also
off
want to
in there.
thank the more than 500 lawyers and professionals across all those divisions that I just mentioned and others who worked long days, nights, weekends, Christmas, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, nights, weekends, and holidays to complete this production These highly trained reviewers spend their careers putting bad guys in jail and effectuating the mission of the department. And to a person,
he don't even
they
believe
work
that.
tirelessly to protect victims and comply with the act since its passage. So thank you to all of them. Today we are producing more than 3 million pages, including more than 2,000 videos and 180,000 images. In total, that means that the department produced approximately 3.5 million pages in compliance with the act. Just a quick note about the videos and
Ooh,
images.
he breathing hard, ain't he?
2,000 videos and 180,000
Ooh, he
images
breathing hard. He
are not
huffing and
all
puffing.
videos and images
He
taken
already
by,
know. Y'all hear
Mr.
that?
Epstein or someone around him. They include large quantities, days, nights, weekends, Christmas, New
Hear
Year's
that?
Eve, New Year's Day,
I sure hate to say
nights,
this.
weekends, and holidays to complete this production. These highly trained
Now
reviewers
he's saying that
spend
other
their
men.
careers
You right.
putting bad guys in jail and effectuating the mission
Will
of the
put their
department.
asses in jail.
And to a person, they work tirelessly to protect victims and comply with the act since its passage. So thank you to all of them. Today we are producing more than 3 million pages, including more than 2,000 videos and 180,000 images. In total, that means that the department produced approximately 3.5 million pages in compliance with the act. Just a quick note about the videos and
Hear that?
images. The 2,000 videos
I
and
know you don't want to.
180,000 images are not all videos and images taken by Mr. Epstein or someone around him. They include large quantities of commercial pornography and images that were seized from Epstein's devices, but which he did not take or that someone around him did not take.
Well, who took them?
Some of the videos, though, and some of the images do appear to be taken by Mr. Epstein or by others around him. Now, I want to talk for a few minutes about the
Be careful
document
sharing it,
identification and
because they're going to
review
try to hit you
protocols.
with
It consists
child
of multiple
porn.
layers of review and quality control designed to ensure compliance under the act and protect victims. On top of the review protocols that the department had in place, the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York employed an additional review protocol to ensure compliance with a court order requiring United States Attorney Jay Clayton to certify that with respect to certain materials, a large quantity of the materials, a rigorous process was undertaken to protect victims against any clearly unwarranted
Yeah, they knew
invasion
this
of
was
their
coming. This is.
personal privacy.
They don't want us to report on it.
Resulted in more than 6 million pages being identified as potentially responsive, including department and FBI emails, interview summaries, images, videos, and various other materials.
So y'all
collected
been
and
knowing.
generated during the various investigations and prosecutions that the act covered, which necessarily means that the number of responsive pages is significantly smaller than the total number of pages initially collected. That's why I mentioned a moment ago, we're releasing more than 3 million pages today.
No, y'all,
and not
now
the-
you trying
the
to
6 million pages.
hold on.
that-
You
that
trying to
we-
say
that we
this is
collected.
gonna be it?
Over 1,000
Oh, they're
vehicles,
trying to say this is
priced
gonna
under
be
20
it.
grand. Visit PendrickCars.com.
No.
Not the 6 million pages that we collected. I want to address what we didn't produce. The categories of documents withheld include those permitted under the Act to be withheld. Files that contain personally identifiable information of victims or victims' personal and medical files, and similar files, the disclosure of which would constitute a clearly unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. Any depiction of CSAM or child pornography was obviously excluded. Anything that would jeopardize an active federal investigation. And finally, anything that depicts or contain images
What
of
active
death, physical abuse, or injury, also not produced. Although the Act allows for withholding for items necessary to keep secret in the interest of national security or foreign policy, no files are being withheld or redacted on that basis.
You lying.
Further, as we previously stated in our December 19th letter of last year, the department withheld or redacted files covered by various privileges, as we always do,
including deliberative process privilege, work product privilege, and attorney-client privilege. As you all know, under the Act, the Department must subsequently submit to the House and Senate committees on the judiciary a report listing all categories of records released and withheld, a summary of redactions made, including the legal basis for such redactions, and a list of all government officials and politically exposed persons named or referenced in the Act. We will do so in due course as required under the Act. I want to talk for just a moment about the redactions that will be obvious to anyone who reviews the materials that we just produced today. In addition to the documentary redactions, which includes personal identifying information, victim information, and other privileges, there is extensive redactions to images
Ramsey in there,
and
y'all.
videos. To protect victims, we redacted every woman depicted in any image or video, with the exception of Ms. Maxwell. We did not redact images of any men, unless it was impossible to redact the woman without also redacting the man. To this end, though, and to ensure transparency, if any member of Congress wishes to review any portions of the responsive production in any unredacted form, they're welcome to make arrangements with the department to do so, and we're happy to do that. I want to talk for a minute about something that is important. Every single day of the year, the Department of Justice investigates and prosecutes those who abuse and traffic young women and children. Just last year, the FBI located over 2,700 victims of child exploitation. The Department of Justice found and terminated 3.8 million dark web pedophile accounts. In August, we charged 11 defendants for extensive sex trafficking in Los Angeles of illegal immigrants and underage women. Last month, we charged 5 men who were engaged in a sadistic sextortion network of deranged young men abusing women. Over the past several months, last summer and into the fall, we executed Operation Restore Justice, rescuing 205 child victims and arresting 293 offenders. I point this out because I take umbrage at the suggestion, which is totally false, that the Attorney General or this department does not take child exploitation or sex trafficking seriously. Or
You
that
don't.
we somehow do not want to protect victims.
You don't.
We do.
No, you don't.
There are some select members of Congress and some in the public eye, including those most critical of our efforts at full transparency under the Act, who remain silent as to all the work that we have done and continue to do every day in this space,
You don't get no brownie points, sir.
while quickly pointing a finger at the Attorney General or this department because we
Y'all
were careful
protected PDFers.
in our review of millions of pages of documents over the past 2 months.
You broke the law.
The Attorney General, the Director of the FBI, and our partners throughout this administration work hard every single day to protect the most vulnerable among us. With the production of this magnitude, mistakes are inevitable. We, of course, want to immediately correct any redaction errors that our team may have made, and so the department has established an email inbox for victims to reach us directly to correct redactions and any concerns when appropriate. That's been in existence since December, and we've been doing that since then. Finally, a very small portion of the documents collected pursuant to the Act include materials that a law firm produced to the SDNY in 2019 pursuant to a grand jury subpoena. This was during the criminal investigation of Ms. Maxwell.
The one that you moved.
A grand jury subpoena. This was during the criminal investigation of Ms. Maxwell. We determined it would be prudent to seek an order from the court in the Southern District of New York seeking production of these materials subject to the protective order in that civil lawsuit. To that end, the department has filed that motion with the appropriate judge in the SDNY, and if that motion is granted, we'll release those materials with appropriate redactions immediately. Today's release marks the end of a very comprehensive document identification and review process to ensure transparency to the American people and compliance with the Act. The department has engaged in an unprecedented and extensive effort to do so. After submitting the final report to Congress as required under the Act and publishing the written justifications for redactions in the Federal Register, the department's obligations under the Act will be completed. I'm happy to take any questions anybody has about that.
Todd, I'd like to ask you about this, and I have a Minnesota question for you. On the Epstein release today, it was recently made public that Ghislaine Maxwell claims more than 24 men signed secret agreements with the federal government not to be prosecuted. What is your reaction to that, and what does that mean for her case?
I read an article that described, I wasn't aware that it was actual men that she's claiming. I thought it was accomplices, which I'm not sure if that's a reference to some of the financial institutions or other individuals that
25.
So yes, I don't have a reaction to her filing. I can tell you that we reviewed, as I just described, every single piece of paper that we have associated with these investigations, Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell, and
turn around and look them in their eyes.
I'm not aware.
Why you lying?
To Minnesota, if I may ask you real quick, that's in the topic, in the headlines right now. There's new video of a man believed to be Alex Preddy, who's spitting, who's kicking out a taillight of a law enforcement vehicle. Does that change the perception of a potential DOJ investigation? Is there going to be a civil rights investigation into his death? Where does that land now that video's out? Then I have a quick follow-up on that.
I don't think a single video should change any perception the Department of Justice may or may not have about that tragic occurrence last Saturday. We've said repeatedly over the past week that, of course, this is something that we're investigating, and we are. That's what we would always do in circumstances like this. And so there's an investigation that's ongoing, which I'm not going to talk about. But just look, the problem is an initial reaction to a particular video, one or another. You're talking about one that happened apparently some days ahead of last Saturday. It's an investigation. So an investigation necessarily means just that. It means talking to witnesses. It means looking at documentary evidence, sending subpoenas if you have to. And the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division has the best experts in the world at this. They've been doing it for decades. And so I expect that investigation will proceed with those parameters in mind.
Are you looking at a nexus of left-wing groups? This DOJ said that that's something that you guys were concerned about. Are you following money? Are you looking at a potential that all of this may be related somewhere?
I mean, yes.
Yes, organized crime.
Mr. Deputy Attorney General, you said in your remarks
Elite.
you withheld some documents because of ongoing investigations. I've done this long enough to know you can't comment on ongoing investigations, but can you say a little bit more? Because as you know, the department has been criticized for not bringing charges against more people. Are there still open investigations related to Jeffrey Epstein?
So what I was laying out in my comments is the statutory, what the statute talks about what we can withhold and the reasons we can withhold it. I wasn't pointing to any particular, I wasn't trying to be coy or otherwise suggest there's some investigation. As you all know, Jay Clayton in New York is in charge of any potential investigations, and I'm not going to comment beyond that on that.
You were referring to Clayton.
Excuse me?
You were referring to Clayton's investigation.
I wasn't referring to anything. I was just saying that Congress, in their wisdom, allowed us to withhold documents if there were ongoing criminal investigations. That's one of the 4 reasons. I wanted to make clear with respect to any national security information that we were not withholding. There's not some tranche of super secret documents about Jeffrey Epstein that we're withholding. We're actually not withholding anything based upon NDI.
Deputy Attorney General Prince, thank you for your time. 2 questions for you. Number 1, pushing politics aside and everyone else aside, some of the victims of Epstein have expressed frustration with the entire process. I want to give you the opportunity to speak directly to them.
It's a free phone.
Y'all please hit the like button
I got my first. Wait, hold on.
so that I won't have to stop.
Well, I don't know what you're speaking to. I mean, if there's frustration with, quote, the entire process, same here. I mean, you have a situation where for many, many years, nobody even breathed a word about Jeffrey Epstein. And then all of a sudden, it was all anybody would talk about going into the last spring and summer, culminating in the passage of the Transparency Act. And President Trump has said for years what I think everybody will find to be exactly true, which is detailing his relationship and lack thereof with Mr. Epstein, and what he thought about Mr. Epstein, and notwithstanding what the department has been saying for a very long time, we're still where we are today. Listen, victims of Mr. Epstein have gone through unspeakable pain, and there's nobody that should say anything differently. And I to the extent that there's frustration, I understand where that comes from, just from what we know about Mr. Epstein. I hope that the work that the men and women within this department have done over the past 2 months.
What do you know about your homeboy Donnie?
Hopefully
Donnie
is able
T.
to bring closure. I think that what we told our reviewers is that was the goal. You know, there's this mantra out there that, the Department of Justice is supposed to protect Donald J. Trump, and that's what we were telling. That's not true. That was never the case.
You
We are always concerned
lie.
about the victims.
You
When
lie.
we said that we were not legally allowed to release documents,
Oh, you lie.
that's a fact. That was true. It remains true today. And then with the
You
Act's
lie.
passage, we are able now and directed to release documents, which is what we are doing.
You lie.
But so hopefully some of those frustrations are now eased. Listen, any victim that wants to speak with the department has done so. Hopefully, if not, they should. The prosecutors from this case in New York have given hundreds, if not thousands, of hours to working with victims, and that's what we do every day, and that's what we did in this case as well. So,
very quickly, can you assure the American public that President Trump, like every other prominent person whose name came up in relation to the Epstein files, that all documents, photos, and anything relevant to him connected to the case are being released?
I mean, yes, I can assure that we complied with the statute, we complied with the act, and there is no, we did not protect President Trump, we didn't protect or not protect anybody. I mean, I think that there's a hunger or a thirst for information that I do not think will be satisfied by the review of these documents. And there's nothing I can do about that. But President Trump, of all the people in Washington, D.C. and around this country that have said for years the same consistent message about Jeffrey Epstein is President Trump. And so there's not been a change of course or anything, and certainly his direction to the American people and the his direction to the Department of Justice was to be as transparent, release the files, be as transparent as we can, and that's exactly what we did.
Clarify your remarks on the Alex Preddy killing. Are you saying that the Justice Department has opened a civil rights investigation into his death?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, look, and I know there's been a lot of discussion among the media around that, but just think about what that means. All that means is that DHS, as the Secretary has said, is conducting an investigation, as they should and as they do every time there's a tragic event like this. And the FBI, in their role, which is a separate role from DHS, is also looking into it and conducting an investigation. And that's not that shouldn't be treated as making news. It's just we've said that for a week, and it remains as true today as it was last Sunday when I said it.
Two questions for you, one on topic and one separate. Yeah, two questions for you, one on topic and one separate. On topic, do you have any information that you could just share? Because 3 million documents is a lot for people who are watching this at home. Are there any new names or new people, public people in positions of power who you're found in these filings?
I don't have anything to share about what's new or not new, and there's...
Why?
No, I don't have anything to share about that.
And to follow up on that, do you have a reaction to the arrest of Don Lemon overnight?
Do you have a reaction to what?
To Don Lemon's arrest overnight?
Do I have a reaction to it? I don't know what that means. What are you looking for me to do? Jump up and down? No, I don't have a reaction to it. I don't know that the charges are unsealed yet. So no, I can't. I'm not going to comment on that.
Thank you. You said this is the end of the Epstein, of your review of the Epstein files.
So, just to clarify, is the public going to learn the identities of the men who abused the girls with the information that you're releasing? And if not, why not? And then I have a quick follow-up.
I mean, you just baked in an assumption into your question that I have never said and I don't know to be true. Is the public going to learn about men that abuse these girls? Like, what does that mean? I mean, I don't understand what that means.
Because it,
You can be
your
offended all
home
you
girl that
want,
you
but
moved
if
to
you're
the
over 50
to the
and
Camp
ignoring
K
your
prison said
$25,000
that there
straight
were
back
more
burial
men,
benefit that gives
What does that mean?
more
I don't understand
people.
what that means.
Well, I mean, they're the men who abused the young women through Epstein's,
Look, we said in July, and it remains as true today as it was in July. If we had information, we meaning the Department of Justice, about men who abused women, we would prosecute them, right? We talked about the work that we're doing. That's why I said that. I said this earlier. There's this built-in assumption that somehow there's this hidden tranche of information of men that we know about that we're covering up or that we're choosing not to prosecute. That is not the case. I don't know whether there are men out there that abuse these women.
They said
if we
they-
learn about information and evidence that allows us to
If
prosecute
somebody,
them,
if your
you
daughter
better believe
said
we will.
that they
but I don't think that
abused
that the
her, would you
public or
believe
you
them?
all are going
Would
to
you
uncover
start an investigation?
men within the Epstein files that abuse women, unfortunately.
Okay, and just to follow up on the investigation into Federal Chairman Jerome Powell, is the Justice Department, what's the status of that investigation now that President Trump has nominated a new Fed chair? Is the Justice Department looking to bring a close to the investigation into Chairman Powell's as soon as possible?
I don't have a comment on that, on the subpoenas that were issued. I don't think the timing of President Trump's decision to nominate somebody is
playing down. He don't want to have to even deliver this.
factor in any investigation.
Hi, I just wanted to follow up on
He don't
Alana's
even want to have to
question.
be
So you're saying
standing
that
up
the
there
shooting
delivering this
investigation
message.
of Alex Preddy is now a civil rights investigation. You're implying that that's always been the case. Can you also say what about the shooting of Renee Good? I mean, why not is that a civil rights investigation?
I didn't say it was always the case. I said it's the same thing that we said as of last Sunday, as with respect to last weekend. There are thousands, unfortunately, of law enforcement events every year where somebody is shot. The Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice does not investigate every one of those shootings. There has to be circumstances or facts, or maybe unknown facts, but certainly circumstances that warrant an investigation. So when I talked about last weekend, and when others have talked about this week, the fact that President Trump has said repeatedly, of course, something we're going to investigate. That's what I meant about what we're doing. It doesn't mean that every time that there's a federal officer related shooting, that's something civil rights takes up. It depends on the circumstances.
Follow up on that. Can you
Go
just,
ahead.
I know you can't be specific about details of the investigation, but can you kind of just characterize the scope of the Preddy investigation, what kinds of things that they'll be looking for and who's involved?
What can
They're
signs do for
still
your
trying to
business?
play in our face,
Signs
ain't they?
inform. They communicate
What kinds of things that they'll be looking for and who's involved?
Well, I mean, it's an investigation. So what do we think we're looking at? We're looking at everything.
Oh, so now you want to get
shed
smart.
light on what happened that day and in the days and weeks
Now you
leading
want to
up
be
what happened.
smart
And
talking.
that's like any investigation that the Department of Justice and the FBI does every day. It means we're looking at videos, talking to witnesses, trying to understand what happened. I mean, you're talking about an incredibly tragic morning, and then trying to unwind and investigate that it takes a lot of time. I'm not going to prejudice what they're doing or not doing by laying any markers, but I expect that the folks that are doing this are the most experienced in this space and are doing that.
Yeah, so to follow up on that, how would a civil rights investigation work with DHS taking the lead, which is what was said over the weekend? And are prosecutors
And they're the
in
ones
Minnesota,
who
who's
sent
involved in this? We know that
the
there's a lot of
KKK.
frustration within the department, both in Minnesota and the Civil Rights Division, that they feel they are not being brought in and they are the experts here. So So just to follow up, how would this work with DHS taking the lead, and who is from DOJ involved in this investigation?
I don't think that, look, I think anytime every single federal agency, including DHS, has a process that they use when there's something like this that happens, an internal review, investigation, however you want to call it. That's what DHS was doing, as they do every single time something like this happened. There was nothing unique to these facts. There might have been outsized focus on it because of what happened, but DHS was doing an investigation. I don't know that will stop. I don't expect that investigation to stop because we're investigating, and of course we're coordinating with them. We're not working against them, but there's I suppose potentially separate goals or potential goals in the two investigations. I mean, DHS is conducting an investigation, and then the FBI conducts an investigation. It's not as if one goes one way and one goes the other, but they are their own investigations.
Very clearly said on Sunday that HSI is leading the investigation, and he did not want to overstep and say anything. Was that not true anymore, or was that true at the time?
I don't think it's fair to say whether it's true anymore, okay? And I don't think it's also, I don't want to say who's lead or not lead. I don't even really know what that means in the course of an investigation. The FBI is investigating. They are for sure coordinating with Secretary Noem and her folks as well. And I expect DHS is also continuing their investigation to some extent. And there's outsized folks on this. This happens, like I said, thousands of times a year. And it is tragic every single time it happens. And it's tragic this time like it's tragic every other time. And so there's a process that has to be allowed to play out internally with these law enforcement organizations and certainly with the FBI as well to allow this investigation to go on.
You've talked about the expectations surrounding the Epstein files. Do you agree that the DOJ itself, senior officials at the DOJ, played up those expectations for the first half of this year? I'm just sort of trying to understand what responsibility does the Justice Department have?
They don't want to have
the
none.
criticism that has come over the handling of the Epstein files.
I'm not commenting on criticism. People can criticize all they want. My point was just to make plain that when it comes to what we've been doing the past 2 months and why we weren't able to complete the review of over 6 million pages. Okay, so you're talking about 2 Eiffel Towers, okay, of pages in 30 days in a way that made sure we complied with the act, right? So the act had multiple requirements. Get it done in 30 days. And you better not release any victim information. All right, so there's a lot of statutory construction. There's a lot of case law that exists. That says
but you
if
redacted
those two are in
the
conflict,
predators
we
as
are
well.
not violating the 30-day requirement by taking our time to comply with the act. And so my comments were directed at this idea that because we didn't review the 6+ million pages within 30 days, somehow the Attorney General doesn't care about victims or is further doing damage to victims because of that, because exactly the opposite is true when it comes to the Attorney General.
Sir, I have questions on Epstein and Minnesota. First on Minnesota. For transparency, would you commit to releasing the body cam video from federal officers that was involved in that shooting and their names at a point when the investigation can allow that? Will you make that public? And I did not hear clarity on whether Renee Good's case is also in the civil rights realm.
I'm not committing to anything with respect to that investigation that would be completely unfair to the investigation itself for me to stand here and commit to something for any reason. It depends. It depends on what happens with the investigation, and that's a decision that was made by the folks that are working the investigation. As it relates to Ms. Good, I don't, like I said before, there's investigations that happen all the time with respect to shootings like what happened last Saturday, and cases are handled differently by this department depending on the circumstances.
On Epstein, sir, if I may just ask one on that, please. You mentioned a letter to Congress. How and to whom did you notify the White House about the production that you're announcing today before you came out and spoke to us?
How did I do what?
the White House. We'll
Y'all,
join our
please
visit
help
with
me
the White
reach
House.
my
This is a
goal.
letter
I'm
to
almost
Congress.
4 hours in.
Can you even see me right now? I don't think it's your screen. It's your vision.
Yeah,
You don't
no,
have a
y'all
contact
just sitting
that
here,
didn't
not
you?
hitting the like
Honestly,
button, not supporting the platform, not helping me reach my goals,
Who did
nothing.
you update at the White
God
House?
dang.
Well, I don't know. I don't really understand the question. You mean who did I update?
Yeah, did you provide them an explanation of what today's release would be?
Look, my team.
Hit the like button. I'm so sick of y'all sitting over here ear hustling. I don't care how many in here right now. It's such disrespect. If you don't like it, you don't have to be here. These countries just banned the U.S. travel. So 20 countries are banning us. And this is crazy. We liabilities. Travel and leisure. Because of Donald Trump restricting and limiting the entry of foreign nationals to protect purity of the United States. Now, are we? No. Hell no. Get this man up off of. Oh, this is from Donald Trump. Hold on. Let me get up out of here. Oh, so how are we pure? And we are messing with our own kids and loved ones. Man, let me get up out of here. Y'all hit the like button. Now, in the Melania movie, is she talking about how she used to be a hooker?
Mar-a-Lago was host to.
Hold on.
A new batch of files from the Epstein investigation has been released, and they contain some serious accusations against the president. A complaint submitted to the FBI by an alleged victim claims that Mar-a-Lago was host to auctions of underage victims.
Auctions.
The anonymous filing claims that.
Y'all hit the like button.
A new batch of files from the Epstein investigation has been released, and they contain some serious accusations against the president. A complaint submitted to the FBI by an alleged victim claims that Mar-a-Lago was host to auctions of underage victims. The anonymous filing claims that Trump himself would touch the victims' private parts. They claim that Trump assaulted them when they were just 13, and that Donald Jr., Eric, and Ivanka Trump, as well as Elon Musk and Ghislaine.
Ivanka, I told y'all she was in there.
We told you that Donald Trump's dark past would surface. We told you.
A new batch of files from the Epstein investigation has been released, and they contain some serious accusations against the president. A complaint submitted to the FBI by an alleged victim claims that Mar-a-Lago was host to auctions of underage victims.
Auctions.
The anonymous filing
Lock it
claims
up.
that Trump himself would touch the victims' private parts. They claim that Trump assaulted them when they were just 13, and that Donald Jr., Eric, and Ivanka Trump, as well as Elon Musk and Ghislaine Maxwell, were present at these events. A new batch of files from the Epstein investigation has been released, and they contain some serious accusations against the president.
Now, y'all remember what we
complaint
listened to
submitted
last
the
night,
FBI
right?
By an alleged victim claims that Mar-a-Lago was.
Y'all remember what we listened to last night? It says you are currently offline.
We told you that Donald Trump's dark past would surface. We told you.
Y'all remember what we listened to last night about Ivanka? And he told her she implemented and that she better turn that disc over. Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, midterms. Hey, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm always over here. Thank you, Cookie Monster. Yeah. Ivanka. Y'all, this is some crazy, wild shit, man. Whole family. A whole family affair. Oh, now, yeah. Of course, right now it's gonna say, of course it's gonna say I'm offline. Of course, my internet messes up. Of course, it's not going as far as it normally goes. Of course, here lately, have y'all noticed I've been having internet issues? I mean, people not getting notifications, all of that. Have y'all not noticed that? How do I not have internet? Timing and patterns. Baby, what we was just listening to, they didn't know. No, Auntie Fee, please. No. Okay. Let me restart. Let me reboot. Let me get on back over here. Lord. As much tea as I bring back to back together and roll it all up in there. I don't know why I be having to tell y'all to hit the like button.
We've all accepted that
y'all better be glad. They watching me.
Most people.
For transparency, would you commit to releasing the body cam video from federal officers that was involved in that shooting and their
Hell
names
no.
at a point when the investigation
Color purple, hell no.
public?
Hell
And I did not hear clarity
no.
on whether Renee Good's case is also in the civil rights realm.
I'm not committing to anything with respect to that investigation that would be completely unfair to the investigation.
Yeah, I remember I
itself
told you
for
about
me to stand here
DNS
and,
not
commit to something for any
recognizing,
reason.
not
It just
connecting.
It depends on what happens with the investigation, and that's a decision that was made by the folks that are working the
I have
the
a little
investigation.
channel. I don't have a
As
big
it
old
relates to
channel.
Ms. Good, I don't. Like I said before, there's investigations that happen all the time with respect to shootings like what happened last Saturday, and cases are handled differently by this department depending on the circumstances.
On Epstein, sir, if I may just ask one on that, please. You mentioned a letter to Congress. How and to whom did you notify the White House about the production that you're announcing today before you came out and spoke to us?
How did I do what?
By the White House. What was your interface with the White House? You said there's a letter to Congress. Who did you update at the White House about this?
Well, I don't know. I don't really understand the question.
You do understand.
Did you provide them an explanation of what today's release would be?
Look, my team has certain communications with the White House. Let me just be clear. They had nothing to do with this review. They had no oversight over this review. They did not tell this department how to do our review, what to look for, what to redact, what to not redact. They absolutely knew that I was doing this press conference today and that we were releasing the materials today. But there's no oversight by the White House into the process that we've undertaken over the past 60 days.
I wanted to ask a question about the evidence in the Alex Preddy investigation. Early on, our reporting showed that the only type of evidence that the FBI initially had in its possession that it was processing for ballistics and DNA, et cetera, was Preddy's firearm. It did not have the two firearms that were used to shoot Preddy. Those were in the hands of HSI, and also there were concerns about chain of custody, things not being properly bagged and tagged, et cetera. Where are the guns now? Are they in the FBI's possession and being reviewed at one of their labs? And who has the phone that Preddy was using and filming? And is that going to be reviewed by the FBI?
I don't know. I don't have an answer to those questions. Look,
I know
think
you
that
don't.
I told you that Donald
Secretary Noem is
Hold on.
Trump's dark past would surface. We told you he could run, but he could not hide. Now, new
Since they didn't want me to
Epstein
play it. Oh,
documents
thank you,
are
Denise, for the
surfacing
flowers.
on Monday night. They're very, very, very concerning. I want to share them with you, and I want to share with you the sequence of what went down yesterday. So earlier in the day, Democratic Congress member
Delete what?
Rotana stated that he had heard that the DOJ.
What? Deleted what? Let me finish this off. This is almost finished. This is almost finished because I feel like I'm gonna have to Lord, I'm gonna have to order me something to eat. Somebody want to cash out me so I can eat and not have to stop?
Been clear with the American
Is
people,
my
but
cash
also with the
app
Department of
pinned
Justice
to the
that
top?
we're doing this together. We're coordinating.
I
And
thank you for the
so
Sunday.
I'm not,
Ooh, I
am
reached to
not
go for that
following
hour.
in the weeds
I
about
wish
who actually has
I
possession of the
wish I
firearms
could
that were
use it
discharged.
for lunch.
And the FBI would need in order to conduct a thorough investigation into a color of, this is obviously a color of
Thank
law.
you,
When I
thank
said I
you,
didn't
thank
know, I
you for
wasn't
the Sunday. Alex
being critical of
Phones.
the question. I was just
Oh,
simply saying I don't
yeah.
know.
On the
Thank
Fulton
you,
County
Specs.
seizure of ballots, like local officials there, election officials say, those materials were set to become public by February 9th, and that the Justice Department could have simply asked for them.
Randomly,
Why was it necessary to conduct
Amaze,
a
hello.
search warrant? And do you expect the affidavit in that search warrant matter to become public anytime soon? Or do you have any comment or explanation as to why that was necessary?
Listen, I'm not going to comment on. It's the criminal investigation. I'm not. I
Into
will not
who?
comment on it. I will say that it should be no
Wasn't
surprise to many in
Congress,
this room
the
that
Senate asked
or
them
anybody
why they
watching
didn't know that they was being
election integrity is
investigated?
extraordinarily important to this
Yeah,
administration. Always
why we
has been
can't know
and
who
always
you
will be.
investigating?
And so the fact that President Trump and this administration are investigating to make sure that
Now they're
are
investigating
investigating issues around
themselves.
elections to make sure that we do have
So that
completely
means
fair and
that they're gonna
appropriate
lie.
elections should not be surprising, but I can't comment on any criminal investigations. Yeah.
To follow up on that, regarding Fulton County, can you explain Tulsi Gabbard's role in
Can you just speak
DOJ
up a little bit,
activity? Could you please explain Tulsi Gabbard's role in DOJ activity regarding the Fulton County search?
What do you mean her role?
The media is covering the Social Security riots, but it's all a distraction for what's really going on.
I'm gonna have to eat. I'm
DOJ
hungry.
activity regarding the Fulton County search?
What do you mean her role?
It was reported that.
Okay,
She happened to be present in Atlanta. I mean, yes, I saw the same photos you did. I mean, she doesn't work for the Department of Justice or the FBI. She's an extraordinarily important part of this administration. This administration coordinates everything we do as a group. And so I think her presence shouldn't be, there shouldn't be questioned. Of course, I mean, that's a big part of her job. And so
Oh, it's
the
not
fact that
letting
she
me do
was
another
present in
10.
Atlanta
Hold on.
that day, you know, is something that shouldn't surprise anybody.
Chairman Maxwell?
All right, just two more. Go ahead.
Just following up on that, so are you saying that Gabbard's appearance in that area had nothing to do with the Justice Department action?
I most certainly did not say that. No, I did not say that. I said that exactly the opposite. I said this administration works closely together in all kinds of different areas, and so I'm not sure if they're surprised at that the administration is working together on things like election integrity. But if there is surprise, let me unequivocally state we are working together as an administration on election integrity type issues, and so that's all I can say about that. All right, one more.
Can you clarify who at the Justice Department is involved in the Preddy investigation? Is it the Civil Rights Division? Is it the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota?
So I want to be careful about, I want to choose words carefully about involved. Investigations like this are led by law enforcement, so that's the FBI. There's coordination with.
Are they already
with the
deleting
civil rights,
documents
with
in the
Harvey
Epstein?
Dillon's group, and there's trial attorneys there that have. This is their lives.
On the
They've
U.S.
done this for
Department of
decades, and
Justice
so
page
to the
not
extent there's
found.
questions during an investigation that require a trial attorney to weigh in, or if you need a civil rights attorney to draft a search warrant or help with an investigative process, I expect the Civil Rights Division here at Maine Justice will be part of that effort. But I don't want to overstate what's happening. I don't want the takeaway to be that there's some massive civil rights investigation that's happening. This is what I would describe as a standard investigation by the FBI when there's circumstances like what we saw last Saturday, and that investigation, to the extent it needs to involve lawyers at the Civil Rights Division, it will involve those. All right, thanks a lot, everybody. I appreciate it.
Merit the same kind of investigation.
Do you have comment on the career prosecutors that are resigning in Minneapolis?
Over
he didn't
1,000
want to talk about
vehicles
that.
priced under 20 grand.
He didn't want to talk about that.
Cars.com. And
He didn't want to talk about that. Okay, well, hold on. Let's move over here. Come on back. Come back. Bring that ass here. Don't go nowhere. Hold on. Let's go. Let's go back.
Jay would be producing another batch of Epstein files in the afternoon. People waited for the afternoon, and those files were not produced. So we at the Midas Touch Network entered a search term to look for data set 8 using the prior search formats and constructs, even though it wasn't on the DOJ website. And sure enough, it actually opened up a website
Donald
for
Trump
data
in
set 8, even though it
coordinating
was not
child
posted on the DOJ
sex trafficking
website.
ring
So at the
and
Midas Touch Network, we quickly
youly
downloaded
assaulting
everything
minors. Let's
on data
go.
set 8. It was tens of thousands of documents, still nowhere near the complete file that constitutes the Epstein files. But there were tens of thousands of records. We downloaded them and we started going through them document by document. Some of these documents raise a lot of serious questions. And the fact that it was not posted on the DOJ website also raised some red flags. Then later in the evening on Monday night, the DOJ posted Set 8. Now, some of these documents that we uncovered that I say raise these concerns, these red flags, were moved. Still there, but the document numbers were shifted, and so you had to go and re-examine them to determine where they were. So it also raises some serious questions. Why were they manipulating and changing the document numbers on these pages within a matter of hours, and what else might they be covering up? So here's one of the messages that we uncovered. Let me read it to you. In dataset 8 of the Epstein files release, which was briefly posted on the Justice Department's website yesterday, there is a letter alleging to be sent from Jeffrey Epstein to convicted sex offender Larry Nassar. Remember Larry Nassar? You know who that was? The American convicted serial sex offender, former family medicine physician. He was the team doctor of the United States Women's National Gymnastics team and a physician at Michigan State University, where he sexually assaulted hundreds, potentially thousands of young girls. So in the Epstein files, in dataset 8, which was briefly posted and then posted later in the night with different Bates numbers, document numbers, there's this letter, which was postmarked just days after Epstein died. Here's how it reads. Dear LN, LN Larry Nassar, Dear LN, as you know by now, I have taken the short route home. Good luck. We shared one thing, our love and caring for young ladies at the hope they'd reach their full potential. Our president shares our love of young, nubile girls.
They tried to make
When
it
a
seem
young
like that
beauty
wasn't
walked
legit.
by, he loved to, quote, grab snatch, whereas we ended up snatching grub in the mess halls of the system. Life is unfair. Yours, J. Epstein. Now, this letter, you analyze it, was returned to sender. Reporting indicates that Epstein sent a letter to Nassar from prison before his alleged suicide. The contents of that letter was never revealed. Additional documents show that the letter was submitted for handwriting analysis within the FBI, though it's unclear if investigators ever reached a conclusion on whether or not this letter was definitively written by Jeffrey Epstein. So these images had the document numbers, or we call them Bates numbers, EFTA 36086, 36085, and then there were the various forensic analysis documents 36076, 36077, and 36078, where it was actually sent out to a lab for a handwriting analysis to see if it was Epstein's, and we never got back those results, or we don't know where those results are as of now. Now, in addition to that, there was another document that we uncovered that I want to share with you, which raises a lot of red flags. Here it is right here. You'll see the document number EFT 29798. Subject, Epstein flight records, dated January 8th, 2020. Let me read it to you. For your, and by the way, this is a letter sent by Assistant United States Attorneys. So these are federal prosecutors from the Southern District of New York. They were the ones who would have been prosecuting Epstein before he died by alleged suicide. And they were the ones who successfully prosecuted Ghislaine Maxwell. Maureen Comey was the successful prosecutor who Donald Trump fired a few months ago. But here's one of the internal emails relating to Epstein flight records from those Southern District of New York prosecutors. Let me read it. For your situational awareness, wanted to let you know that the flight records we received yesterday reflect that Donald Trump traveled on Epstein's private jet many more times than previously has been reported or that we were aware of, including during the period we would expect to charge in a Maxwell case. In particular, he is listed as a passenger on at least 8 flights between 1993 and 1996, including at least 4 flights on which Maxwell was also present. He is listed as having traveled with, among others, and at various times, Marla Maples, his daughter Tiffany, and his son Eric. On one flight in 1993, he and Epstein are the only 2 listed passengers. On another, the only 3 passengers are Epstein, Trump, and then 20-year-old, and this is redacted. Often these redactions are associated with victims. On 2 other flights, 2 of the passengers, respectively, were women who would be possible witnesses in a Maxwell case. We've just finished reviewing the full records, more than 100 pages of very small script, and didn't want any of this to be a surprise down the road. And this is signed by an assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York. In other words, a federal prosecutor sent this email, and you'll see it has document number 29798. We told you that Donald Trump's dark past would surface. We told you he could run, but he could not hide now.
What's this?
We focused on making the most craveable chicken finger meals, getting them right every time.
Daughter.
Okay, hold on. It's taking that too long. What's this? Oh, I got this in my ear.
That being selfless does not mean forget.
The Department of Justice releasing its remaining documents from the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Deputy Attorney General Todd Bland saying the records will be posted throughout the day, including more than 2,000 videos, more than 180,000 images, some of the material so explicit you have to verify being an adult before you can actually access it.
Many of Epstein's survivors
Oh.
have been publicly pushing.
Department of Justice releasing its remaining documents from the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Deputy Attorney General Todd Bland saying the records will be posted throughout the day, including more than 2,000 videos, more than 180,000 images, some of the material so explicit you have to verify being an adult before you can actually access it.
Many of Epstein's survivors have been publicly pushing for years to have these documents come out, but it took a law passed with near unanimous support in Congress to finally bring these documents to light.
Victims of Mr. Epstein have gone through unspeakable pain, and there's nobody that should say anything differently. And I to the extent that there's frustration, I understand where that comes from, just from what we know about Mr. Epstein. I hope that the work that the men and women within this department have done over the past 2 months hopefully is able to bring closure.
CNN's Evan Perez is here with us now. And Evan, there's been a lot of speculation about President Trump being named in these files, and we're learning now the FBI actually compiled a list of allegations related to the president back in August. What are you learning?
Right. So this was in 2025 that the FBI compiled a list of all of these sexual assault allegations that involved the president of the United States, that some of them stretch back years, decades, that were associated with this case. And We don't know what of anything is actually credible here. As a matter of fact, we believe that a lot of these could not be verified. Some of them were second and third hand accounts that people were relating things. And that's the way the FBI works, right? Some of this is in 302s, what they call 302s, which are essentially witness statements. And anyone can make any allegations. The FBI takes it down, and then it takes time and effort to try to verify whether any of that stands. And so that appears to what have been has happened here. And what's notable here is that there's some of them that have very salacious accusations about the president. And again, a lot of them are unverified at all by the FBI. It appears that at least a couple of the documents that we're talking about here have been removed since they were posted earlier by the Justice Department. We don't know why that is. They've done this in previous tranches that they've released.
Yeah, they released some
that
that
Jeffrey Epstein
that
and the President of the United States were friends.
exposed
that
Trump.
They were close friends for a period, and then they had a falling out. The president has described that over the number of years, and he's also said repeatedly that he had nothing to do and did not know anything about about the activities, the illegal activities of Jeffrey Epstein with underage
So a lot of
girls.
blank
And so
pages.
that's what's notable. One of the notable things. A lot of these documents, 3.5 million documents in all that have been released in all of the Justice Department's work here. They've had hundreds of lawyers over the last few weeks who've been focused only on this, leaving behind all their other work to try to meet this deadline, which of course they've blown past by a number of weeks. And so we are still going through a lot of these documents. Some of them are things we've seen before, including things related to the Ghislaine Maxwell case. Of course, she was convicted in 2022 for being associated with some of these crimes. And so we're still going through a lot of these documents to see what else we learn in here. There was also some allegations about Bill Clinton. A lot of Bill Clinton mentions here, including someone who was his former White House counsel, who makes reference to Jeffrey Epstein. She worked as a lawyer,
and
apparently
also
for
his
Jeffrey Epstein
former
and his estate, and
church
refers to him as
religious
Wonderful Jeffrey and things like that. So there's a lot of political
advisor
figures associated with Epstein, which is not surprising.
that
given
was just
the company that he kept.
arrested this year.
Evan, thank you so much for that. Really
And
appreciate
sentenced
The
to
Justice
only
Department is in
6
the process of
months.
releasing its remaining files related to the Jeffrey Epstein sex trafficking case. We're now hearing from some Epstein survivors, though, who say their names appear unredacted throughout the documents, despite assurances directly from DOJ that no personally identifiable information about victims would be released. Joining us now, an attorney who represents 11 of Epstein's accusers, Eric Fudali. Eric, thank you so much for being with us. The documents that were released today include some 3 million pages, 2,000 videos, 180,000 images as well. Is that, to your knowledge, everything DOJ has in its possession?
Absolutely not. No, it's not everything. And even what has been produced still has redactions. There are some very alarming statements from the Department of Justice today discussing what they've withheld and what they've redacted. And most alarming was they cited attorney-client privilege and ongoing investigations. The problem with that is there's no oversight. We just have to trust that everything they're withholding is in fact attorney-client privilege. And attorney-client privilege is very nuanced and very difficult, especially when you're dealing with prosecutors who technically don't really have clients other than the government. So again, it's very convoluted. Also ongoing investigations. You could say anything's an ongoing investigation and then withhold.
Y'all, does this kind of fall in line to maybe also some of the other stuff that's going on with the judges being stopping hearings and him being raided and all of this crazy foolishness going on? Y'all hit the like button. Auntie Fee been trying to bring y'all up to speed with some of this stuff, and y'all just been kind of playing me off, come in and say she ain't got no teeth, she don't know what she's talking about. Yeah, reckon you ain't been paying attention. Yeah, wasn't old girl just subpoenaed. I told y'all she was subpoenaed and then she done turned over something. Yeah, whole family may be about to go to prison. Him and Diddy kind of like, ain't they? He had whole auctions at Mar-a-Lago. Whole auctions of minors. Didn't I show y'all pictures of they just dancing, them little girls just da-da-da? Didn't I tell y'all that this human trafficking and getting these immigrants being sent to foreign countries and stuff, you know, and he got all these behind the scene deals in foreign countries and shit. So you snatching people from here, taking them over there, gonna make them free labor, be in your brothels. So when Epstein said that Trump is the worst of the worst of the worst, yeah, y'all hit the like button. I've been trying to tell y'all. Hey, Satoya.
That's what's so frustrating and so alarming about this. And that's why the congressmen have requested some of the federal judges in New York who have overseen the Epstein cases to appoint a special overseer to oversee.
Yeah, that's why they didn't want that.
And make
Do
sure
we
that
see
it's
why they didn't want
in
that?
compliance with the law. We're actually filing some amicus briefs and letters to those judges on behalf of my clients as we speak, because that's what needs to happen. There needs to be oversight.
When you hear that there are survivors out there saying that they have read their names, even Jane Doe's, that they have read their names in these documents, I mean, what does that tell you about the process, the review process?
They were worried about the men. They were worried about the men. Trump and his friends.
Put these documents out there.
It's really concerning, and really what's so baffling about this is, on one hand, it's a cover-up, but on the other hand, it's incompetence. So you have this combination, this sort of like perfect storm of trying to cover up what they don't want people to see, but then accidentally covering up what they shouldn't allow people to see, or accidentally showing people what they shouldn't see. I mean, this is just, I don't know if I've ever seen, you know, in the history of this Epstein case, or really anything, such sheer incompetence and such an obvious and robust effort to cover things up and withhold things from the public. But the fact that after all these redactions, all this time, you know, we're almost a month and a half past the deadline for which all the documents were supposed to be produced, that they're still producing documents that are not fully redacted. I saw that I heard there was a driver's license that showed a survivor's name. I mean, it's just, it's incomprehensible how poor a job and how this has been handled.
I can predict what your response is going to be based on your description of this as a cover-up and your description of the entire process, but I do have to ask whether you believe Deputy Attorney General Blanche when he says that the White House had no purview, no control, no influence whatsoever on this review.
I have difficulty believing that for a couple of reasons. You know, first, it would seem like this administration has been the only people in the entire country who don't want the Epstein files revealed. I mean, this was a bipartisan issue in Congress, in the House, in the Senate. Republicans, Democrats, countrywide all want the Epstein files released. So something has to be stopping it, because remember, the Department of Justice didn't need a law to release them. They could have just released them. So something was stopping them. And certainly it wasn't the will of the public, because the public wants these released. Certainly wasn't,
and it wasn't for the Democrats.
They want this released. So there has to be another entity that wanted these files not released. And the logical conclusion is that this administration is the one who has been blocking the release, and appears perhaps to continue to be blocking this release.
Eric Fudali, thanks so much for the time.
Thank you.
What we doing, good people? Are we ready to go? What we doing? Are we rolling? I gotta eat. I should have got a cash app by now saying Auntie Fee order you something to eat. Where are we going with this? What we doing? Huh? What we doing? What is this one? Hold on. What we doing? What we doing? What we doing? What we doing? What I just do? I've been holding this whole time. What did you just do, girl? Brother, you didn't send it to yourself. Oh, Tiffany. You didn't send it to yourself. Elon Musk asked Jeffrey Epstein about his PDF files or Wild Island parties. Is it behind? What did I do to it? Oh my God.
This easy yogurt bowl is the
Oh man, this look good. Yeah, what we doing? I'm trying to find one that I have been holding all this time. Oh, this is funny. Michael Bazin is funny. Can y'all see this? Oh my goodness. Pretty woman walking down the street. Pretty woman. Is that Jeffrey Epstein in Melania? His first love? My first love. You're every hand that I take. You're the reason I Now that's funny. I'm trying to find what I was holding this whole time. Trump accused Epstein files of forcing underage girls to Trump accused of in the Epstein files of forcing underage girls to perform oral sex. I'm trying to find that one. Oh man. Hold on. He should have just smoking gun. In an interview with FBI agent, the survivor told agent that Ghislaine Maxwell presented her to Donald Trump, making clear she was available. This isn't a tip. This is in the FBI 302 and interviews the agent. Y'all, his ass in trouble. All them folks saying he's never been accused of anything. Lies, lies, lies. He's never been accused. Where y'all at? Where y'all asses at? Where you at? Hold on, I'm trying to send something to myself. Another 20,000, but a lot of that is repeat. Yeah, Bill Gates asked Epstein for antibiotics for wife after getting STD from Russian girl. He gave his wife an STD. Y'all, baby. Baby, now. That's why she divorced his ass. Because old girl was red down there. Ooh, wee, ooh, wee. Ooh, wee, ooh, wee, ooh, wee. Ooh, wee, Auntie Fee. Ooh, wee. You burnt your wife. You burnt your wife. You burnt your wife. I mean, I'm not laughing. Y'all, hey, Prentice, hey, everybody who came in when I was down over here. Look, you done burnt your wife. You done burnt. President Trump is the Epstein files. I'm trying to get this out the way right here, right quick, right fast. Oh, okay, you send me some lunch money. Thank you, baby. Because I am over here getting tea, baby, for my tea sippers. You hear me? And trying to make some little clips. Y'all know I like them little clips. He over there burning his wife? What? What type of fracka-nacka hot shit is that? Talking about some hot Cheetos. What? Hot pickle. He had a hot pickle, all right. Oh my. Oh my. Where my other little nightstand? Oh, girl, you better send this picture to yourself so you won't lose it in the shuffle. Hot pickles. You took a souvenir home. I gotta set this up on the big screen, baby. I'm trying to do too much. Hurt leg. I got the heat on it now, y'all. I had to switch it from. Oh, that's on 5%. Let me charge that up. Let me charge that up, baby. Let me charge this up. I need all these devices to be charged. I got the heat on the leg. I need to eat. They telling me I could have healed. I could have been healed if I'd have been eating and stuff, babe. Oh, Lord. Let me show y'all. Her burning. Shout out to all the survivors. God bless you. Make no mistake about it. I am laughing at them for thinking that we were not going to turn the other way and let them get away. Shame on them for not realizing that we was going to stay the course. Oh, yeah. Let me get to the big screen. I need to pull this up. I need to hear some of these too.
In 2006, he had this just happened moments ago, and we're about to see a lot more Epstein files. You might remember this guy, Alex Acosta, Trump's former labor secretary.
We know he in there.
In 2006, he had Epstein grand jury materials hidden. Now, thanks to Ro Khanna, Thomas Massie, and the Epstein Files Transparency Act, a U.S. district judge just ruled that all of those files from 2006 must be unsealed. Trump can't be very happy about this. This just happened moments ago, and we're about to see a lot more Epstein.
This is what they don't tell you about me.
Why do they keep trying to convince us that, quote unquote, nobody cares about?
Oh, I did it again.
Well,
Thank
I think
you.
Representative Thomas Massie might have an idea.
Okay, now.
Israel is influencing the Epstein file.
Yeah, we know that, Massey, baby. Oh, I hate
Israeli intelligence.
I want to keep this on this one because it's strictly on him. He can't get, bless him hard. He can't get you out his head, man. He can't. He has lost to you again. He wish he was you right now without no scandal. You understand? You understand, man? Obi. B.O. Yeah. Yeah. Mr. Clean Hands. The man with the clean hands. He wish he was you. And he wish his hoe was Michelle Obama. That's why they was trying to act like Michelle was a him shim kim when he knew already that his wife was you know she a hoe. How do you know? 'Cause Epstein told her so. Lord, Auntie Fee. Huh, I wasn't supposed to say that. Run which one back? Specs. Run which one back? Hey, Juliana. Thank you. Thank y'all for help. Oh, run it back. Okay. I got you. I thought you was talking about that little, how do you know? 'Cause Epstein told us so. I got it. There you go. Shout out to Specs, man. Thank you. I really, really appreciate I appreciate all y'all support. There you go. I got it. I figured it out once I came off that giggle. I'm trying to get to that other, but I don't want to mess up something that I'm going to need later. Oh, how do you know? 'Cause Epstein told us so. Yeah. He's stuck in that head. What was this one? Hold on. What was this one? Hold on. I'm getting back to that other one.
Keep asking all this Sasha Riley stuff.
Hell yeah, that Sasha Riley
Yes.
stuff. Remind me
watched
of
the
Brooke
video
Shields'
attached.
movie. Which one?
Keep asking all this Sasha Riley stuff is true, and why haven't it came out
Hell.
sooner?
Shit.
He's been trying. Just watch this video.
Below adopted me at 4, not as his child, but as his slave. He would sell me to other psychopaths for a few dollars. They could do anything they wanted. I remember some of the people he sold me to. One of them was Donald Trump. Oh my God. To Leo Terrell, who said Trump is going to run
That's
for
why that
president
man
regardless
didn't
of
want.
indictments.
That's why he
wrote,
didn't want
Trump's going to
to
run out.
bring up that
Below adopted me at 4,
Pass.
not as his child,
And
but
Bill-
as his slave.
Bill Riley is
Sell
in
me
the
to
Epstein
other
files.
psychopaths for a few dollars. They could do anything they wanted.
Oh,
I
okay.
remember some of the people he sold me to. One of them was Donald Trump. Oh my
His
God.
daddy sold him
Leo
to
Terrell,
Donald
who
Trump.
said Trump is going to run for president regardless of indictments. He wrote, Trump's going to run out of money paying legal fees, and then the whole thing will get exposed. Me to other psychopaths for a few dollars. They could do anything they wanted. I remember some of the people he sold me to. One of them was Donald Trump. Oh my God. To Leo Terrell, who said Trump is going to run for president regardless of indictments.
Pretty
He wrote,
something.
Trump's going to run out of money paying legal fees, and then the whole thing will get exposed. Your part too. Andy Biggs wrote, America first. And he wrote, I remember you.
Little kids
My dad
first.
was afraid that he'd get into trouble because of how bad you beat me. He kept saying your name as I struggled to breathe in the backseat of the car. They were scared.
Oh yeah, he
by
sent that to
CPS
Andy.
Was already involved, and they knew they couldn't explain more.
Yeah.
Terrell, who said they could do anything they wanted. I remember some of the people he sold me to. One of them was Donald Trump. Oh my God. To Leo Terrell, who said Trump is going to run for president regardless of indictments. He wrote, Trump's going to run out of money paying legal fees, and then the whole thing will get exposed. Your part too. Andy Biggs wrote, America first. And he wrote, I remember you. My dad was afraid that he'd get into trouble because of how bad you
This
beat
was
me. He
Sasha
kept saying your name as I
responding
struggled to breathe
to
in the backseat of the
Biggs.
car.
This is Sasha responding to a post Biggs. Yeah. Yeah, he wasn't running from him. I remember you. Shit.
Paying legal fees, and then the whole thing will get exposed. Your part, too. Andy Biggs wrote, America first. And he wrote, I remember you. My dad was afraid that he'd get into trouble because of how bad you beat me. He kept saying your name as I struggled to breathe in the back seat of the car. They were scared by CPS was already involved.
So why?
And
So
they
Andy
knew they
went
could
too
explain
far.
more bruises.
This kid was in the back seat. The dad who allowed him to get this handled like that was saying, Andy, damn it, you went too far. How am I going to explain this shit to CPS? That's what this message is. I remember you. I remember you. You hurt me so bad. While he was struggling to breathe in the back seat, he trying to figure out what he gonna tell CPS.
Said Trump is going to run for president regardless of indictments. He wrote, Trump's going to run out of money paying legal fees, and then the whole thing will get exposed. Your part, too. Andy Biggs wrote, America first. And he wrote, I remember you. My dad was afraid that he'd get into trouble because of how bad you beat me. He kept saying your name as I struggled to breathe in the back seat of the car. They were scared by CPS was already involved, and they knew they couldn't explain more bruises or another assault. And he says, Andy Biggs beat you? Oh my God, Sasha, I knew you had a pretty bad life, but I had no idea people of power were beating and R-ing you. How do you keep quiet? He said, I was told I would be unalived if I ever talked about it. I only remember 3 well enough to describe it in detail, but I was trafficked from 4 until about 12. I stopped when CPS got involved. They are Andy Biggs, Jim Jordan, and Donald Trump, who's in my medical records by name 30 years ago. Wow. He's been consistent, guys. This is
Been
from
consistent.
2022.
Man, this type of stuff brings tears to me.
Guys,
I ain't
you know
lying. I can't even imagine surviving it and going through this type of shit. And these people are lawmakers and a president of the fucking United States. And you have the nerve to protect your friends, because all of y'all are PDFers. And y'all have no regards for the victims, because the victims can expose y'all bitch asses. Let me put this on something that's gonna make me laugh, because this shit right here got me in my feelings. I ain't even lying. I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine. These dirty ass, you done took home, took your wife, you done brought her a gift from the Epstein fucking island. You done brought her a souvenir. And y'all want to act like it was all fun and games over at the island. That's why she left you. That's why she left you. Because she couldn't pull you away from the dirty dogs. Yeah. And them look in the look. And you done brought her home. A gift. And then he gonna ask Epstein a care package. Oh my God. And he gonna ask him, do he have some antibiotics? all the medicine and pill jars and Vaseline and gasoline all up and down them shelves when we was doing them house tours. Yeah. He could. So at this point, his wife already had it. She had that nasty woman's disease. Oh my God. This is some of the craziest shit. Oh my God. Oh my God. She like, how did I get this? I've been asking you. I knew I was itching, skitching and itching and dripping and sipping down now. Oh, dirty bastards. They the original. ODBs. They smoke sausage. I'm trying, y'all. I am trying. I am trying to keep still. I can't stop laughing. Lord. There you go. Huh? Look at all the medicine and shit back there. Is that what that operating table? Was that what that bed was? We thought it was the dentist's office. Hell, it was the clinic. That was the clinic. He had a picture of all y'all who done caught something. Original dish bags. Baby, I know why she love him. And now you talking about, hell, I thought you was over there creating, you ain't had no GMO or none that you could have in a in-house clinic. These was I mean, you always trying to come up with some concoction. Where was Dr. Fauci when you needed it? Hell, is he in the Epstein files too? These are the DT, Donald Trump, Epstein files. Because, baby, one thing is for sure. The ones that are talking thus far, well, not all of them. But none of them said Epstein put hands and feet and shit on them. Look at the clinic back there. Look at the clinic. You are per Aston Epstein. For what did it say? For my wife. After he was with that gave that girl that wild antibiotics. Oh my God. Oh my God. You went up in somebody raw and you brought your wife a gift? Wow. Hold on, y'all. Let me move to something else. This right here. Y'all, please like, share, and subscribe. Oh my goodness. Please like, share, and subscribe. Grab you a membership, boo-boo, because now the tea is good, but I'm going to tell you one good goddamn thing. Our tea be hot. We knew this was coming. We just didn't know it was going to be this hot. We didn't know it was going to be burning hot. I mean, for real. Burning hot. Literally. Burning hot tea. Scalding. Can't go to the restroom hot. I mean, ooh wee. I guess that's what the lake of fire may feel like. that the Bible talks about. Oh, oh, my God, baby, let me tell you something. Oh, I don't know if a fight will come with that one. Y'all support the platform. Don't let Julianne. That was Julianne. Thank you, baby girl. Thank you. Oh my God, the tea is hot. Let me move on. Girl, stop laughing and go on to something else. Hell. Like I said, silly rabbit, you thought this was funny. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. A hot and spicy Peter. What that's that Peter picking a pepper. Donnie T picked a pepper. Balling hot, scalding. No, oh yeah, that's liquid too. But you know how the Bible talks about there's hell? And then when it's all said and done, you will be cast into the lake of fire. That is a lake. A lake. Can you imagine? Boy, I tell you, I don't know if that's when I start saying I may need to, girl, you better start acting right. It ain't just hell. You don't like being hot no way. You couldn't stand hell in you for a damn show. Oh yeah, this is when I was trying to find.
What if I told you?
What if he told us?
Ceasefire isn't peace at all. It's the setup for the biggest real estate deal in modern history. The so-called Riviera of the Middle East.
I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be
the
so
Riviera of the Middle East.
A beachfront paradise built on ruins and blood. Not in the Hollywood way, but in the corporate way. Where peace is just branding and land is the prize. Most people see a handshake, but behind that handshake are contracts, weapons, and investors. It started long before the cameras rolled. Lobbyists, donors, and defense giants, APAC, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin.
Are y'all listening with your good ear?
While talks of peace made headlines. But look closer. The same names funding bombs now fund reconstruction. The same companies selling war will soon sell security. And then, there's the money trail. Miriam Adelson, Trump's biggest pro-Israel donor, suddenly celebrating the peace deal. Not for love, for leverage. Because every destroyed block in Gaza is a future hotel. Every silence signed in ink is another acre transferred. A one-sided land grab, sold as salvation. Here's the truth they won't say. Peace doesn't excite them. Profits do. The ceasefire isn't an end. It's a reset. A pause for rebranding. A deal where the winners stay armed and the losers disappear. So ask yourself, is this peace? Or just another marketing campaign for empire? Maybe, just maybe, the war never ends. It just changes its logo. What if I told you the ceasefire isn't peace at all? It's the setup for the biggest real estate deal in modern history. The so-called Riviera of the Middle East.
I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent.
A beachfront paradise built on ruins and blood. Not in the Hollywood way, but in the corporate way.
Who is this, y'all?
Where peace is just branding and land is the prize. Most people see a handshake, but behind that handshake are contracts, weapons, and investors. It started long before the cameras rolled. Lobbyists, donors, and defense giants, APAC, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, all smiling while talks of peace made headlines. But look closer. The same names funding bombs now fund reconstruction. The same companies selling war will
Yeah, now where that 500 mil at?
then
That secret
there's the money
account we
trail.
heard about last night. That secret foreign accounts that we heard about last night. It's supposed to be 300 mil was sent back to Venezuela. And 200 mil where? Huh? Who else is in the Epstein files? Here, we can go and put his name in there. Auntie Fee, huh? Oh, I wasn't supposed to. I thought I'd go ahead and slide that in real quick, right fast. Auntie Fee, you need to go on and send that to yourself, girl, before you mess around and can't find it. You lying to me. Ted Cruz, huh? Why, if he ain't in there, why he got certain stuff redacted? Now, is he a resident of the United States, or is he a resident of Israel? Huh? Auntie Fee, send that to yourself. Stop playing, girl. Stop playing, for your ass can't find it. They gonna stop playing with me, ain't they? They gonna stop playing with the T Palace. They gonna learn today. Lord, girl, dual citizenship. Now how can somebody be? Hell, are you not born from the U.S.? It says you is from Canadian. Now how you talking about putting folk out at birth right shit? How y'all okay that? And y'all are victims of it. So, So you done made some investments. You done made some investments in Israel, the new Israel. Huh? Yeah. Y'all, huh? Yeah. So is that why you be running? I'm running. Every time they come up with these fake ass storms, you leave in Texas. Yeah, to fend for itself. Cause you ain't a native of shit. You are foreign. You are illegal immigrant. Birthright. You not huh? This is why this type of shit that just blows my mind. How can you enforce it? And you one of them. He in the Epstein files. Why else would they be redacting? Huh? Ted Cruz. Another lawmaker. Another justifier. You go along to get along. Now you are an investor. Yeah, you're pro-Israel. You're not pro-U.S. All these people, red. Y'all still think it's about red and blue. They laughing at you. For y'all who think it's about red and blue, these predators are laughing at you. These robbers and stealers and thieves, PDFers, are laughing at you. Here and there. And it don't make no original birthplaces where. Yeah, y'all, when I had my accident, all my nails and stuff broke. I'm telling you, I just thank God I'm still here. I just thank God I'm still here. Lord, I thank you. Lord, I thank you. Y'all see that, huh? It does not say U.S. Yeah. So where's his loyalty? It ain't never been the U.S. He ain't from here. And he don't plan to stay here. He's okay with passing laws and shit that's not for the people. He's a mole for Texas. That's why I said, even when that incident, that fake shooting at the immigration office, and he ain't never on time for shit. For him to be out there with the news people talking about a detainee was on top of the roof. How? How he get up there? How he get a gun? If he's a detainee, who let him loose? Where he get the gun from? If he was a detainee, it what? Never made sense. We ain't heard nothing else from that one, have we? Why? Because it didn't make sense. If he was a illegal detainee, how did he get on the roof on another building? Oh, he wasn't never detained. So he wasn't a detainee. Or was it staged? It went from Charlie Kirk to Portland, I think, and over here and over there, and then it came to Texas with that fake bullshit. Yeah, and you was a part of it. I knew it. Let's move on. Y'all gonna believe me one day. Yeah, yeah. You ain't the Don yeah, you the Don we need to be worried about. You are the embarrassment, not Don Lemon. Not Don Lemon. Not Don Lemon. You use the clown. What else I got over here? Baby, I've been sending myself stuff. I gotta eat, don't I? Dang it. Boy, he done gave his wife a gift from the Epstein Island. Elon. Okay, let me get on back over here. I done forgot where I was, y'all. Let's hear this. Why I get this organized. 3 million documents. It's gonna be a long day. I might as well go and order me something to eat. Thank you to who sent me something. Hold on, baby girl. Hold on, fellas. Let's hear this.
Welcome to iHip News Live. There has been a massive Epstein dump.
Let's hear her. Let's hear what they gonna say about taco tips.
I mean, this is some very alarming stuff. And when I read all of this, I can't help it, and I know this is regressive and unhelpful, but I think to myself, everybody saw January 6th. Everybody know who did it. Then we get the DOJ, and all of this stuff was sitting there, and they didn't get it out before this guy ran for president again. It makes me so mad at Merrick Garland all over again, but there's nothing we can do about it. But I'm going to share this with you all right now, and I just want to give an alert before I read what I'm about to read. These are very disturbing allegations against the president of the United States. Kylie, pop this up. So, troubling allegations against Donald Trump in the latest Epstein files drop. The allegations appear to come from an FBI tip line. It is unclear if they were ever investigated. And this is a total trigger warning. So, Trump, the president, had parties at Mar-a-Lago called, quote, calendar girls. Epstein would bring the children in, and Trump would auction them off. He measured the children's vulva and vaginas by entering a finger and rated the children on tightness.
Oh, wow.
For other men, and included Elon Musk, Don Jr., Trump, Ivanka Trump, and Eric Trump were there. Attorney Alan Dershowitz was also there with attorney Bob Shapiro. We were taken in rooms, forced to give.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for that. I wasn't ready for that. Was y'all ready for that? I wasn't ready for that. I know we done seen pictures of the little girls standing around. Oh, the little owl right now. All I can see is the little black girl. He got his hand on her shoulder. Okay, let's listen. Oh my God. Y'all, this is raw and uncut.
Who did it? Then we get the DOJ, and all of this stuff was sitting there, and they didn't get it out before this guy ran for president again. It makes me so mad at
Hey, Dominique.
Merrick Garland all over again, but there's nothing we can do about it. But I'm going to share this with you all right now, and I just want to give an alert before I read
Dang
what I'm
it.
about to read.
Hold on, y'all.
These are
I need to put up a disclaimer. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Lord have mercy. I can
very disturbing allegations.
let me put it up. I'm sorry. I was gonna let it play. Let me hold on. This is finna get ugly, y'all. This is about to get really, really ugly. I'm trying to find one I can hell this is about to get ugly. I'm gonna do it like this.
It's the president of the United States. Kylie, pop this up. So, troubling allegations against Donald Trump in the latest Epstein files dropped. The allegations appear to come from an FBI tip line. It is unclear if they were ever investigated. And this is a total trigger warning. So, Trump, the president, had parties at Mar-a-Lago called, quote, calendar girls. Epstein would bring the children in and Trump would auction them off. He measured the children's vulva and vaginas by entering a finger and rated the children on tightness. The guests were elder men and included Elon Musk, Don Jr., Trump, Ivanka Trump, and Eric Trump were there. Attorney Alan Dershowitz was also there with attorney Bob Shapiro. We were taken in rooms, forced to give oral sex to Donald J. Trump, forced to allow them to penetrate us. I was 13 years old when Donald J. Trump raped me. Ghislaine Maxwell was also present. This goes on and on. And
put her
these
ass
allegations are
back in
incredibly
the
serious. The
prison
DOJ, after
that
this was
she
put
was
up,
in. In
they
fact,
took it all
one that
down.
was worse
Furthermore,
than the one she
DOJ
was
has
at.
promised the reason that they're delaying is that they're protecting the victims. The victims' names are going to be redacted. They weren't. In this dump, they had the victims' names, victims' pictures of their driver's license. In this dump, we all know now that this is why a lot of this stuff is going on, and the names that are being brought up into this are equally as disturbing. But the president of the United States, credibly accused now multiple times of child sexual assault. And then when you combine that with his own personal statements about grabbing him by the pussy, inspecting teenage Miss USA naked teenagers in dressing rooms, and telling Howard Stern that his cutoff date age for dating people was 12 years old.
Not a surprise at all. It's so disturbing and alarming, and you see over and over the people that called and tried to report these crimes, and they were either ignored, the ball was dropped, and that really, to me, is the hardest part to understand is how willing as law enforcement, how they didn't follow up with these little girls. And then we wonder why survivors don't report. And then you just see over and over evidence of people knew, people thought it was, fun to auction off girls like.
So, if you are between the ages of 50 and 85 and you want to have
Do
all
y'all
of your
remember
burial
that picture?
expenses
Fun to auction off girls like, that is so
like cattle.
Fucking craven. It's just so hard to put yourself in a situation where it makes
600 Republican lawmakers exposed in the Epstein files.
It's just
the final cleanup exposed. Oh, that's why that man, when I said he was sounding like he just really did not want to deliver this message. You can hear the sigh. 600. So them pictures that were leaking, that they were saying was fake, were not fake. Him wanting to screw his daughter.
These allegations are so alarming. The fact that Donald Trump is ass deep in the middle of them does not surprise me at all. This is who he is. And continuing to support this man after all of these things.
Yeah, but right now, Juliana, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Until they say Democrats, stop. We got to stop adding to that. Because right now that means you lying to yourself. You lying to yourself. You adding. That's manipulating. Let's not do that. We don't care if it is Democrats or Republicans. We don't care. But until they say their names. I mean, come on now. Ain't nobody just looking for one party. We want them all. But if we gonna be honest, everything that he says is always typically the opposite. He made it about the Democrats, and it appears that it's primarily the Republicans. Are there gonna be some? Yeah, because Clinton is a Democrat. But let's be clear, as far back as this goes, at that point, Trump was a Democrat. If people do the research and do the due diligence, he was the reason he became a Republican was because he said that they were easy to manipulate. And if the other day they leaked where Tom Cruise was talking about not liking Trump, about Trump, and then his ass is in the Epstein files. Hell, I'm ready for the females. Other than Ghislaine Maxwell, tell on the females too. What's her name? I can't think of her name. The black girl that joined the law firm. She said that there were female handlers for modeling. There were other people who benefited. She told us that. Tell on the females too. I don't care. Hi, Gas Pack. Yeah, he definitely. And hell, whoever this is, look like Ivanka. That was his type. His daughter was his type. His daughter was his type. Naomi Campbell. Oprah. I saw something about Oprah did a message. And it's not good. I want to see that. I'm not taking nobody off the table. Because if any of these victims will be my family or someone I know and care for, I wouldn't give a shit about none of these celebrities. These rich ass people. They could have fucked on themselves, each other. Why did y'all have to go mess with these kids? Y'all could have had a big old orgy. And then this motherfucker right here examining these kids with his fucking nasty ass fucking fingers. That's why Epstein said, this is a good one, right? I did good with this one. Man, this is some crazy shit. This girl look like his daughter. He definitely has a type. And they saying Melania was a him, shim, Kim. I don't know why it's getting dark. I'm out of juice. Shit. Hold on.
And then this makes me think, okay, during Trump 1.0, when Epstein was in DOJ custody, and they expect us to believe that he committed
Let me bring
suicide,
this over here.
because this is what they've had the whole time.
Yeah, he ain't commit suicide. He alive.
Nobody.
Let me bring this over here, y'all. And you thought embarrassing him today was gonna supersede this shit on you? Child, please, you crazy as hell if that's what you thought. Then this one should not be out of juice. No, so why you dark? Oh, Lord, y'all. I'm trying to see why this went dark. It may just be trying to. Let's get this on out the way. No, embarrassing him. You could never embarrass Don Lemon. Because he's not a pervert. No, you in a class of dirt, the dirty Don, all by yourself. Let me change the picture. You thought you was embarrassing Don Lemon. You are the embarrassment. Let's be clear. Let's go, ladies.
Involved in this thinks that Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. And when you read these allegations and the names that are in them, put this up, Kylie. Here we've got Bill Gates In the Epstein emails to DOJ, Jeffrey sent himself emails memorializing a fight he had with Bill Gates. In it, he says that Bill Gates got STDs from Russian hookers and then asked Jeffrey for antibiotics that Bill could secretly give to Melinda without her noticing. We know that this corroborates with what Melinda Gates has said publicly about her divorce from Bill Gates and that she couldn't stand Jeffrey Epstein. And so I believe.
I'm sorry, y'all. I got to keep my eye over here because it looked like they setting up, or did he? I'm not sure if he came out. Hold on, I'm trying to do more than one thing at one time. ICE is out. All that illegal shit y'all got to get them out. ICE out. Oh, that's a protest. That ain't it. Hold on, y'all.
One thing we know that the Haitians have taught us is how to rebel. A lot of people have been saying that ICE is like the Nazi Germany Gestapo.
If he thought that this was Don Lemon was gonna supersede the shit about him today, he in for a damn awakening. The answer is no. Hold on, y'all. Let me get back over here. And then let alone, what's that other girl? What's her name? In Texas. The girl from Texas. Well, she was from Oklahoma. All these folk unaliving themselves. Nope. Yeah, I'm trying to bring that over here. There you go.
For antibiotics that Bill could seek him. And so as you can see, this man has been makes any sense that this is going on and we're high-fiving about this. I mean, you can, I'll take, it's just, these allegations are so alarming. The fact that Donald Trump is ass deep in the middle of them does not surprise me at all.
Ass
this
deep.
Is who he is. And continuing to support this man after all of these things, is it more stunning than, like you said, January 6th, let's hang Mike Pence, the vice president? But it just seems that every day and every time this man comes into power, it's just destruction. It's just a wave of destruction. And you see it goes back all of this time, which everybody knew on a conscious level, like you said, the 12-year-old on Howard Stern, the beauty pageants. It was reported to law enforcement, and oftentimes law enforcement did nothing. All right, here's another disturbing allegation. Kylie, pop this up. Epstein files allege Donald Trump forced a 13 to 14-year-old girl to perform oral sex on him and then hit her for biting him. And so as you can see, this
You
man
hit the
has
little
been
girl because she bit your
credibly
hand.
accused of sexual abuse multiple times in his past. He's an adjudicated rapist. He's all over the Epstein files.
Serial.
Jeffrey Epstein was one of his best friends.
Apis.
And he says he wishes Ghislaine Maxwell well. And then this makes me think, okay, during Trump 1.0, when Epstein was in DOJ custody, and they expect us to believe that he committed suicide, because this is what they've had the whole time. Nobody involved in this thinks that Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. And when you read these allegations and the
he in
names that are
Israel.
in them, put this up, Kylie. Here we've got Bill Gates.
See, Sippers, we knew this,
In
right?
the Epstein emails to DOJ, Jeffrey sent himself emails memorializing a fight he had with Bill Gates. In it, he says that Bill Gates got STDs from Russian hookers and then asked Jeffrey for antibiotics that Bill could secretly give to Melinda without her noticing. We know that this corroborates with what Melinda Gates has said publicly about her divorce from Bill Gates, and that she couldn't stand Jeffrey Epstein. And so I believe that what we have here is Donald Trump, we've all known from the grab him by the pussy tape. And so everybody that triple trumped is fine with sexual assault. They're fine with it. Men, women, Christians, whatever. Latinos for Trump, whatever. They're willing to overlook that. What we have now is a grand conspiracy wherein Donald Trump is in the epicenter of a child sex trafficking ring with his best friend, Jeffrey Epstein, who ends up in DOJ custody during Trump 1.0, when DOJ was only marginally compromised by Bill Barr. And then they know Jeffrey Epstein has all of this information. And then the security footage of his prison cell is weird. And then he's committed suicide. And guess who else is all over this dump? Elon Musk.
Yep.
Elon Musk is everywhere in this thing. Kylie, pop this up. Sam Stein says, man, the Trump DOJ did at Elon Musk dirty. So you might remember it was Elon Musk that told on Trump, the reason he's not going to release the Epstein files is because he's in them. Well, Musk and Epstein emailed back and forth multiple times. Musk was abundantly aware of the relationship that Donald Trump had with Jeffrey Epstein. I think anybody that was friends with Jeffrey Epstein knew that he was a child rapist and a child sex trafficker. And Bill Gates, you know, you see him at the inauguration. You see him go to the CEO meetings, the lunches at the White House. And this was a guy who was all about, I'm going to give up 90% of my wealth. I'm all about vaccines, getting vaccines to Africa, to the poorest people in the world. And then listen, I know that people can
and took his wife
disturbing and complex. But how do you go from that, you know, you're this humanitarian and philanthropist, to second up to Donald Trump? Well, I'll tell you how.
Because
you're compromised by the Epstein files. And that's how this thing works. Musk, how does he go from being the left's darling with electric cars and worried all about climate change,
AI,
to ass deep in the middle of Trump spending $300 million? Well, he's knee deep in the Epstein files as well.
The magnitude of the compromising information, and I think you're right, like the security guard was asleep, the security guard tape when Jeffrey Epstein died, but Ghislaine Maxwell is still alive. And she knows all this as well as anybody else. And that is also, to me, like Donald Trump, we just cannot forget, this conspiracy goes all the way to the top. Donald Trump sent Todd Blanche, who represented him in his criminal conviction case in New York with New York DA's office. He sent him to talk to Ghislaine Maxwell. Within days, she's transferred. The statement is, oh, well, you know, she didn't say anything about Trump. She, you know, played dumb, that whole thing. And it's like,
send her back.
With kid gloves, because she has also this information too. She can corroborate it immediately because it is alleged by more than, you know, I've heard at least 8 to 10 survivors say Ghislaine Maxwell was not only procured girls, but she also participated with Jeffrey Epstein. So she is very likely a bird's eye participant with Donald Trump. And you see her name over and over again in these files. So the fact that he sent the DOJ down there and that we have any expectation that when she testifies before Congress, she's going to be truthful is a laugh. This woman is a monster, full stop. and all the magnitude of the people that knew that didn't give a shit. It's just because, like you said, there's nobody that he knew that was in his inner circle, starting with allegations made against Chase Bank all the way down, that did not know what was happening, and nobody thought, I need to protect these young little girls. And if you think about it, you know, Donald Trump and the way he sexualizes his own child,
Right.
Ivanka, and it wouldn't surprise me one bit, that first allegation, that really lurid one. It wouldn't surprise me one bit if his kids were there for this type of thing. No, he on multiple interviews is sexualizing Ivanka, and it's just
He had
incredibly
a whole
disturbing,
auction.
dysfunctional, toxic stuff. And this is very normal in families where sexual abuse is prevalent. This type of sexualizing nudity in front of children and things like this. This is a very, I'm sorry, Pumps, you continue talking after me. I have to take a phone call. It's important. Oh, okay. Yeah, when you think about his kids were there, you think, oh, well, that can't be true. But when move one step from that, he was on The View talking about how great her body was, that he would date her if she wasn't his daughter. He sexualizes everything, and the demeanor only procured girls, but she also participated with Jeffrey Epstein. So she is very
Yeah, somebody must have, one of the meetings, y'all remember when they was, she must have had a meeting recently, and they told her that, hey, everything is off, because that's why all of a sudden that 4 co-conspirators and the deals that some of them have gotten all of a sudden just appeared. Yeah, she knew that this was happening. She knew this was about to go down. And she found out the hard way that whatever deal that they had is null and void. And her ass need to go back to whatever prison she was moved from, as well as y'all. Oh, Lord, I'm gonna leave it the way. Listen, I was about to open it back up, spec, and let these Trump supporters what they gotta say now. But I'm gonna leave it alone. Let's go.
Epstein died, but Ghislaine Maxwell is still alive, and she knows all this as well as anybody else. And that is also, to me, like Donald Trump. We just cannot forget this conspiracy goes all the way to the top. Donald Trump sent Todd Blanche, who represented him in his criminal conviction case in New York with
that same man that had to tell us.
He sent him to talk to Ghislaine Maxwell. Yeah. Within days, she was moved. She's transferred. The statement is
his name in there too?
She didn't say anything about Trump. She, played dumb, that whole thing. And it's like, they have to treat her with kid gloves because she has all of this information too. She can corroborate it immediately because it is alleged by more than, I've heard at least 8 to 10 survivors say Ghislaine Maxwell was not only procured girls, but she also participated with Jeffrey Epstein. So
don't forget about John Benet Ramsey.
Very likely a bird's eye participant with Donald Trump, and you see her name over and over again in these files.
Y'all do know that that's why she resurfaced here recently.
He sent the DOJ down there, and that we have any expectation that when she testifies
y'all
before
do
Congress,
understand that that's why all of a sudden she surfaced here recently, and I started talking to y'all about it. Yeah, she in them Epstein files. So be prepared for that. Now, which one of these? I'm finna say it. Which one of these fuck niggas did something to her? Which one of these elite perverts was the one who did something to her? Now, right now, so far, we've only heard of one of these PDF killers, serial apis illers. We've only, right now, we only know of one. Sasha Riley said his daddy, them unalived Sammy, or one of them. But so far, he the only PDF iller that has been named. John Benet Ramsey is in these Epstein files.
Going to be truthful is a laugh. This woman is a monster, full stop. And all the magnitude of the people that knew that didn't give a shit. It's just because, like you said, there's nobody that he knew that was in his inner circle, starting with allegations made against Chase Bank all the way down, that did not know what was happening. And nobody thought, I need to protect these young little girls.
And if you think about it, you know, Donald Trump and the way he sexualizes his own child,
right,
Ivanka, and it wouldn't surprise me one bit that first allegation,
He done upped his daughter
really lurid one,
and brags about it.
It wouldn't surprise me one bit if his kids were there for this type of thing.
No.
He on multiple interviews is sexualizing Ivanka, and it's just incredibly disturbing, dysfunctional, toxic stuff. And this is very normal in families where sexual abuse is prevalent, this type of sexualizing nudity in front of children and things like this. This is a very, I'm sorry, Pumps, you continue talking after me. I have to take a phone call. It's important.
Oh, okay. Yeah, when you think about his kids were there, you think, oh, well, that can't be true.
They were involved.
But when move one step from that, he was on The View talking about how great her body was, that he would date her if she wasn't his daughter. He sexualizes everything, and the demeaning of women.
He's sick.
The way just today at the White House, someone asked him a question he didn't like, a female reporter. He lets loose on her. You know, nasty woman. He's constantly degrading and demeaning women. So this does not shock me at all. It's right in line with Barron being a big fan of Andrew Tate. This stuff is normal in their family. That's what their families do. And so you look at these allegations and they go back years and decades, and the abuse it's so out in the open. And these Epstein
y'all please
files,
hit the like button.
Shine a light on it. And
over 4 hours
what that tells
in.
me is you have to make a choice. If you're in a situation where you know that a man
Hey,
with
Valerie,
a
he
ton
beyond
of
nasty.
money and power, I'm assuming.
Does your internet
This
bill
is a
keep
whole
getting
different
higher?
type of
That's
sick
because
shit.
typical internet deals are full of surprises. At Google Fiber, there's no install fees, no equipment fees, no nonsense.
What time is it?
With that much money, has a lot of power, and you choose to allow it, be around it, whether you participate or not. In my mind, you're every bit as guilty, because you could have made a call to
Clarence
police,
Thomas.
and these victims did. But you cannot tell me if there was a string of contemporaries of Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump during all of these decades that went in and said, this is what we believe is happening. This is where we think it's happening. It would have been more legitimate, because it's obvious from these files that the FBI didn't take it seriously. Maria Farmer, who was the very first Epstein survivor and victim that went to the FBI, was in 1995. And if someone would have taken her seriously, maybe hundreds, if not thousands, of women would have been spared. Girls then, women now.
Okay, and then here is another horrible tidbit from this document dump. Pop this up, Kylie. So Sarah Longwell tweets an email to Jeffrey Epstein in 2017. I'm at your door, but I will wait for my time. I don't want to come early to find Trump in your house. And here's what I find interesting about this. And then that email just shows exactly what Sarah Longwell summarized this document dump. Pop this up, Kylie. So Sarah Longwell tweets an email to Jeffrey Epstein in 2017. I'm at your door, but I will wait for my time. I don't want to come early to find Trump in your house. And here's what I find interesting about this. And that email just shows exactly what Sarah Longwell summarized is I will wait for my time, meaning scheduled for a time for this person to come in and sexually assault a child. And then this person abundantly is aware that Trump was also a customer to be able to rape little girls. And this is so depraved. This is so incredible that he got the support of evangelical Christians, that they went and scooped them all up.
But they Zionists, so they the devil.
Think about that Falwell, the guy who
Charlie Kirk
have his wife screw the pool boy, and he'd sit in the
and
corner
the pool boy
and
is
masturbate.
Is
and he's the president of Liberty University. The students at Liberty University are not allowed to hold hands. Meanwhile, he's doing menage a trois with the pool boy, and the thing is,
Erica Kirk connection. Michael, what's Trump old lawyer? That's why he was about to flip. What's his name? Is it Michael? Oh man. And he tried to act like he was going back to Trump this week. Oh, they made me do it. They made me turn on you. You knew that you was in there. Yeah, you knew this. All this bouncing and moving and, oh, I'm trying to cover and hide. And let's get together. Cohen. Yes, him. Yeah. You are the pool boy. You are the pool boy. It's another one of them lawmakers. Wife was serviced and pregnant and shit.
of Liberty University. The students at Liberty University are not allowed.
I'm telling you, Erica Kirk, she was groomed. She set up her husband. Last night we heard that they were saying, yeah, Trump is at he at the top. Y'all see how all this stuff started unfolding? It was coming out. Shit. And Candace, the threat on her life, even when she was talking about the Macrons, him, Shim, Kim. Oh. She got a call from Trump. Charlie got a call from Trump. Charlie started opening his eyes and realized that, oh man, I thought we was cool. This ain't what I'm on. Y'all, listen, how long have I been telling y'all? It's all full circle. Now, Auntie Fee didn't know how I knew it was. I didn't know how big this circle was. But one thing is for damn sure. I knew at the top of this circle, Trump was going to be there. Now, I knew it was going to be I thought, Illuminati. All of this, I mean, how deep this Illuminati stuff was, I didn't know. The Zionist shit, all of that, I ain't know nothing about none of that. The drugs and all the, Man, this is some cuckoo for cocoa ass shit. That's all I'm gonna say.
To hold hands. Meanwhile, he's doing menage a trois with the pool boy and the guy who would have his wife screw the pool boy corner and masturbate and scoop
That's that
them all
Diddy
up.
shit.
And to be able to.
That's that Diddy shit.
Rape little girls. And This is so depraved. This is so incredible that he got the support of evangelical Christians, that they went and scooped them all up. And when you think about that Falwell, the guy who would have his wife screw the pool boy and he'd sit in the corner and masturbate, and he's the president of Liberty University. The students at Liberty University are not allowed to hold hands. Meanwhile, he's doing menage a trois with the pool boy, and the thing is, he was getting off on the pool boy.
He was getting off on the pool boy.
That boys were trafficked in this ring as well. Sadly, male victims are a lot more reluctant to come forward than female victims. Just because of the gender stereotypes, there's a lot more shame about coming public. I mean, the shame's all the same, but there's a lot more perceived shame for a male to come forward. And I know in the comment section, a lot of you are mentioning Sasha Riley, which we talked about recently. And
Our Job Ready
He was
medical
getting
billing
off on
and
the
coding
pool
training
boy.
program is the ultimate launch pad for anyone looking to break into the
Diddy
business of
got off on the
No
boys.
prior experience is required. We'll give you everything you'll need, not just to start your career,
Oh, I'm
but
sorry.
to thrive on the job from day one. Our job.
I think that this whole, I've always thought MAGA evangelical Christians was, and I know in the comment section, a lot of you are mentioning Sasha Riley, which we talked about recently. And I think that this whole, I've always thought MAGA evangelical Christians was a weird death cult. I think they have weird relationships with their kids. The ones that I've known have had incredibly
Absolutely,
bizarre
Gap Pat.
relationships with their children.
He knew this was
surrounding
coming.
Nudity and sex, and
I think
it's
he
very
gonna
disturbing
disappear.
stuff. It's just very disturbing stuff. So it makes perfect sense to me that this movement, the evangelical Christians, the same ones when they send their kids off to these Jesus church camps where all the pedophiles are, that they find solace in this guy because it's familiar. This type of disgusting depravity is familiar to them, and they act like they're so pro-child, but they're not. They're pro-control. This is an interesting analysis here. Put this up. This is from Joshua Eagle, and he said, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The sheer number of politically diverse and otherwise unrelated figures who abruptly reversed course in 2024 to rally around Trump suggests something more than coincidence.
Absolutely.
Everyone should consider the possibility
Vance.
that many of them are implicated in serious wrongdoing, and that Trump offered protection or a cover-up in return for their loyalty. What makes this even more obscene is how many names in the Epstein files overlap with Trump's cabinet, inner circle, major supporters, etc. And I think this is spot on. You know that Elon Musk was probably, I'm just deducing here, Trump said, like, if you give me $300 million, rig the algorithms.
Yeah.
When you get in, I'll let you go shut down. When I get the government back, I'll let you go shut down all the investigations. Bill Gates, I'll keep the Epstein files private. Howard Netlick is in these files. Here's another shocking allegation. Put this up, Kylie. Barack Obama's White House counsel giving Jeffrey Epstein advice on how to answer questions about Donald Trump having sex with an underage girl at his house,
JJ.
allegedly.
Who? Hold on. Hey to everybody who came in that I may have missed. I am so sorry.
Here's another shocking allegation. Put this up, Kylie.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Barack Obama's White House counsel giving Jeffrey Epstein advice on how to answer questions about Donald Trump having sex with an underage girl at his house, allegedly. So this is
that black lady.
a person that was the White House counsel for Barack Obama, and I want to be clear, Barack Obama is nowhere in here. These are government workers, advising Epstein on how to answer questions about Donald Trump sexually assaulting a girl at Jeffrey Epstein's house. And they're government workers. Advising Epstein on how to answer questions about Donald Trump.
They say Biden, Kamala, and Obama are not in there. It didn't say Hillary wasn't. It said Obama, Biden, and Kamala Harris are not in the files.
With an underage girl at his house, allegedly. So this is a person that was the White House counsel for Barack Obama. And I want to be clear, Barack Obama is nowhere in here. These are government workers. Advising Epstein on how to answer questions about Donald Trump sexually assaulting a girl at Jeffrey Epstein's house. And it's document after document after document of crimes and cover up and so many names everywhere. Here is Trump's, he just announced who he wants his Fed chair frontrunner to be. Guess what? He's in the Epstein files too. Pop this up.
Oh, wow.
Adam Cochran says, Jesus fucking Christ, is everyone in Trump's orbit on this fucking island? The frontrunner for Trump's pick for Fed chair, Kevin Warsh, came to Epstein's Island for Christmas and brought a guest who had to be redacted, which is supposed to be for victims. So Trump's new Fed chair, too, is also the son-in-law of Mr. Lauer of Estee Lauder cosmetic fame. And he's the guy who put in Trump's ear.
Yeah, I told y'all these people, his cabinet is going to be some of his victims that were groomed and his partners. His crooked, dirty, nasty, trifling partners. The Epstein files. Victims. Y'all remember Pam Bondi? Hello. Baby, they took that video so quick. You know, I'm gonna tell you what's funny. Sometimes I try to warn y'all, oh y'all, this ain't gonna be able to stay up. And I started doing a lot of them little clips, and I said just in case they take it. And Pam Bondi's and Auntie Fee was getting a little too deep, too way more than knee deep. They took them bad babies. Oh no. And it wasn't even up for debate. Can I appeal it? Can I remove? It wasn't none of that. I just never said anything. Yeah. Yeah. So I knew she was in there. I know good and damn well. Because why else would that video have been an issue? And it said, we're not going, you're not in trouble. Just give me that. We need this. Yeah, and they took it. It's been a couple of them here recently. Yeah, because we was getting a tad bit too deep. Yeah, I know good and damn well why now. Yeah, let's go.
For the very first time that he needed to get Greenland. And so everybody needs to start getting this now. Like, this is a group of oligarchs that think that the rules and the laws that apply to everybody else don't apply to them. That think that little boys and little girls are theirs for entertainment. And they get protection from other criminals. And the Trump regime is a criminal organization
organized
with an
crime.
assist from another criminal organization, the Supreme Court, and that we're involved in this mass cover-up. And you have all of these, I'm a pro-capitalist, pro-gun, pro-America, pro-Jesus, people that have no capital at all that support this shit. And our entire country, the press, Don Lemon, arrested last night
For
First
what?
Amendment. The 3 judges passed on charging him. 6 people quit their jobs because they wanted nothing to do with charging him. Yet this regime marches on because Don is a black gay man and he's the canary in the coal mine, because if they can get that independent journalist, then they can come for all of us.
Absolutely.
Pumps, me, and whoever else has a YouTube channel.
He took one for the
Because
team.
they don't want us talking about this stuff. And they don't want us talking about how immoral and what hypocrites. And Pam Bondi with her Jesus Christ cross that she wears all the time. I just want every single listener of mine now until the cows come home to understand that when you see a woman, particularly a white woman, with a cross on, don't read that she is a Christ-like person or a follower of Christ. You need to read it as following. I have to wear this so people think I'm a good person.
Well, that ain't why I wear mine.
I'm okay with child pedophilia.
She did say a white woman.
I'm okay with crimes. I'm okay with shooting of innocent people. I'm okay with little kids being kidnapped
and disappear.
And
You right.
To
with them
concentration
20
camps
mil
so that Judge
plus
Waters
whatever
and
they
Fox
can
News
grab
get hard
out.
on over it.
That's
and
why
how
that
sick
money
these people are, and they use
off.
their religion as a weapon. And then when
And
you call them out,
you right,
they act
Gats.
like they're so oppressed, and then they
I've
use
been
it
trying
as a
to
shield.
tell
And
us.
These people have all of this power right now,
Mm-hmm.
and the Democrats, in my opinion, are not rising
It's
to
going
the
down in
occasion.
history.
The Democrats
Yep,
during
sure ain't
Biden's
never lied.
DOJ did not rise to the occasion. These motherfuckers are serious. They're serious criminals. They're serious breakers of everything. They just break everything around them, and they're ambitious about it, and they move at lightning speed. And the Democrats are like, well, we're looking for a bipartisan agreement here. Yeah, we're going to make sure that the ICE agents wear cameras so that when they kill people, we have better evidence for it. And then the DOJ will say, we're not charging them because that person was a terrorist. I mean, it's so shocking, the lack of balls in Democratic leadership. It's so shocking that Biden's DOJ had all this shit. You think for a second, if DOJ under Trump had all this shit and a Kamala Harris or Barack Obama was running, they wouldn't leak this shit out to sabotage their campaign? We play 2 different games here. 2 completely different games.
Sure do.
Switch to TurboTax.
And y'all play
file
too
your own
much.
taxes free in the app if you didn't file with us last year. Just file with TurboTax. Do
They play too much.
it yourself by February 28th. Download now.
Don't wear these perfumes if you don't like compliments. Everyone has been talking about all of
Totally
these
unacceptable.
perfumes, but honestly, they're...
Or is it that the Democrats are also controlled by the same corporations that control all of these people that are in the Epstein files?
Right. The circles clearly overlap. They just almost
Come on. I'm sorry.
have to. But when you think about, okay, so Trump is doing all this shit forever and ever and ever. And he goes out and he's like, I'm going to release the Epstein files. I'm going to release he gives like red meat to his base. And they think he's this big Christian guy and he's going to do all this for them. Or do you believe this is my opinion. I think people in these super white evangelical churches it's so normalized for children to be sexually abused by, the people in power, i.e. a pastor, a youth pastor, a camp counselor.
Y'all remember how
And
many
it's
of
we're
them
going to forgive them because they're
coaches and
we're gonna forgive
teachers and
forget. Not necessarily forget, but you know what I'm saying? We're going to forgive them, but we're going to move on. And there's never any accountability in these circles.
black.
I believe that it shows that they're kind of conditioned to accept this. And so accepting this about
So this
Trump,
organization,
be make or
other
break
than
for
the
these people that
judge,
he just
I ain't seen nobody
crossed up
black.
into a lather that he
And his wife is
himself
white.
was, not only participating, but involved, creating it, helping it, keeping it moving, greasing the wheels, or is this the stopgap? I kind of think it's not, even though this is so vile.
If this was full of a lot of Democrats, they would have moral clarity on it.
Yep.
These people have willful denial when they want to, and they know when they're doing it. They would be completely interested in this if it were a list of Democrats and billionaires that donated to Democrats exclusively.
Absolutely.
And because these are their people, They will willfully
But
look
did
away
he
from it.
forget?
And because the ethos of these people is that I personally think there's a deep-seated jealousy that they have towards open-minded people because they are so shackled in their Iron Age thinking. And misery loves company. But I think that, I mean, I do not think these megachurch people care about this stuff. These are the people that start talking about sex with their children and virginity when their kids are like 4 and 5 years old. That's weird. It's weird. Nobody ever talks about how bizarre that is. And I think that some people might, say, oh, okay, this is too much. But the peer pressure for fence riders, and let's face it, there's a lot of fence riders in this country. There's a lot of,
I'm not on the fence.
Yeah, I'm a
I'm not on the
and they're
fence.
just
I'm
kind of
not
waiting
down
to
for
see
none of it.
what the crowd does. And so keeping this in the public is so important because some people don't form their own convictions. They have to see what everybody else does. And if they see that everybody's really outraged, they might be like, oh, fuck, that's pretty bad. And so it's important to keep it in the news cycle and to say clearly and decisively, this man is a child rapist. The allegations against him are too many to look the other way. And I personally feel like this is a time where so many people say, what can we do? What can we do? This is a time
Not sure about
for
the
people
cross.
that have triple Trumpers
Yeah,
in
that
their
ain't what
life.
that mean for me.
Send the picture of the little boy with his little bunny beanie on that was abducted by ICE and used as bait. And now he's in a
Right.
concentration camp in very, very poor health.
And
Crying for his little beanie and his backpack.
right.
And he's really sick because the food there is very contaminated. Text these people and say, are you down with this? Do you like this? Is this what Jesus would want? Text him the screenshots of Trump allegedly sticking his finger up little girls' vaginas and rating them for tightness. Text it to people. Like, this is serious. This is our country. They're killing people in
That's why
the
they looking at us now
streets.
as a joke.
And your complexion is not going to protect you anymore. Everybody is vulnerable. Every single person is vulnerable to this regime's insanity and criminal activity. And everyone in his administration, they all saw this. They all raced in there. They all went to the FBI. They all saw it. Elon Musk had big balls go and download the whole file. Probably did a search. How many times is Trump in here? It's thousands, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of times. And he gets all ketamined up and he drops the bomb on Twitter. And, Dan Bongino quits his job. Kash Patel. But here's the thing. These people don't, it's not like they're going to go, oh my God, Donald Trump's a pedophile. I'm going to quit my job. They went to work for him. And when he said grab him by the pussy and all this stuff, these are the worst people among us. The people that are able to look away from the way this man treats other human beings and the way he speaks about women and the way he speaks to journalists and the way he speaks about the press and the way he speaks about the country. I've never heard anybody shit talk the United States as much as he does. And he's the one that's ruining it. So this is a real problem. It's an all hands on deck situation where we have to get serious. There are many resistances and big resistances. And in our personal lives, we need to call out these Trumpers in our lives and show them how depraved these people are, because they're somewhere freebasing Fox News thinking this is getting some spin on it, that this is cute, neat, and fun. And they're vulnerable to this as well. Their Medicare, their Social Security, the economic future of this country, their grandchildren, God forbid, their darling little white grandchildren might turn out gay or marry somebody that has darker skin.
At Raising Cane's, we focus
This is
on making
crazy.
the most craveable chicken finger meals, getting them right every time.
Have you considered taking an A&AB training course? Or traveling to San Antonio?
This is everybody's fight. This is every single person's fight. And it's time for white people to step the fuck up. It is time. Black people have been fighting this and sounding the alarm for decades, these police abuses, this police state, the erosion of civil liberties, the double standards, the two-tier justice system, they have been ringing the alarm bell forever. And now it's happening to white people too. And it's time for us to step the fuck up for our kids and for future generations, because this is 1 year. This is 1 year, and this will keep going. The pressure needs to be put on everybody in Congress, both Republicans and Democrats. That little pipsqueak, Moses Mike Grinder Johnson, should be asked all day, every day, morning, noon, and night, would Jesus approve of you supporting a guy that stuck his finger up a 12-year-old's vagina and rated it for tightness? And I'm sorry that sounds crass, but it's important that we tell the truth about what's in these files. And we can't whitewash it, and we can't sugarcoat it. And we need to ask every single motherfucker in Congress that will not shut the fuck up about how religious they are. Are you for this shit? Are you? Would Jesus be for this stuff? And we have to resist this with everything else. This is the most vile.
They say Melania in there. We knew that though.
And it's all out in the open right now. And Trump is arresting journalists. He's killing people in the streets. He's kidnapping people. Stephen Miller is over, God only knows where, watching all the footage of all this because it excites him. He likes the recreational cruelty of it. And Trump and all of his cabinet like kids. They like abusing little kids. And Pam Bondi, the big Christian, and Caroline Levitt, who's pregnant right now, who talks about life. J.D. Vance, who went to a March for Life rally talking about children. These people don't give a fuck about kids. All they care about is
Melania, intimate love note to Ghislaine Maxwell buried inside the explosive Epstein files. Y'all hear that?
Our country is a...
Did y'all hear that? Melania's intimate love note to Ghislaine Maxwell buried inside explosive Epstein files release. Did y'all hear that? What y'all go there? Unknown Epstein victim told Department of Justice of an accomplice 100 times worse than Maxwell. Latest files dump reveal. So a female Epstein victim told Department of Justice of an accomplice. So one of them four. 100 times worse than Maxwell. I'm trying to find where it is talking about this love letter. Let me send this to myself, Lord. Melania has a love letter to Ghislaine Maxwell. Hold on, let me send it to myself so I won't lose it. Hold on, y'all. How long have I been here? Oh my God. So they've been, but you know they say, Ghislaine, she's a very freak kinky girl. Yeah, cause Virginia said that Ghislaine was bad. So somebody else is claiming another female And it may have been that girl.
Complete laughing
Okay,
stock.
hold on.
Shame on Biden's DOJ for not getting this out there before now and playing fucking serious.
Yep.
Well, we had to wait because under investigation. Wrap the investigation.
Yeah,
up
it
and
was
leak all
still
this shit
under
in the press. This should have
investigation.
been all out
So
there before
hold
this
on.
left.
So the same type, like an investigation ongoing, and they couldn't release it. Ain't that what that man said today? Hold on, let me get over here. Let me get over here because I need to order something to eat, and I need that device. Hold on. Don Lemon charged with a federal civil rights crime. Is this just...
¿Cuánto vale la vida de un hijo, señora?
All right, other top stories that we are following for you. Former CNN anchor and reporter Don Lemon is facing federal criminal charges for his alleged involvement in a protest at a Minnesota church earlier this month. It was all on a live stream, and he was arrested. And we want to bring you always the very latest here on Live Now from Fox. So let's bring in TMZ's Michael Babcock joining us here with
Has
the
he been
latest.
charged yet?
Michael, this was a big one that maybe many saw coming. They were just waiting for when.
Hey, Mikey, I think that's a great way to put it and an accurate way to put it. Obviously, the Department of Justice was clearly wanted to charge Don Lemon, went to a couple of local judges, and warrants were not signed off on, but nonetheless ultimately goes before a grand jury. And as people may have heard, oftentimes not the most difficult thing in the world to get a indictment when going in front of a grand jury, and that's exactly what they got. And because of that, as he was in Los Angeles, Mike, to cover the Grammy Awards, which obviously going down this weekend, Don Lemon was arrested last night and has now become the most talked about and polarizing story in the country.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And
it ain't the most talked about.
Out a thought there.
You a lie.
This weekend, I'm sure they're going to be saying a lot about him during the speeches.
I think that's
he's not the most talked about.
A wise point to make, Mike.
No.
Events. And look, that's
Dirty Donald T.
The downfall
the
of many people's
pickle
award shows is that they have become
monster.
Political, and you've got these stars who people may enjoy their music or their movies, not necessarily wanting to hear their political take, but obviously that's oftentimes what happens during these acceptance speeches. I think we are absolutely going to see a lot of people bring up Don Lemon, probably a lot of people bring up some of these ICE operations, and I think unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, depending on your perspective, that's just the way that the award show is going to go off on Sunday.
Yeah, no doubt. So, okay, what do we know now? What's coming up for Don? I'm sure there's a lot of people clamoring, a lot of different media outlets trying to get that first interview. Is he going to do a live stream? What do we know here about Don Lemon? I know he put out a statement, but what about anything on video?
Right. Not yet. I am sure, though, because he does have his show, which is an online show, a digital show. Like we've seen many people go in that direction, and not necessarily working for a network anymore, but have their own show that they operate. And I think obviously Don's going to likely want to drive people there, and he will get a massive bump in audience, clearly, as people are really anticipating what he has to say about all this. I think the cynic might say that that Don Lemon at the end of the day, not perhaps upset that all this has happened because it's gotten him a tremendous amount of attention. It'll be really interesting to see when we actually do hear and see him on video for the first time and hear his account of what happened. But look, the government's made it clear. They are not viewing him in this context as a journalist who was covering a story. They're viewing him as a protester who took part in this event, and that is why they have said they have charged him. But the debate rages on.
Yeah, we will definitely see what the next reactions will be from Don. We appreciate it as always.
Let me get to this.
Thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox, and you have
This is one of the biggest ideas we've ever had to pull off. I tweeted out that I've been sitting on this idea for commercial.
The Department of Justice releasing its
I saw that. Oh, okay, yeah. I saw that one. Where is Wolf? I thought I sent it to myself. What you mean it's not moving? Y'all support the platform. Is it over? Oh yeah, that one is over. There you go, because the other one was over. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find something I sent. This is bad. This is bad.
Today, the Department of Justice releasing millions of files on the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
That's after Congress last year passed a law requiring them to do so. ABC's Olivia Rubin has the latest.
Today, the Department of Justice says it's releasing 3 million more
Oh, here.
files on Jeffrey Epstein. Deputy Attorney
Let's
General.
go.
Donald Trump is panicking as an additional release of 3 million Epstein file documents has been absolutely devastating for him and his regime. Even despite the cover-up efforts by Trump and his DOJ, it is still devastating. Let me tell you what's gone down, and I'm going to read for you some of the most devastating documents that have been released. So the Trump DOJ earlier today, through Todd Blanche, Deputy Attorney General, said that they were going to release 3 million documents from the Epstein files. They said they collected 6 million documents from the Epstein files, but we're only going to release about 50% of it because they said that was the only group that was actually relevant. Let's be clear, that's highly suspect, highly suspicious. We should not believe anything that they are saying, and we should demand all of the documents be produced.
All
But
of
from
them.
this 3 million documents that have been produced, there is very, very damaging stuff to Donald Trump and his cabinet and people
And
like
his
Howard
kids.
Lutnick and Elon Musk. And even the new person Donald Trump's appointed as the chairman of the Federal Reserve.
And let us not
He's listed
forget
in these new
Marla
documents,
Maples.
and others will
Warn
go through that.
them
Also, you
people.
should note that the survivors are absolutely livid right now. Despite the Trump DOJ saying it took so long for us to release these 3 million documents so we could find the most relevant and responsive documents and protect the survivors and protect the victims. Well, a lot of the documents that were released gave personal identifying information of the survivors and gave other information of these survivors and victims. And so the lawyer for these survivors and survivors themselves are absolutely livid. They're pissed that and they're re-traumatized that their names have been outed again in ways that could be very harmful to them. And also you're hearing from these survivors that they are extremely not trusting anything that this Trump DOJ is doing right now. They believe that this is just more of the cover-up by the Trump DOJ. Donald Trump's name is mentioned many times in the new documents that were released. Let me make this point as well. There haven't been any photos or videos or audio that's been released. And there should be video, audio, photos that are released with, of course, appropriate redactions and appropriate protection of victim rights. So that doesn't even exist in this. And when we saw there was, the 18,000 files produced by the Epstein estate several months ago, lots of photos there as well with Trump in those photos. Okay, let's go through some of these emails that were produced in this batch. I've gone through all 3 million documents, and so that's what I've been doing all morning. Let me show you what is in these documents. And Trump's name is mentioned many times. So here's an email from Jeffrey Epstein to a lady by the name of Kathy Rumler. Kathy Rumler was a lawyer at a large corporate law firm. She almost served as like an advisor to Epstein during this period of time. This is an email from March 30th, 2016, from Epstein to his advisor, Kathy Rumler. And here's what is stated. Epstein says, Again, March 30th, 2016. Trump is likely to be asked questions soon about me. In an ideal world, what do you think he should and could say? Then Epstein's advisor says the following: I knew Epstein professionally and always had positive dealings with him. I don't know anything about his personal legal issues other than what I have read in public reports, and therefore don't have any comment. So Epstein and his advisor are working on statements to give to Donald Trump to cover up his relationship with Epstein. And then Epstein says, supposedly a girl said that Donald had sex with her at my house when she was underage. She said she has a witness in 1993. Pottinger story 2 weeks ago said that Pottinger wanted to meet him. I emailed back, do not meet, you are not involved. Yesterday, said someone sent me, Pottinger worked his way into my office to tell me that. Very annoyed, I called and got his telling the above, that a girl in 1993 was saying that when she was underage, she said she was a witness. A girl said that Donald Trump had sex with her at my house when she was underage. Okay, that's in the documents. Underage girl saying sex with Donald Trump. Epstein is mentioning that right here in a March of 2016 email. Then you have this email right here from December 2017. You have this email right here, and it says the following. I'm okay, still waiting for a New York trip, taking the family to Dubai for the new year. I forgot to ask you, is there any new update about the Saudi project that I sent you? And then he's having a conversation here with a business partner. So Epstein and a business partner. And the business partner says, I'm at the door, but I will wait for my time. I don't want to come early to find Donald Trump at your house. Smiley face emoji. That's December 22nd, 2017. There's this email between Jeffrey Epstein and someone by the name of Nicholas Ribis. This is from March 22nd, 2011. Nick, the girl in the new papers that has made all this trouble said she worked at Mar-a-Lago when she was 15 in 1998. Virtually positive that is a lie. It was when she was 17 in 2000. Her name is redacted. Who would I go to verify? Don't know how Donald, referring to Donald Trump, would respond. Then there's this email, March 22nd, 2011. It's from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell right here. Here's the email. I thought you said not to involve Donald. Again, this is from Ghislaine to Jeffrey Epstein, rather. I thought you said not to involve Donald. Anyway, so now the die is cast. You now have to get her employment records. It will either show she started work in 1999 or 2000 as she was full-time there, and I believe you cannot be a minor and work full-time anywhere, so she had to be at least 16 to be in full-time employment. Perhaps start that way. That alone would kill her allegations that she was 15. As I said, you can't work full-time anywhere at that age. Either that or she gave a fake ID to Mar-a-Lago, which is also possible. However, let's see if you get the info, and please confirm the labor law. So Ghislaine telling Jeffrey, now the die is cast. I thought you said we should hide Donald, avoid mentioning Donald, but now that he's involved, we need to find out about this girl who's saying she's 15 and that she was at Mar-a-Lago. We think that she was 17 years old. Let's take a look at this next one right here. Subject, alert. What does Jeffrey Epstein think of going to Mar-a-Lago after Christmas instead of his island? And it is sent on September 28th, 2012. And it is a message that says, Jeffrey Epstein, what do you think of going to Mar-a-Lago? It says, what does Jeffrey Epstein think of going to Mar-a-Lago after Christmas instead of his island? That's notable because Donald Trump and Epstein claim that they broke off their relationship sometime around 2004, 2007-ish, but they were obviously still in communication in 2012.
I'm Steve Ballmer, former Microsoft CEO and a basketball fanatic. But more than anything,
And then there was this very devastating document that was produced. In an interview with FBI agents, a survivor told the agents that Ghislaine Maxwell presented her to Donald Trump, making clear she was available. And again, this isn't a tip. What I'm about to read for you is what's called an FBI 302, an interview with agents. So it says redacted, because that's the name of the survivor, never dated Donald Trump. Maxwell took, the name is redacted, to a party in New York. And it goes on to say Maxwell seemed very excited that there would be a lot of great men for redacted to meet. Redacted felt that Maxwell presented her and gave a rundown of blank accolades similar to a CV. Maxwell presented Redacted to Trump, and they had a conversation for approximately 20 minutes. Redacted was invited to Mar-a-Lago, where she was given a tour by Trump with Epstein and Maxwell present. Nothing happened between Redacted and Trump. By the things that Maxwell said, it was made clear that Redacted was available. Maxwell said things like, "Oh, I think he likes you. Aren't you lucky? This is great." There was an article that came out with Redacted and Trump. Redacted thought she was around 22 years old. Redacted was given suggestions on things to wear. Maxwell said things like, "Oh, he'll like that. He doesn't like that." It was set up very much like how Maxwell introduced Redacted to Epstein. Maxwell introduced Redacted to, and there's more redactions. There was definitely a pretext that this guy was for so-and-so. Redacted and Redacted are friends. They dated much later. Redacted described, again, more redactions, as a good guy. Redacted told so-and-so that someone from the government had reached out to him. Maxwell introduced so-and-so to, there was definitely a pretext that this guy was for. Then it goes on to say, Maxwell introduced another man, and it goes on to describe additional.
Yeah, I need for y'all to hit the like button. Hit those 3 dots at the top. I have been here for over 5 hours. Still haven't put any food in my mouth, Lord. This is just way too overwhelming. But I need for y'all to hit the like button, hit the 3 dots at the top right, or double tap the face if you're listening on your phone. Like the video, share, support the platform. I have a goal set at the bottom. On this goal here, it's only one person, which is Spec, who have supported to the platform. Shout out to the Cash App for me to order something to eat. I'm looking at that right now because I am getting a headache. But I need for y'all to hit the like button. I'm awake this time around because it's not going up. Yes, indeed. Done. What does VVTT mean? Yes, indeed. Done. Oh, hit the like button. The tea is hot. It's hot as hell. I don't even know why I would even have to stop and ask y'all to hit the like button, baby. I just don't get it. Can anybody explain to me why I have to go through this? I got heat on my leg. I think I like the heat on my leg better. Right. Right. A Satoria. Yeah. It's been a week since I injured myself, and I've been hopping around. With the heat, I haven't had to. Baby, I gotta order that other. I'm waiting for y'all to get the likes up. I was telling Janice the other day that this one right here, I'm gonna cut the top off of this one, baby, and get all of that that's left up in here out of here. Because that has helped too. Are my likes going up? Oh, yeah. No, they left. Okay, let's go. Hit the road, Jack.
And all things. And
Yeah,
it said,
today.
Redacted has fear around Maxwell, describes Maxwell as an extremely dangerous person, felt the behavior she had witnessed, that Maxwell is a sociopath, and she's sociopathic, and has fear if Maxwell is not convicted. And that was an FBI report. It's called the 302. Then there was this document right here that was posted by the DOJ. Then the DOJ immediately removed it after the Midas Touch flagged what was in this document. The new Epstein file, so what we wrote on the Midas Touch, then the DOJ removed it, then they put it back up. Here's what we wrote. The new Epstein files production features numerous allegations made against Donald Trump and others. Fortunately, we saved the document because when we clicked back on it, about 30 minutes after we posted on it, you got this. Page not found. We are
okay.
sorry. The page you're looking for cannot be found on the Department of Justice website. Then there was a massive pressure campaign against the DOJ because we posted it on our Substack, MeidasPlus.com. Go check out our Substack, by the way. So then once it was on our Substack, the DOJ just posted it anyway because they figured Midas Touch already posted it on their Substack. So what could they do? So this is what was in that document. Again, these are allegations made against Donald Trump, and these are not corroborated. They're just allegations. Let me be very clear. That's all they are. We don't know the extent of what's happened. Obviously, this DOJ can't be trusted with anything, even if they say that they reject the allegations. But there are things like this mentioned. Donald Trump, the president, had parties at Mar-a-Lago called Calendar Girls. Jeffrey Epstein would bring the children, and Trump would auction them. I mean, it goes on. He measured their vaginas and vulvas. I mean, it gets absolutely grotesque. You can go to, if you want to read this document, you can go to MeidasPlus.com. I have the whole document. I'll read you a little more from this, but if you want to read the full thing, go to MeidasPlus.com. I know me reading this document can be very triggering. And it says, blank reported that unidentified female friend who was forced to perform oral sex on President Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey. The friend told Alexis that she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred, and the friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing oral sex. The friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting Trump. The friend said she was also abused by Epstein. And then there's lots of stuff like this in this document. Again, MeidasPlus.com. If you want to read it, let me be very clear. These are not corroborated, but these are complaints that were made and are in the files. And remember what Todd Blanche said. He said that they had reviewed 6 million, and they viewed these documents as the relevant ones to produce. So this was produced by the DOJ, and then they immediately
So there are
tried
some
to
that's
remove
worse
it.
than this.
I think this is notable as well. Trump's new pick for chairman of the Federal Reserve made an appearance in today's Epstein file release. You see right there, Kevin Warsh. Kevin Warsh is now Trump's pick to be the new chairman of the Federal Reserve. But he's in this email. Kevin Warsh, Raymond McGuire, Ghislaine Maxwell, Brett Ratner, John Pagozzi. So other familiar names appear right there. Let's take a look as well what this email is all about, where Kevin Warsh's name appears and Brett Ratner. Brett Ratner was the director of the Melania movie, and Ghislaine. This was an email, December 21st, 2010, subject St. Bart's. Here is the list I just sent Harvey. I'm not sure if that's Harvey Weinstein. How many people are with you tomorrow? Do you know blank? Steve Cohen next door to me, just met him, and Larry Gogo next to the Isle de France. Keep me posted. Please look this over. I think Roman's boat is bigger than Ron Perlman's. Here is a list of everyone I know that's coming down so far. Please advise where and when to screen. This is the St. Bart's Christmas party of 2010 off the Isle de France or the Hotel Tijuana. And then there are all these names listed like Roman Abramovich, Kevin Warsh, and all those names you see right there. As I mentioned at the outset, Brett Ratner, Ghislaine Maxwell, and others. As I mentioned at the outset, the lawyer for the survivors is saying that the DOJ violated the trust of victims with insufficient redactions on what was already produced. This is a statement from the lawyer of the survivors, Bradley Edwards. Bradley Edwards says the following. The department has been in possession of a comprehensive list of victims of Jeffrey Epstein for months. In that time, they have spoken directly with several terrified women who they promised to protect through a fulsome redaction process. Their complete and utter failure to do so would lead any reasonable person to believe that these violations are no mistake. There are not words to express our disappointment, he added. Essentially, these survivors are saying this was done maliciously by the Trump regime in order to attack and defame and harm and re-traumatize the survivors. So to be clear, the Trump regime has withheld 3 million of the 6 million documents. From the 3 million documents, there have been some pretty devastating documents for Donald Trump, for Howard Lutnick, which I'll talk about in a moment, for Elon Musk, which I'll talk about, also some really bad documents about Bill Gates that I'll share in a moment as well. And others that were in this production. But What was also produced were the names of survivors and victims in a way that re-traumatized them, and that those redactions were not made appropriately right here. Epstein survivor Haley Robson just went on CNN after Todd Blanche held a news conference, and Haley Robson says, "You're not going to gaslight me into thinking that this administration has somehow prioritized survivors," and Haley Robson does not believe that this is the full and the survivors don't believe that this is the full Epstein files that are being produced. And as I mentioned at the outset, it's missing photos, it's missing video, it's missing audio. I think it's missing internal memos, which seem to have been withheld. Other witness reports seem to be withheld. And from what was actually produced, they didn't redact the victims' names appropriately to re-traumatize the victims right here.
It's officially the new year, which means setting
Which is
wildly
probably may have been
unrealistic
on
goals and
purpose.
chasing perfection. But
Pissed
here's
it
one
because they wouldn't
2025
go
goal
away.
that's actually easy to hit. Upgrading your wardrobe with the perfect jean. These jeans are your closets and forget your khakis and get the perfect jean.
Let's take a look right here where Elon Musk's name is mentioned. As I said before, this is an email from December 25th, 2013, and it says, "Just a reminder, Elon Musk was asking about coming to your island on January 2nd. It's from Epstein's assistant, Leslie Groff, to Epstein, and here are emails from Elon to Jeffrey Epstein and Leslie Groff. Elon Musk is talking about, actually, I could fly back early on the 3rd. We'll be in St. Bart's. When should we head to your island on the 2nd? So they're all coordinating going to Epstein's island. And you see right there, Elon Musk doing it also. As Kyle Cheney writes, here's Epstein engaging in some really disgusting text messages with a powerful Slavic leader while discussing relations with Russians and other geopolitical endeavors. They're talking about little girls right here. And it's a guy named Miro Lajic saying, I don't have a girl next to me right now. And then Epstein responds, as you are a diplomat. That says,
wow,
she'll be back in a minute, or she's across the room, or it's a woman and not a girl, or she just left, or there are two. I'm learning your language. And then Miro goes, no, I really don't have a girl next to me right now. Too many eyes are watching me. I mean, how disgusting is that? Too many eyes are watching? And then Epstein goes, it's okay, I have two. And then Miro says, not fair, to which Epstein responds, but I'm not going to be president. Very funny, very funny. You want me to be president? Here's the email right here where Epstein claimed that Bill Gates caught an STD from Russian girls, then discussed secretly medicating Melinda to cover it. I mean, this is some horrific stuff right here. Epstein sends an email to himself, like a note to file, like a memo of what he wants to say to Bill Gates. This is July 18th, 2013, and then it says,
sound too low? Here's how to fix it. Open the sound pusher, instant volume boost up to 600%. Boom!
To add insult to the injury, you then subsequently, with tears in your eyes, implored me to please delete the emails regarding the STD. You requested I provide you antibiotics that you can surreptitiously give to Melinda and the description of your penis. You also made it clear to me that I am not to refer to blank. That is another topic that must remain between the two of us. In return for all of these requests, which I would have done without a second thought, then he goes on to basically say that
this is MAGA,
y'all. Business relationship with Bill, and he thinks that he's now being treated unfairly by Bill Gates right there. It's basically the email, just reading you all the things that we're seeing in this file right now. Then you have this email as well from Jeffrey Epstein. It says, reminder, Elon Musk Christmas, New Year's Eve. More about Elon Musk going to the island. Also, there were tons of emails and text messages between Steve Bannon and Epstein here as well, where they were mocking Donald Trump and talking about Donald Trump and lots of emails there. Want to share this with you as well. The new files released also appear to show that Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick discussing visiting the Epstein Island in 2012, when Lutnick previously claimed that he cut off ties around 2005 with Epstein after being revolted by him. Remember that interview we shared with you 5 or 6 months ago where Lutnick gave an interview with the New York Post and he was like, yeah, Epstein was Lutnick's neighbor like 20, 30 years ago, and Lutnick was like, yeah, he was gross. I showed up and he showed me a massage table and I never talked to him again.
Yeah.
Well, it seems that they were talking quite frequently right here. Here's an email from Howard Lutnick to Jeffrey Epstein's assistant, Leslie Groff. And here's what they're talking about. Okay, lunch on Sunday. See you then. And then Leslie Groff to Howard Lutnick. Hi, Matthew and Candace. Might you be able to give so-and-so a few more details regarding lunch this Sunday? Do you know if it will just be Howard and his wife? Any kids coming along? Will they arrive at Jeffrey Epstein's island via their boat? And around what time is good for them? If you could pass along when you know, that would be great. So-and-so are copied here. This is December 21st, 2012. So, when we have video of Howard Lutnick saying, oh, I never talked to Epstein after I visited his house that one time. They were talking about going to the island together, and we have that email right now for you all to see. Also, we'll share this with you right here. This is from David Ratner to Jeffrey Epstein regarding Howard Lutnick. This is November 14th, 2017. Hi,
Can
Jeffrey.
y'all handle
Many
the
thanks
truth?
for your incredible
It's a lot.
donation in honor of Howard Lutnick. Would you like to take and add and offer your own words of congratulations in our commemorative journal? Are you able to join us at the event itself on December 11th? And would you like to take a table inclusive of your generosity? Thank you. And Epstein was giving a $50,000 donation for an event that Howard Lutnick was being honored at. And also, Howard Lutnick invited Jeffrey Epstein to lots of different events, and we have all of the emails of that as well right here. Now, as part of the cover-up right here, Todd Blanche held a press conference earlier today where he told reporters that there are no names in the Epstein files. He says there's no list or names. I just shared with you what was in it already. There are 3 million documents that are still missing. But here's what Todd Blanche had to say. Play this clip.
Look, we said in July, and it remains as true today as it was in July. If we had information, we meaning the Department of Justice, about men who abused women, we would prosecute them, right? We talked about the work that we're doing. That's why I said that. I said this earlier. There's this built-in
Are you gonna move Ghislaine back?
There's this hidden tranche of information of men that we know about that we're covering up or that we're choosing not to prosecute. That is not the case. I don't know whether there are men out there that abuse these women. If we learn about information and evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But I don't think that the public or you all are going to uncover men within the Epstein files that abuse women, unfortunately.
And here's what Todd Blanche responded when he was asked if he was in any way coordinating with the White House the release of documents today. Play this clip.
On Epstein, sir, if I may just ask one on that, please. You mentioned a letter to Congress. How and to whom did you notify the White House about the production that you're announcing today before you came out and spoke to us?
How did I do what?
By the White House. What was your interface with the White House? You said there's a letter to Congress. Who did you update at the White House about this?
Well,
finance the old way. Finance the ramp way.
Be prepared this flu season. Have oscillococcinum ready at the first sign of flu-like symptoms.
I don't know. I don't really understand the question.
Yeah,
Who
you
did I
did.
update the
Did
way?
you provide them an explanation of what today's release would be?
Look, my team has certain communications with the White House. Let me just be clear. They had nothing to do with this review. They had no oversight over this review. They did not tell this department how to do our review, what to look for, what to redact, what to not redact. They absolutely knew that I was doing this press conference today and that we were releasing the materials today. But but there's not. There's no oversight by the White House into the process that we've undertaken over the past 60 days.
And here's where Lutnick says that the number of responsive documents was only 3 million and not 6 million. Let's play this clip.
He erred on the side of over-collecting of materials from various sources to best ensure maximum transparency and compliance, which necessarily means that the number of responsive pages is significantly smaller than the total number of pages initially collected. That's why I mentioned a moment ago, we're releasing more than 3 million pages today and not the 6 million pages that we collected.
And then a reporter asked Lutnick if he can assure the American people that Trump, like every other prominent person whose name came up in the files, did not receive any special treatment. Let's play this clip right here.
Quickly, can you assure the American public that President Trump, like every other prominent person whose name came up in relation to the Epstein files, that all documents, photos, and anything relevant to him connected to the case are being released?
I mean, yes, I can assure that we complied with the statute, we complied with the act, and there is no, we did not protect President Trump, we didn't protect or not protect anybody. I mean, I think that there's a hunger or a thirst for information that I do not think will be satisfied by the review of these documents. And there's nothing I can do about that. But President Trump, of all the people in Washington, D.C. and around this country that have said for years the same consistent message about Jeffrey Epstein is President Trump. And so there's not been a change of course or anything, and certainly his direction to the American people and the his direction to the Department of Justice was to be as transparent, release the files, be as transparent as we can, and that's exactly what we did.
Now I want to remind you about Howard Lutnick's interview with the New York Post reporter Miranda Devine on Epstein, where he said, "This guy's gross." Play this clip.
I mean, that's an incredible story that you could pick up that he was a pervert.
It's gross. The guy's gross. Right with my wife. Like, he's gross. The guy's gross. This was not, the deep nuance of Howard Lutnick. This guy's gross.
Right. So how come Bill Gates and all these other people could hang around him and not see what you saw? Or did they see it and ignore it? Or
no, get a massage. And what happened?
Oh, they did what?
I assume was on video.
He said no.
This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever.
He said no, they participated.
This was not, the deep nuance of Howard Lutnick. This guy's gross.
Right. So how come Bill Gates and all these other people could hang around him and not see what you saw? Sorry, that you could pick up that he was a pervert.
It's gross. The guy's gross. Right with my wife. Like, he's gross. The guy's gross. This was not, the deep nuance of Howard Lutnick. This guy's gross.
Right. So how come Bill Gates and all these other people could hang around him and not see what you saw? Or did they see it and ignore it? Or
no, they participated.
Right.
That's what his MO was, get a massage, And what happened in that massage room, I assume was on video. This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever. Blackmailed people. That's how he had money. So
what happened to those videos? Why is there now such a dearth of information?
I assume way back when they traded those videos.
Donald Trump's people are running the FBI and the DOJ.
I assume way back when.
Donald Trump's people are running the FBI.
Blackmailed people. That's how he had money. So
what happened to those videos? Why is there now such a dearth of information when, Donald Trump's people are running the FBI and the DOJ?
I assume way back when they traded those videos in exchange for him getting that 18-month sentence, which allowed him to have visits and be out of jail. I mean, he's a serial sex offender. How could he get 18 months and be able to go to his office during the day and have visitors and stuff? It must have been a trade. So my assumption, I have no knowledge, but my assumption is there was a trade for the videos because there were people on those videos.
And have you talked to Donald Trump about this and shared your theory?
No, I mean, he knows the story.
Right.
Yeah, because he is the story.
Turn your sound from 100% to 600% with Sound Pusher. Just hit
He is the story. These are Donald Trump files.
But my story, that, you know, I was one and done with the guy. You know,
Yeah.
he knows that story,
One and
but
done.
That's it.
And here's what he said about being invited over to his then neighbor's Epstein house, which he said he never hung out with Epstein ever again. And of course, we now know he's lying based on these emails. Here, let's play this clip right here.
He was your neighbor for 10 years. How well did you know him?
All right, so we are in number 11, and he lives in number 9.
Right.
So we renovate, we buy our house, and our house is pigeons and mice.
Right.
Okay, that's it. It was derelict.
Right.
So we rebuild our house. We move in 2005. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein is arrested in like 08, I think, or something like that.
Right. Right.
So knock on the door. His assistant, on like a Saturday, says, Mr. Epstein, your neighbor would like to invite you over for coffee. So my wife and I go next door. You know, we walk the 7 steps,
Yes.
right, to the next house for coffee. We share a wall.
Right.
Right? So it's in New York City. So he invites us in. We have coffee in this, and he says, "Do you want a tour?" We said, "Great."
Interesting.
He's got a really big house.
Every room you went into?
He's got, well, I'll tell you. So his house is like super big, really wide. And so he gives me a tour in the living room, big living room. And then across from it is double doors. I assume it's the dining room.
Yeah.
And he opens the door, and there's a massage table in the middle of the room.
Ooh.
And candles all around and stuff. So I ask very insightful, cutting questions. I say to him, massage table in the middle of your house? How often do you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he gets weirdly close to me.
Ooh.
And he says, and the right kind of massage.
Ooh.
Now my wife is standing here. So she looks at me, and I look at her, and we say, I'm sorry, we have to go. And we left. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again. So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
And then finally, you have Epstein with a smiling emoji asks former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak to clarify that he does not work for the Mossad in a meeting with a senior Qatari investment official, and then does a smiling emoji. Can you please tell them that I'm not Mossad? Very suspicious indeed. Oh, also, there appears to be a survivor who was very critical, or someone was very, very critical of the DOJ. Not sure if it was a survivor. Someone who's very critical of how the DOJ has been handling things, and sent our reporting at the Midas Touch to the DOJ to criticize the DOJ about all of the stuff that they were hiding. There you have it, folks. Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe.
Oh, y'all. He's going to run it. Y'all, how, what we doing? What we doing? Y'all ready to go? Come back later. What we doing? This is some shit. This is some shit. Right here.
To 6 million subscribers. That's
okay,
the full
hold on. Let me see. Update. Ooh, hold on. Y'all hit the like button. Let me. Oh, hold on. Let me try this. Let me. I've been stuck in one position. Since my last pause. Let me see. What we doing? Oh, wow. Oh, Don's out. He's out.
Get tax expertise without.
He out.
Switch to a TurboTax expert for $150. All tax situations, all returns. $150.
Hold on.
I need sunglasses. I'm good. How are you?
Oh, he went in looking good
Can everybody hear me? You guys
and
set?
came out looking
Everybody
good.
ready?
Let's go,
So
John.
look, I want to thank everybody for their support. It truly means
Hold
the world to
on.
me. I have no idea what's going on because obviously I haven't seen anything. I've spent my entire career covering the news. I will not stop now. In fact, there is no more important time than right now, this very moment, for a free and independent media that shines a light on the truth and holds those in power accountable. Again, I will not stop now. I will not stop ever. Last night, the DOJ sent a team of federal agents to arrest me in the middle of the night for something that I'd been doing for the last 30 years, and that is covering the news. The First Amendment of the Constitution protects that work for me and for countless of other journalists who do what I do. I stand with all of them, and I will not be silenced. I look forward to my day in court. Thank you all.
We've been listening to Don Lemon's first remarks since his indictment by the Trump DOJ. He read a short, what appeared to be prepared statement, saying in general terms that what he was indicted for and what is at issue in the incident in Minnesota was something he's been doing his whole life, a reference to a very long career. Mr. Lemon, of course, known as a CNN reporter and anchor, also had stints with NBC and other outlets who can see on the overhead shot him walking out, surrounded by journalists. We're going to listen and see if we hear anything else on the microphones, but it does appear that he's walking away from where he made his remarks. And Gene Robinson, we're going to keep our cameras on this. As always, if we get more remarks or news, we'll go back into it. But your thoughts on legally what, of course, is going to be a fairly broad and brief set of remarks. Most lawyers prefer clients don't speak at all on arraignment day, no matter how innocent they assert that they are. Your reaction?
No, it was short and sweet, and he basically said all that you need to say. I was doing journalism. It's what I've done for 30 years, and I'm going to keep doing it. And guess what? It's protected activity. I looked at the charges, and it looks to me as if they.
So look, I want to thank everybody for their support. It truly means the world to me. I have no idea what's going on because obviously I haven't seen anything. I've spent my entire career covering the news. I will not stop now. In fact, there is no more important time than right now, this very moment, for a free and independent media that shines a light on the truth and holds those in power accountable. Again, I will not stop now. I will not stop ever. Last night, the DOJ sent a team of federal agents to arrest me in the middle of the night for something that I'd been doing for the last 30 years, and that is covering the news. The First Amendment of the Constitution protects that work for me and for countless of other journalists who do what I do. I stand with all of them, and I will not be silenced. I look forward to my day in court. Thank you all.
We've been listening to Don Lemon's first remarks since his indictment by the Trump DOJ. He read a short, what appeared to be prepared.
So look, I want to thank everybody for their support. It truly means the world to me. I have no idea what's going on because obviously I haven't seen anything. I've spent my entire career covering the news. I will not stop now. In fact, there is no more important time than right now, this very moment, for a free and independent media that shines a light on the truth and holds those in power accountable. Again, I will not stop now. I will not stop ever. Last night, the DOJ sent a team of federal agents to arrest me in the middle of the night for something that I'd been doing for the last 30 years, and that is covering the news. The First Amendment of the Constitution protects that work for me and for countless of other journalists who do what I do. I stand with all of them, and I will not be silenced. I look forward to my day in court. Thank you all.
We've been listening to Don Lemon's first remarks since his indictment by the Trump DOJ. He read a short, what appeared to be prepared statement, saying in general terms that what he was indicted for and what is at issue in the incident in Minnesota was something he's been doing his whole life, a reference to a very long career. Mr. Lemon, of course, known as a CNN reporter and anchor, also had stints with NBC and other outlets who can see on the overhead shot him walking out.
What about the other people?
We're going to listen and see if we hear anything else on the microphones, but it does appear that he's walking away from where he made his remarks. And Gene Robinson, we're going to keep our cameras on this. As always, if we get more remarks or news, we'll go back into it. But your thoughts on legally what, of course, is going to be a fairly broad and brief set of remarks. Most lawyers prefer clients don't speak at all on arraignment day, no matter how innocent they assert that they are. Your reaction?
No, it was short and sweet, and he basically said all that you need to say. I was doing journalism. It's what I've done for 30 years, and I'm going to keep doing it. And guess what? It's protected activity. I looked at the charges, and it looks to me as if they are the Justice Department is attempting to claim that the protests and Don Lemon violated the First Amendment protected right to freedom of worship that was held by the people in the church. This is certainly a novel kind of argument, as Kate said. I've never heard or seen anything like this, and again, I can't imagine that this won't relatively quickly be tossed out by a judge, since the judges who have looked at it before, the two judges who were presented with this theory before the indictment, said no. This is
Breaking right now at 3, we're tracking new developments and several stories from Hollywood to downtown LA. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm Annabelle Sedano. So let's get right to it. Let's begin with just minutes ago, former CNN anchor Don Lemon made his first appearance in federal court following his arrest in Beverly Hills this morning. NBC4's McCullough Medina joins us live at the federal courthouse with the new developments from the courtroom and the pushback from Lemon's legal team. Mac.
Hold up. Yeah, I'm trying to get back situated. Hold on. Bring this back up. Hold on.
Just minutes ago, former CNN anchor Don Lemon made his first appearance in federal court following his arrest in Beverly Hills this morning. NBC4's McCullough Medina joins us live at the federal courthouse with the new developments from the courtroom and the pushback from Lemon's legal team. Mac.
Well, Annabelle, and we do have some breaking news right now. Don Lemon has been released. No bond issued by the judge in this case, although there are some restrictions. We're told he cannot have contact with anyone involved in the case, and he must ask for permission to travel internationally. The indictment also was unsealed just about 15 minutes ago. It accuses Don Lemon of being involved in a protest that disrupted a church service in Minnesota. Prosecutors claim he conspired with others, including another journalist, they say, to interfere with worshipers' civil rights and violated what's called the FACE Act, which is bans obstruction and intimidation at places of worship. Lemon denies any wrongdoing and says that he was working as a journalist covering the protests, not participating at all in the protests. Another reporter, Georgia Fort, was also arrested. She actually went live on Facebook as it was happening last night. Lemon was arrested here in Los Angeles. He was covering the Grammys. That's why he was in town here. Now, Lemon and Fort's attorneys both insist that they were covering the protest strictly as journalists, doing their job, and they argue that the arrest raises serious questions about press freedoms. The National Association of Black Journalists, as well as several other journalism associations, have condemned the arrest. Attorney General Pam Bondi posted on X that at her direction early this morning, which was last night for some of us, federal agents arrested Don Lemon in connection with that attack at the church. And then she posted a video message a short time after that saying that if you violate the sacred right, we will come after you, citing that FACE Act. Now, Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass spoke out about this. We were told she was in the courtroom as well during some of this proceeding. She posted on Twitter a short time ago that the arrest of Lemon was an egregious assault.
Are y'all still with me? Are y'all still here? Can y'all, what we doing? We still here? Give me a 1, give me a thumbs up, give me a something. Not at all. Can y'all, are we still together? What we doing? I still ain't figured out what I'm gonna eat, Lord. This is just why. This is, y'all here? Hello, T-Sippers.
Constitutionally protected First Amendment rights. Still a lot developing here at the federal courthouse downtown. We're waiting to see if Don Lemon will speak as he comes out of the courtroom. We saw his husband go into the courtroom before the incident, before the court hearing, and we're told by a reporter who was in the courtroom that Don Lemon turned to his husband, blew a kiss, as the judge continued on with that court hearing. Again, released with no bond. Don Lemon out of jail right now. We are live downtown. I'm Colin Medina, NBC4 News.
Yeah, like you said, Mac, developing news there. Thank you so much for that. Meantime, we're following breaking news. On Capitol Hill, the Senate is taking a series of votes on an agreement to avoid a government shutdown. President Donald Trump struck a deal with Democrats to fund most of the government through next September, except for the Department of Homeland Security. Lawmakers want to take 2 more weeks to negotiate immigration enforcement reforms. The House must also pass the funding bills, but the earliest that can happen is on Monday.
A man who works hard sweats hard.
Old Spice swagger fights sweat. So Coach thought.
Let me see what this pharmacy and then okay. Hold on, y'all.
Breaking right now at 3, we're tracking new.
Let's do the breakdown.
Donald Trump just deleted a post that may have exposed his biggest legal vulnerability yet. The Epstein files dropped, Trump reacted, then he scrambled to erase the evidence. This isn't about politics. This is about what happens when someone with unchecked power realizes the walls are closing in. From a prosecutor's perspective, this is the kind of behavior that tells you everything you need to know. On January 3rd, 2025, a federal court in the Southern District of New York released nearly 1,000 pages of previously sealed documents related to the Jeffrey Epstein case. These aren't new allegations. These are court filings, evidence that's been under seal for years, testimony that's been hidden, names that powerful people hoped would never see daylight, and Trump's name appeared multiple times. Now, let's be clear about what we're dealing with here. These documents stem from a defamation lawsuit filed by Virginia Giuffre against Ghislaine Maxwell. The case settled years ago, but the underlying evidence, depositions, witness statements, flight logs, that material stayed sealed. Until now, the public narrative has been sanitized. Epstein had connections to powerful people. Trump knew Epstein socially, generic, vague, safe. Here's what they're not telling you. The documents released contain specific allegations linking Trump to Epstein's properties during the time period when the abuse was systematic and ongoing. We're talking about Mar-a-Lago. We're talking about Manhattan. We're talking about calendar overlaps that any competent prosecutor would immediately flag. Trump's first response, he posted a statement on Truth Social calling the release a witch hunt and claiming he banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago years ago. Standard playbook. Deflect, rewrite history, control the narrative. But here's where it gets dangerous. Within hours, that post was deleted. Not edited, deleted. Think about this for a second. Why would someone delete a denial? Why would you erase your own defense? From a prosecutor's perspective, there are only a few reasons you pull back a public statement that quickly. 1, your lawyers told you it's legally reckless. 2, the statement contains a provable lie that could be used against you later. 3, you realize you just created evidence of consciousness of guilt. Let that sink in. When someone with Trump's media instincts, someone who has never backed down from a fight, who has attacked judges, prosecutors, witnesses, the FBI, the DOJ, when that person deletes a post defending himself, it means something serious just happened behind closed doors. Here's what they're not telling you about why this document release matters. The Southern District of New York is not a political body. It's one of the most elite and aggressive prosecutorial offices in the country. When SDNY unseals documents, it's not random, it's strategic. These files were unsealed because a federal judge ruled that the public interest outweighed privacy concerns. That's a legal standard. It requires evidence that transparency serves justice. What does that tell you? It tells you the court believes there's something in these documents the public has a right to know, something that impacts accountability for powerful individuals. Now pair that with Trump's reaction. A prosecutor looks at deleted statements the same way we look at destroyed evidence. It shows awareness. It shows intent. It shows you knew something was wrong. If Trump truly had nothing to hide, if his relationship with Epstein was just social and decades ago, there would be no reason to delete a denial. But he did. And here's the kicker. We now have a record of that deletion. Screenshots exist. Archives exist. The internet doesn't forget. That means Trump just created a timeline prosecutors dream about. January 3rd, documents released. January 3rd, Trump posts denial. January 3rd, Trump deletes denial. That's consciousness of guilt in real time. Let me walk you through what's actually in these documents because the media is burying the specifics. The Giuffre v. Maxwell case included sworn testimony from multiple witnesses who were asked directly about Trump's presence at Epstein-related events and locations. One deposition specifically names Trump as being present at Mar-a-Lago during a party where underage girls were also in
having
attendance.
a whole auction.
The witness describes Trump and Epstein as being very close during that time period. Another document references a 2016 deposition where a witness was asked about Trump's behavior at these gatherings. The answer was sealed until this month. Now, does this prove criminal conduct? Not by itself, but from a prosecutor's perspective, it establishes something critical: proximity and knowledge. If you're building a case, you need to show the defendant was in a position to know what was happening. You need to show access. You need to show relationship. These documents do exactly that. They also undermine Trump's central defense that he barely knew Epstein, that he cut ties early, that he wasn't involved. Flight logs, party guest lists, phone records. These are the kinds of documents that don't lie, and they're now public. Compare this to how the DOJ handled other high-profile cases involving powerful men and allegations of sexual misconduct. When evidence connects someone to a criminal enterprise, even indirectly, prosecutors start building a conspiracy case. You don't need to prove someone committed the underlying crime. You need to prove they were part of the operation, that they benefited, that they knew. The deleted post? That's evidence of knowledge. Trump knew these documents existed. He knew what they said, and he knew his public denial wouldn't hold up. This is bigger than one case. What we're watching is a stress test of whether the rule of law applies to former presidents. Trump has spent years arguing he's immune from accountability, presidential immunity, executive privilege, absolute immunity. But the Epstein documents aren't about his time in office.
Snag that
They're
ass.
about conduct that allegedly occurred before, during, and after his presidency. That means no immunity shield. That means no executive privilege defense. If DOJ or SDNY wanted to pursue this, the legal pathway is open. And here's what makes this particularly dangerous for Trump. Epstein is dead. Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison. The co-conspirators have either flipped or been neutralized. That leaves one major unresolved question. Who else was involved?
Donald Trump.
Prosecutors love that question because it creates pressure. It creates leverage. Right now, Trump is dealing with 4 separate criminal
Him the only
cases.
one
Federal
left.
classified documents.
So they say.
Federal January 6th, Georgia RICO, New York State fraud. Add Epstein into the mix, and you're looking at a potential 5th investigation that touches the 3rd rail of American politics, sex crimes involving minors. No prosecutor wants to bring that case unless it's airtight. But if the evidence is there, if the documents support it, if witnesses corroborate it, this changes the entire legal landscape, and Trump knows it. That's why he deleted the post. Because the smart move, the move any competent defense attorney would advise, is to say nothing. Don't confirm, don't deny, don't create evidence. But Trump couldn't help himself. He posted, then he panicked, then he erased. That's not the behavior of someone with a clean defense. That's the behavior of someone who just realized the exposure is real. Here's the truth they don't want you to understand. The Epstein files aren't going away. The documents are public. The legal scrutiny is intensifying, and Trump's deleted post is now part of the record. From a prosecutor's perspective, this is the kind of break in the case you wait for when the defendant does your job for you, when they create the evidence of guilt without you having to build it. This isn't over. This is just beginning. Stay informed, because what happens next will determine whether power still shields the powerful or whether accountability finally catches up. More truth coming.
We'll take that. Hold on. What is the... Yeah. What the judge said.
Berga is not just another phone case brand.
What's so special about these Berga phone cases?
According to a new order of the chief judge of the Minnesota federal courts, and listen to this quote from his order, ICE
Oh, okay. Hold on. Come on. Ice, baby.
has likely violated more court orders in this month, January 2026. It's not even over yet. Than some federal agencies have violated in their entire existence. Judge Schultz pushing back, fighting back against the Trump administration and its defiance, its refusal to comply with orders in a brand new orders of his, in which he has cataloged that just this month, ICE has violated 96 court orders in 74 cases. And the judge is concerned. He's looking to put somebody in jail or find them in contempt. And we're here for it on the Midas Touch Network and Legal AF.
We
I'm
here
Michael
for it.
Popak.
We here for
How
it.
did this all start? Well, Chief Judge
It's about
Schultz, because he's in
time get
Minnesota,
caught
has a
in
number of cases in
his
front of him
evil
from
ways.
the
Show is,
protests
Mimi.
on the street, from the murders on the street by ICE. And he also supervises all the other judges in Minnesota within the 8th Circuit. And he ordered last week that a petitioner identified as Juan TR be released, be given a bond hearing, or be immediately released. The bond hearing didn't happen. And when the deadline came and went, and they violated that order, the judge issued another order. He said if he's not released by this Friday, the time of my recording,
then he's going to call in and require and command that Todd Lyons, the acting head of ICE, show cause why he should not be found in contempt, unless a stipulation is filed by Friday that Mr. Juan TR is released. Well, they did that. But if the Department of Justice felt like, well, we're out of the woods now, we released the guy, that's the end of it. No, we have the concluding order. He's got to get his pound of flesh, Judge Schultz. And here's what he said in his new order, which is up on Legal AF Substack. I'm glad you're here, by the way. Midas Touch, independent journalism under attack. The day of Don Lemon's arrest. Hit the free subscribe button. Come over to Legal AF YouTube and show your support for what we do here on YouTube and on in an independent journalism. Here's what the judge had to say on page 2. Respondents didn't hold a bond hearing. The court then issued a show cause order and scheduled a hearing at which it ordered the personal appearance of Todd Lyons, acting director of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. The court noted that if the parties filed a stipulation indicating that Juan had been released, the court would cancel the hearing and would not require Lyons to appear. Parties have now filed such stipulation, and therefore the court will not require Lyons to appear. But, according to the judge on page 2, that does not end the court's concerns. Attached to this order is an appendix that identifies 96 court orders that ICE has violated in 74 cases. Now, when I first read that, I was like, oh, like in a year? That's really high. In a year? It's in a month. It's in the month of January. It's this month. The extent of ICE's noncompliance is almost certainly substantially understated. This list is confined to orders issued since Jan 1, 2026, and hurriedly compiled by extraordinarily busy judges, because the judges of Minnesota are groaning under the weight and the responsibility of all, not just the cases where ICE executes or Border Patrol executes an American, but all the other migrants and people who are picked up and Americans who are picked up and arrested have to be processed through the judicial system. It all falls on the Minnesota courts. The judge continues, Judge Schultz, this list should give pause to anyone, no matter his or her political beliefs, who cares about the rule of law. ICE has likely violated more court orders in January 2026 than some federal agencies have violated in their entire existence. The court warns, we're getting to the warning part now, the court warns ICE that future noncompliance with court orders may result in future show cause orders requiring the personal appearance of Lyons or other government officials. ICE is not a law unto itself. ICE has every right to challenge orders, but must follow those orders unless and until they are overturned or vacated.
Looking for tax help? Now there are TurboTax experts right in your neighborhood. They get to know your unique situation.
Juan asked this court to schedule a hearing about the hardships he suffered and asking for effectively sanctions. The court will not schedule a hearing at this time. If Juan wants to seek monetary sanctions, he may file a properly supported motion to that effect. Judge Schultz. Legal AF is brought to you by the Freedom from Religion Foundation. The First Amendment isn't ambiguous, and it isn't optional. It's clear. Government may not establish religion, and it may not favor one belief system over another. But across the country, lawmakers and public officials are /New Year 11/5/11 protect our country that belongs to all of us. Go to F. You got, I was always wondering how they're going to come after Schultz. Rock rib conservative Bush appointee, not leftist, not Marxist, not activist. Oh, they found it. Fox propaganda network, and it's black ops. Oh, the judge donated to an immigrant rights project with his wife. Oh, really? I got news for them. Judges are allowed to be apparently a member of the Federalist Society, exclusive clubs, all sorts of MAGA causes, and they can also contribute to the ACLU and immigration rights projects once in a while without it making them unfit or biased or conflicted to make rulings in cases. That's the reason that he ordered it, is not because of his donations. It's because of the 96 orders that have been violated, including about Todd Lyons. And of course, the Trump administration wants to hide Todd Lyons because he's the author of the secret memo that got leaked by two insider Department of ICE whistleblowers who said he wrote or signed.
Okay, y'all, I have to go get some. Oh, Specs. Hey, Mimi. Yeah. What time is it? 6. 7, 7, 8, 9. I'll be back at 9:30.